Get ready, because you and I are witnessing Zephyr, humanity's last warrior fighting a lonely war. Following a brutal, hopeless showdown against Tardis, the literal god of destruction, our exhausted hero finally goes down in defeat. In one final, explosive act, he detonates his own body to blow off Tardis's hand, actually injuring a god who has destroyed hundreds of worlds without ever taking a single scratch before. His physical form is burned to ash, but instead of passing away, he opens his eyes in a shocking place known as the God's Realm. Turns out, those divine beings who abandoned humanity were watching the entire time, and they were incredibly entertained by the absolute show our boy put on. To squeeze out even more entertainment, they offer him a second chance to return and fight the very monsters that ruined his world. They cast him 10 years back in time, returning him to his days as a weak, helpless slave. His only weapons now are his future memories and a unique perk gifted by the angel Mercedes. Waking up, he finds himself surrounded by cruel slave bullies, while a tiny, trembling kid lies on the ground after a brutal beating. He immediately recognizes their smug faces and the brand on their chests. Zephyr instantly remembers this exact day from 10 years ago, back when he was 20 and refused to submit to the temple. Just as the thugs start crowding him, their loudmouth supervisor barks at them to get back to work. The bullies back off, leaving him with a nasty warning to never cross them like that again. But pay attention here, because Zephyr has zero time for trash. He grabs a pickaxe to blend in, but pauses when that battered kid whispers a quiet thank you. The warrior doesn't even recognize him and walks right past, focusing instead on a much bigger deal, the special perks the angel promised him after his regression. While the boy scurries back to work, Zephyr stands motionless and activates his perks, feeling a massive surge of energy. Right then, he can barely believe his luck that Angel actually hooked him up with insane power. Moments later, the other miners gasp in shock as Zephyr tears through the rock, filling bags in mere minutes. They suddenly realize this new guy just raised the bar, meaning they can't slack off anymore. Meanwhile, Zephyr is still buzzing over his upgrade. When he first unlocked his perks, a massive flood of data hit his brain, bringing a brutal headache. But that pain instantly vanishes when he spots a lineup of incredibly rare, high-tier skills and legendary items, all completely free. Caught up in his thoughts, he doesn't hear the mining supervisor stomping over. Thinking our hero is just lazy, the angry manager starts screaming, furious that a rookie is already slacking off. Getting ignored makes him snap. He raises his heavy whip to teach the rookie a lesson. But watch this. Zephyr catches the burning whip bare-handed and gently hands it back, forcing the terrified manager to stammer an apology. Zephyr casually goes back to mining, secretly impressed by his own insane reflexes and combat muscle memory. The blow didn't even leave a mark, thanks to his first perk, a skill that completely blocks minor physical damage. Even though it requires active concentration, it's insanely useful, and he feels completely energized even after a whole day of manual labor. By sunset, he has secured a total of 9 special perks, each one bringing him closer to his godlike former power. But first, this warrior has a job to finish. After mining dozens of heavy bags in record time, Zephyr stuns the boss, earning his squad the top rank. When the results are called out, that same quiet kid looks up in shock, realizing he was actually on Zephyr's team. Zephyr glances down, knowing their destinies are crossing once more, while the bullies stand in dead silence as the rest of the leaderboard is read aloud. The supervisor warns everyone that the losers get their food cut, and their extra bread goes straight to the winners. With that, he commands every slave to bow and pray to the goddess of light, Arya. Instantly, the desperate crowd drops to pray. Zephyr mimics them, knowing Arya is one of the 3 supreme deities and basically a divine loan shark. Nearly everyone here lost their home or was an adventurer ruined by debt to the temple, bound by a magical slave seal that prevents any escape. If anyone dares to run, that brand will stop their heart instantly. Zephyr's primary goal now is to clear his massive debt and walk away as a free man, preparing to not only destroy the demon lord but also protect Alter, the woman he deeply loves. When night falls, the weary miners gather to unwind at the local market. Zephyr immediately notices the absurdly high prices, but as he stands there brooding, that small kid offers to buy him a drink. He wants to show some real gratitude for being saved earlier, spending what little money he has to give something back. He says they always lose because they're weak, but trust me, you and I know better. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where Zephyr just secured their very first victory, but this win exposes a brutal truth: bullies are systematically crippling one member of every team. By creating a weak link, they drag the entire squad straight to the bottom. But Zephyr cold shoulders the kid's offer. He knows dead weight will only slow him down. Instead, he walks up and demands recovery water from the bartender, shocking him because that stuff costs a fortune. The barkeep tells him to just stop complaining and heal up the old-fashioned way. But Zephyr just drops 1.5 gold coins, asking to put the rest on credit. The young kid panics. They are already drowning in debt, and these interest rates are pure extortion. Our hero does not even blink, totally sure he can make the cash. Down the hatch goes the potion. Normally, this elixir restores stamina, and drinking it in massive quantities can even boost your mana reserves. Honestly, it is usually garbage you need to chug gallons just to feel a difference. But pay attention here with Zephyr's broken perk boosting potion effects by 500%. A tiny sip goes crazy. Working the mines is a dead end. No matter how hard he grinds, there are zero bonuses for extra sweat. So he makes a bold move, chug every potion in sight to aggressively level up his physical stats. The moment he feels ready, he tells the boss he hears weird noises in the deep tunnels, suggesting they call in the big guns. He is playing them like a fiddle. After all, dungeons are where the real gold is. Think about monsters. They are not just beasts, but entities born from highly unstable mana. They hate humanity by nature and were always treated as a plague. But lately, people realize they are worth a fortune. Their internal mana stones and even their bones are packed with incredibly rare crafting resources. Their nesting grounds are what we call dungeons, once feared as death traps, now mined like gold reserves. Hunting teams clear these zones, and they are packed with elite enslaved gladiators chosen purely for their brutal strength. Because of the high mortality rate, the hazard pay is insane. But why would an elite adventurer like him be stuck digging dirt? He knows there is a shady conspiracy at play here. But the shopkeeper snaps him back to reality, saying his credit line is totally maxed out. If he wants more, he might have to steal. I know what you are thinking. But check this out, a priestess literally offers to buy his organs for the church. Apparently, they pay top dollar for raw research materials. If he pays off the debt on time, he gets to keep his kidneys. While everyone else loses their minds, Zephyr just signs the contract and demands more recovery potion. The storekeeper hands it over with a grim warning. He chugs the bottles down, finally reaching the perfect peak condition he needs. While he is drinking, a tough warrior named Goat pulls up, leading the scout squad, demanding to know if he is their assigned guide. He nods, flexing his mana detection, a broken sensory skill that maps out the entire area, letting them slip through pitch-black tunnels completely undetected. Goat is thrilled because that saves them from burning a pricey night vision elixir. The squad gears up and hands him a pack, telling him to keep up. A fighter named Dale can't help but gossip about Zephyr's weird skills. Goat immediately barks at them to shut up, while our main character analyzes the party. Two of them are strangers, but he remembers the third guy, someone who joined the guild right after this raid ended. Which means, in this original timeline, two of these men are about to die. He immediately starts planning how to exploit this dark future. Arriving at the creepy dungeon gates, a young helper greets the squad. He wraps a glowing magical thread around Zephyr's wrist, binding his life force to the others. If anyone flatlines, the thread snaps, sounding the alarm back at base. Even for a simple scouting mission, the boy warns them to stay alert. Inside the dark abyss, two beastly monsters holding lit torches get distracted by loose rubble. Goat and Dale strike from the shadows, instantly putting them down. Zephyr realizes this recon team is highly organized and dead serious. Normally, they gather intel first, then let the heavy strike force clear out the trash. But if the threat is low, these scouts will just wipe them out themselves. Inspecting the corpses, Goat realizes these beasts are stragglers left over from an attack on the upper mines. Dale figures they just cleaned up the absolute last survivors. Meanwhile, Zephyr notes that these recon scouts are actually high-tier killers. Goat wants to go alone, but Dale objects. Trust me, their nightmare is starting. Trust me, you and I are about to see this. Supply Boy is way more than just a helpless porter. Marco tries to cool things down, asking Goat if he actually has a real plan. Goat just smirks, telling Zephyr to pull out their secret weapon. Zephyr opens his pack, showing off a pile of moonbush leaves and glowing berries. He explains that mixing these with monster waste mimics a female kobold in heat. That pungent scent will drag the beasts in from miles away. The bait works like magic. Drawn by the smell, a beast charges out blindly and gets taken down in seconds. Goat loves the easy win, soaking up the praise as the squad jokes about their leader suddenly becoming a genius. But here is the catch. None of them know this entire scheme was actually Zephyr's idea. Back in his first life, right after joining the hunting squad, Zephyr was partnered up with Goat in this exact unit. Goat was a guy who craved glory and fame, but his luck had always been absolutely terrible. Playing on that desperation, Zephyr told him before the meeting that the upcoming dungeon was practically clear, with only a few stray kobolds inside. Now, pay attention, he straight up lies about being on the scout squad to sell the story. He offered a solid plan to clear the place alone, easily convincing Goat to keep the glory to themselves. After all, sharing such an easy run with the rest of the guild would just be a total waste. Goat, hungry for fame, was thrilled that this rookie was handing him all the glory while offering up rare, valuable moonbushes without asking for anything in return. Plus, he knew a quick word of recommendation from him would officially secure Zephyr a spot on the main team. It seemed like the kid was just trying to suck up to him. Goat usually was not an easy guy to please, but this free reputation boost was just too good to pass up. Now, back in the present, Goat slays the final kobold, though he is totally disappointed by the cheap, low-grade mana stones they are harvesting. Meanwhile, Zephyr signals that the path forward is clear, but as Dale checks the dark cave, his eyes catch some scattered bones that look like they belong to a kobold. Still, the way they are lying there feels incredibly fake. Before he can process it, a giant, terrifying hand smashes out of the dark, grips his body, and slams him brutally into the rock wall. Marco quickly raises his heavy hammer, channeling mana straight into the weapon. He acts tough on the outside, but his heart is pounding with pure terror. Steeling himself, he activates his magic shield, loudly bragging about how nothing can break his defense. But before he can even blink, a massive tail whips out like lightning, blasting him straight across the cavern. The sheer, terrifying power of that single hit freezes Goat in his tracks as he spots the colossal tail. I know what you were thinking, and yes, that massive tail slams Goat next, causing 3 of their magical lifelines to snap in an instant. Panicked, he instantly realizes that the squad is facing an absolute nightmare inside. Goat is barely breathing, clutching a severely mangled shoulder, while Zephyr quickly steps up to shield his fallen leader. He activated his Wall of Iron skill to block the worst of the creature's devastating blow. Yet Goat was still collateral damage, proving just how insane this beast's power really is. As Zephyr weighs his options, the horror slowly crawls out from the pitch-black shadows. It stands tall and menacing, holding his unconscious teammates like broken rag dolls. Right then, the truth hits him. This is no ordinary dungeon boss. This is a predator, a monster that tricks weaker beasts into its lair, fattening them up only to feast on them later. Reacting instantly, Zephyr snatches Goat's spear from his hand. He triggers his third skill, known as the Silver Key, which acts like an infinite inventory space. As he channels a glowing sphere of energy, he calmly asks Goat where he should strike the beast first. Out of his spatial storage, he pulls a clean cloth and a bundle of dragonweed. Goat stares in utter confusion, having no clue what is happening. But Zephyr remains icy calm, wrapping the cloth around his palm before locking his grip on the spear. Even with his bones broken, Goat feels his pride flare up. He refuses to hide behind a literal rookie, but before he can move, the predator unleashes a terrifying screech. It is a paralyzing roar that instantly locks him in place. In that terrifying second, Goat remembers a chilling warning a veteran soldier once gave him about fully matured monsters. He described an encounter where an entire village stood completely frozen, paralyzed by an aura of fear so suffocating they could not even blink. All they could do was wait for death. And now we are watching history repeat itself. Except Goat is about to witness Zephyr do the absolute impossible. This kid is not frozen. He dashes forward, slipping past the giant claws with insane precision and dodging every single attack with ease. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Zephyr uses Dragonweed to completely neutralize his fear. But with only one offensive skill in his arsenal, he cannot use it because the mana cost is just way too high. Instead, he coats his spear in a deadly poison, strong enough to kill beasts like this, a secret formula passed down by an old friend from his past life. His buddy, Fade, had dedicated his entire life to brewing lethal poisons and potions, perfecting every single recipe. Out of nowhere, Fade handed them all over to him, warning him that the end of the world was coming and someone had to use them. He said that if those brews could save even just a few lives, it would be enough for him. Remembering his friend's words, Zephyr charges forward and drives the poisoned spear deep into the beast, slashing across its arm right after. He knows this toxin inside out. The second it enters the bloodstream, it starts destroying the target from within, spreading through the whole body in just 3 minutes. Now, Zephyr just needs to stay alive until the venom does its job. But before he can move, a massive tail whips out, slamming him hard into the stone wall. The beast does not waste a single second. It lunges with its massive jaws wide open, trying to swallow him alive. Now watch this absolute madman. Zephyr grabs his last vial of poison, tosses it straight into the beast's gaping maw, and slashes its face with everything he's got. The monster shrieks in agony, thrashing around with only 1 minute left before the poison completely destroys it. Zephyr knows he lacks the raw stamina to keep dodging this monster forever. He only has 2 choices left. Wait for the venom to melt it from within, or hit it hard enough to take it down himself. As he tries to attack, the beast swings its tail again, but with lightning-fast reflexes, Zephyr manages to grab hold of it. He grips tightly as he is swept high above the monster's head. Positioned directly above, he drops down and drives his weapon straight into its eye. The spear shaft snaps from the sheer impact, but Zephyr uses both the jagged wood and his knife to repeatedly stab the beast. The creature thrashes around in absolute agony. As it goes wild, the boy clings desperately to the knife embedded in its eye. He cannot let go now. He needs one final strike to end this. Leaping back onto its head, with his mana fully restored by potions and boosted by his effectiveness perk, he channels every ounce of energy into his fist and strikes with absolute fury, bringing hell down upon the beast. Seeing this, you and I know Goaty realizes he was dead wrong. With that kind of insane talent, This rookie is guaranteed to rise straight to the very top. Still, since Zephyr is technically a minor, he definitely needed Goat's backing to enter this dungeon in the first place. While Goat is processing all of this, Zephyr walks up with intense authority and demands a private chat. Deep within a dark jungle, a bloodied, yellow-haired guy is cornered by shady figures. He begs for his life, desperately screaming that he does not serve the Demon Lord. The leader, recognizable by a cross on his forehead, silently nods to his massive, muscular teammate. With zero hesitation, the powerhouse crushes the victim's skull, ending his life right then and there. But suddenly, the fresh corpse starts twitching violently. Seconds later, a disgusting centipede slithers out. The leader with the cross mark reacts in a flash, slicing the bug cleanly in half. He points out that the creature carries the Demon Lord's sigil, proving the dead guy was a spy. Soon after, he presents the dead centipede to his boss, Matthias. But Matthias is not impressed. He coldly points out that 7 of their own men died during this operation. Was catching one spy actually worth that heavy price? The marked soldier stands his ground, warning that with the raid just 1 month away, failing to purge these spies now will mean total disaster. Matthias thinks it over, eventually agreeing to talk to the haunting squad to keep the peace. However, he warns the soldier never to make him look like a fool again. Meanwhile, back at Human Resources, Goat officially submits a recommendation to transfer Zephyr to the haunting squad. The High Priestess approves it, but warns that if this recruit fails, they take the fall. Goat, fully believing in the kid's potential, gladly takes the bet. He knows that when the boy succeeds, he is the one who will reap all the glory. Walking out, his mind wanders back to that final moment in the dungeon when they killed the beast. Back in the cavern, Goat was completely shocked when Zephyr told him to act like this entire battle never even happened. Instead, the boy offered him the cobalt corpses so he would have some proof to show his bosses. And trust me, that giant monster corpse? That is a prize Zephyr is keeping all for himself. Alright, let's dive into the story of Zephyr, a temple slave forbidden from keeping any of his dungeon loot. But he plans to secretly sell the monster's carcass for cash, even though Goat thinks it's impossible. With a standby unit waiting outside, and a cleanup crew sweeping the dungeon later, pulling off a heist seemed totally hopeless until Zephyr revealed his secret trump card, an inventory stash. With a quiet gesture, he casually vacuums the massive beast's corpse into his dimensional pocket. Goat is absolutely speechless as the giant monster vanishes. No blood, no mess, absolutely nothing left. That's when Zephyr makes him an offer. He promises to carry Goat through 3 more dungeons and let him keep all the loot, as long as Goat keeps his mouth shut. Back in the present, Goat is seriously weighing his options. Letting Zephyr carry him means easy credit as a squad leader. Since they're a scout unit, they get first dibs on newly discovered dungeons. And clearing them with a tiny team would make Goat look like an absolute genius, virtually guaranteeing him a promotion. Now, Zephyr is focused on selling that corpse to pay off his debts. Trust me, his escape plan is about to get crazy. But as he plots his next move, he remembers that the high-ranking temple knights are preparing for a massive raid soon. A raid where they are destined to discover an incredibly rare and powerful item. Now, Zephyr has a new target. He has to sneak into that elite raid, steal the treasure, and secure his ticket to absolute freedom. Before long, Zephyr's paperwork is finalized, officially making him a member of the temple's active hunting squad. As they march, he remembers that in his past life, he only joined this squad after they announced the raid's roster. A roster handpicked exclusively from the absolute best hunters in the temple. They only choose the 20 most elite warriors, or those with major political backing. Zephyr already has a master plan in mind, but it requires split-second timing. They eventually reach the armory, where Goat shows him around before leaving to check on his injured teammates recovering at the clinic. But as they're talking, the suspicious group from the forest suddenly walks in. Terrified, Goat immediately bows his head and frantically signals Zephyr to do the same. The room falls dead silent as they pass. But as the leader walks by, he pauses, sensing an unsettling presence from Zephyr before moving on. Once they've gone by, Goat warns him they are deadly, inquisitors no one dares provoke. Here's where you and I realize Zephyr is in big trouble. These zealots can execute anyone as a heretic without any questions asked. And their leader, Sahak, is on a whole other level. Known as the Mad Hound, he's a bloodthirsty monster who lives to kill, and Goat begs Zephyr to keep a low profile. But speak of the devil, Sahak suddenly steps back into the room and calls them out. Goat's heart drops as the Mad Hound slowly approaches. He locks his eyes onto Zephyr, calling him a mere minor. He flings off his heavy cloak, confronting them directly, and demands to know Zephyr's rank. Before Zephyr can even answer, a trembling Goat quickly steps in, introducing him as his new teammate. But Sahak instantly shuts him down, making it clear he doesn't care about a word Goat has to say. The killer's bloodlust is so suffocating that Goat starts visibly shaking. Yet Zephyr stands completely unfazed, and that stoic calm immediately catches Sahak's attention. That look doesn't match a lowly slave miner's profile. Sending a warrior of this caliber to the mines instead of the elite hunting squads makes absolutely no sense. Usually, the temple's mandatory aptitude tests would immediately filter someone this strong straight into the elite forces. Sensing a trap, Sahak gives a silent signal, and his heavily armed guards surround Zephyr from all sides. Even though he knows the boy is strong, Sahak is confident his squad can easily overpower him. He steps forward, demanding real answers and warning that any lies will be met with instant death. But Zephyr isn't worried. He knows Sahak is practically handing him a golden opportunity. With his guards closing in, Sahak directly accuses Zephyr of serving the Demon Lord. Instantly, the accusation triggers the boy's memories of his previous life. He knows exactly how those cultists betrayed humanity during the Great War, plunging the entire world into an apocalyptic hell. But to these low-tier soldiers, they're just a dangerous underground cult opposing the main church. While Zephyr reflects, Sahak brags about his unique ability to sense the lingering corruption of the Demon Lord's servants. And right now, his sharp instincts are telling him that Zephyr is incredibly dangerous. With a dark expression, the Mad Hound begins his interrogation, and trust me, we're about to see things get wild. Alright, let's jump into a story where our main character, Zephyr, refuses to flinch when things get heavy, calmly suggesting they take this fight somewhere private. This sudden request catches Sahak completely off guard. Then Zephyr confidently adds that with so many people watching, it'll just be embarrassing when he starts beating him to a pulp. Sahak is absolutely furious, but barely manages to keep his cool. There is no way he is losing to a rookie like Zephyr. With a sharp motion, his squad activates a powerful skill, trapping Zephyr right in the center of a massive triangular barrier. This is the Red Field, a battlefield skill that massively boosts the caster's stats. But Zephyr doesn't panic. Instead, he casually takes his stance, ready to fight. His strange, unfamiliar stance briefly throws Sahak off, but the Mad Dog doesn't hesitate for long. He charges straight at Zephyr, fully confident in his stealth and boosted red field power. Leaping in, Sahak unleashes a flurry of rapid knife strikes, but Zephyr effortlessly slips past every single blow while landing clean counters. Frustrated, Sahak tries to slide low and tackle him, but hitting Zephyr feels like slamming headfirst into a solid block of steel. For the first time, Sahak realizes he completely miscalculated this guy. Zephyr follows up with a lightning-fast barrage of devastating strikes, sending Sahak crashing to the ground, completely knocked out. But before he can even catch his breath, a massive spiked mace comes flying right at his face, pushing him back as he blocks. Now, watch closely here, because the enemy tank steps up. He swings that heavy weapon with raw, brutal force. Zephyr throws out a quick, mocking insult, easily baiting him. Furious, the tank slams his mace down so hard the concrete shatters, sending sharp stone shards flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Gote is frozen in utter shock, unable to believe how easily Zephyr dismantled Sahak using some kind of ancient martial arts. He watches as Zephyr continues to dodge every single heavy, wild swing with fluid, almost hypnotic precision. This sudden display gives Gote some hope. If Zephyr wrecks Sahak's entire squad, maybe Gote won't face any punishment by association. After all, he is supposed to be the kid's leader. But that hope quickly shatters when a bystander points out a major catch to Zephyr's dodging. It has already been 5 minutes, and the longer this lasts, the stronger Sahak's squad gets inside this field. Right on cue, Zephyr starts feeling the pressure. The tank's chain strikes are getting faster, and keeping up is getting tough. Out of nowhere, Sahak ambushes him from behind, slashing Zephyr clean across the back. He's radiating a terrifying, murderous aura, and he is definitely not done yet. With cold fury, Sahak launches a high-speed assault, moving like a blur of light to slice at him from all directions, seemingly gaining the upper hand. He prepares to end the fight with one final, devastating strike. But as he lunges, Zephyr catches him out of midair and slams his head into the ground. Before Sahak can even react, a brutal knee strike completely overwhelms him. Beaten and bloodied, Sahak lies there stunned. You and I both saw that coming, but Sahak realized his boosted stats meant absolutely nothing here. Zephyr calmly taunts him, pointing out that if he wanted to show off his speed, he should have let his tank tire him out first. That comment strikes a nerve. Furious, the bald tank grips his chains tight, trying to restrain and overpower Zephyr. But Zephyr just pulls back on the chains, mocking the tank for being too scared to fight up close. With a smirk, he channels mana into his arms and activates a basic power boost enhancement. With that sudden surge, he yanks the chains so hard they rip out of the tank's hands, sending him crashing into a brick wall. Everyone is left in stunned silence. On the ground, Sahak crawls forward, desperately asking who he is. But Zephyr just smirks and walks away, saying interrogation is supposed to be his own job. Up above, a mysterious red-haired man silently watches the entire scene unfold from a window. Highly impressed by Zephyr's strength, he wonders if this powerful kid was sent by their master. Meanwhile, the crowd is in disbelief. The notorious leader Sahak was just destroyed by a mere rookie. As Zephyr walks away, The defeated gang leader can only scream in rage, unable to accept this humiliation. Zephyr feels a sense of relief. Phase 1 of his plan is complete, but now he must wait for a specific person to take the bait. But as he walks away, trust me, a chilling sensation washes over him. Stick with me, we're diving right into a crisis as his body starts freezing up from mana exhaustion. His recent power boost completely drained his energy reserves, leaving him utterly helpless and wide open to any attack. It is clear to him now that his current vessel is weak, and he must grow stronger. Slammed to the dirt, Zephyr watches the sky warp into an eerie, alien dimension as a colossal shadow emerges. The creature introduces itself as Spirit Shilluk, representing Usra, the god of debt, sent here to collect the heavy price for using the Wall of Iron skill. Instantly, Zephyr recognizes the name of that exact power. He knows that while Wall of Iron bought him a massive advantage, the drawback is absolutely lethal. Once your energy hits 0, every ounce of damage blocked during the spell hits you all at once. Most warriors die from this horrific backlash, since this god's spell is a cursed contract fueled by pure despair. While Zephyr writhes in pain, the sinister deity watches on, thoroughly enjoying every second of his agony. Meanwhile, Shilluk tallies up the massive damage debt, getting ready to unleash the devastating strike. Now here's the part where we hold our breath, watching the countdown tick toward absolute doom. His paralyzed limbs refuse to budge, but in a desperate move, he tears the bandages off his wrist to reveal a concealed potion. With only split seconds left on the clock, he downs the recovery liquid just in time. That tiny surge restores exactly one single point of energy, forcing the deadly execution to freeze mid-air. With a flash, Shilluk disappears and the danger passes, letting him breathe again, though he knows this is just a temporary fix. He barely survives by a hair, looking up to smirk at Usra as if mocking the deity for failing to claim his soul. After all, our guy is a hardened survivor, having outlived humanity's extinction in his past life. And he knows the trick to beating this curse is simple: never let your energy hit 0. As long as a single speck of power remains, the executioner cannot touch him. In his past life, this was a legendary purple tier ability worth 500 gold, a price way beyond his current reach. But since the god gave it to him for sheer amusement, he gladly flips them off in return, irritating the deity. Sometime later, Zephyr wakes up completely bound to a cot, with the priestess watching him like a hawk. And trust me, things get even worse as 2 massive thugs bring out some highly intimidating torture tools, while the priestess calmly watches. He is currently locked in their basement because the deadline on his shop loan expired exactly 1 hour ago. Her expression instantly turns cold. Wielding a massive blade, she accuses him of taking multiple loans on bad collateral, dodging interest, and planning to run. Pressing the steel inches from his nose, she demands answers, making Zephyr realize he is in serious, life-threatening trouble. If he dares channel any power now, Shilluk will instantly drag him to hell, leaving him to rely solely on his silver tongue. He frantically promises to pay them back next week, but she is completely unfazed by his desperate pleas. She warns him they will seize his earnings, but he still owes the main debt with interest, an impossible sum. With a cold nod, a thug pins his arm down as she decides to slice off a finger to teach him a lesson. The executioner raises the blade, but right before the blade bites down, Zephyr yells out a highly specific name. Those words freeze her in her tracks. Her rage melts into pure shock, unable to believe he holds such secret knowledge. The 2 guards stand bewildered as she suddenly snaps, screaming at them to get out of the room immediately. They quickly leave without a word. She corners him, demanding to know his source, but he simply grins and calls her the legendary monster broker, White Rose. He already knows her deepest secret, that this saintly priestess runs a double life. She is a mastermind dealing in black market beast parts and highly illegal contraband. Zephyr knows basic gear won't cut it in the deeper dungeons, so using her connections is his best play. Wearing a smug smile, he thanks her for this meeting and offers a business deal. While in a nearby medical room, Sahawk slowly wakes up. Furious and embarrassed, the seasoned hunter cannot believe a rookie completely humiliated him. Swearing bloody revenge, he promises to slaughter Zephyr next time. But as he rages, a mysterious red-haired warrior overhears and calls him out. Sahawk instantly freezes up in pure panic, quickly bowing and greeting the man with forced respect. As they walk away, we can't wait to see what happens next. Let us dive right back in as Sahawk remembers everything and tries to apologize, but gets cut off. The red-haired man suddenly shoves a cold steel blade right into his mouth, forcing him silent. Furious and disgusted, he mocks Sahawk for failing Inquisitor Matthias and bringing ultimate shame upon their entire organization. Pure rage takes over. He slashes Sahawk across the face, coldly reminding him that his raw talent does not matter if he is just a walking liability now. Even after 6 long months of hunting, he only managed to eliminate 2 measly demon lord worshippers. According to his red-haired master, Sahawk's endless blunders have completely run out their superior's patience. Worse yet, getting beaten by a random kid dragged Inquisitor Matthias's legendary reputation straight through the mud. Terrified, Sahok collapses onto the dirt, desperately begging for one last chance. Unmoved, the red-haired man orders him to hunt down and kill the boy who beat him, if he ever wants a future. The brutal pressure sets in. Sahok knows that failing to eliminate the kid means losing his prestigious red uniform and all of his hard-earned power. Watch closely here, because the red-haired man tosses down a sinister, glowing purple orb that might help him. Sahok recognizes it instantly. That dark artifact radiates the unmistakable, vile energy of a demon lord worshipper. Pure shock hits him, but the red-haired man does not care. The choice is simple. Use the cursed power and risk his soul, or walk away and lose everything. With the door shut, Sahok stares at the orb, haunted by memories of the innocent slaves he brutally slaughtered with his authority. Stripping away his red uniform means there is absolutely no turning back for him. He will be dragged straight back into chains, with zero mercy. Every single thing he fought to build will turn to ash. Years of schemes, submission, and survival completely ruined. Fueled by sheer desperation and fury, he snatches up the purple orb. A wild, maniacal laugh echoes as he embraces the dark artifact. Outside, the red-haired man smirks. He just got exactly what he planned. He orders his minion to tail Sahok, fully intending to use the desperate man as a noisy distraction. Reports show that Sahok's wild antics have already caught the eyes of the higher-ups. Even the powerful leader of the Temple Knights has let his guard slip. The schemer plans to abuse this opening to steal the item, assassinate the Grand Commander, and most importantly of all, clear a path for a vile demon worshipper to take absolute control of the Holy Temple. This red-haired devil is Ned Stryer, a filthy impostor serving the dark cult. Sensing something off, Ned orders his men to dig deep into Zephyr's past, instantly recognizing the specific secret martial arts the kid used. Since that lethal style belongs only to their master and disciples, he wonders if Zephyr was secretly sent by their lord to help. I know what you were thinking, but Ned is testing him using Sahok as bait, planning to personally kill Zephyr if he fails. Meanwhile, Zephyr shocks the High Priestess by dragging out a massive, terrifying monster corpse straight from the deep dungeon. Despite her worries, she cannot help but marvel at the beast. But the boy wants a fortune. The rare gear he demands costs 5,000 gold, equal to 3 of these predator-class beasts. Zephyr casually promises her she will have all 3 corpses in just 3 weeks. Then, pausing, he asks for one more favor before leaving to meet up with his old squad for a relaxed gathering. At the tavern, their squad leader Gota reintroduces the crew to lock down their roles. We got Marco the tank, Dale the swordsman, and finally, Zephyr. But man, you could cut the tension with a knife. Gota instantly spots how incredibly awkward everyone feels sitting right next to Zephyr. He notices nobody has even touched a single bite of their hot food yet. Breaking the ice, Zephyr smiles and whips out an incredibly expensive bottle of wine, instantly turning every head. He proudly mentions he got it from White Rose and pours a cup for everyone, easily earning their respect and melting the icy vibes. Now, he knows they will gladly help him smuggle monster bodies, because at the end of the day, they are in this together. Zephyr already knows Gota from his previous life, but the other 2 died way before this point back then. Their survival makes him uneasy, leaving him wondering if they will stay loyal or if he will have to put them down. He understands that people naturally love whoever feeds their deepest desires. To win over arrogant pride, you just feed their ego. But Zephyr knows he cannot move forward with an enemy in his own ranks. And right now, that threat is Dale. Soon, Gota lays out their next high-stakes mission. And trust me, we are chasing a massive rank upgrade. Let's dive into this epic journey as Goat urges his squad to respect their insanely powerful new recruit. He knows unity is key, but trust me, not everyone shares that vibe. Dale, especially, is fuming that Goat went ahead and made decisions without consulting them first. He even doubts if what Goat witnessed Zephyr soloing the Predator was actually real or just some elaborate illusion. As tempers flare, the big guy, Marco, steps in to shut it down. He tells them to play along, reminding them they still get a 3-way split of the loot. Compromise or not, Dale simply refuses to accept this newcomer. He is sure the kid is bad news. If he is a total fake, the dungeon is going to expose his lies real quick. With their game plan set, the squad heads toward Edorin, a stunning town carved directly into a mountain. Arriving there, the team is completely blown away. They have never seen a place this majestic. Goat explains that the hidden caves are even cooler, containing living quarters and bedrooms where Temple of Light staff and wounded hunters used to rest. But those golden days are over. Now, the entire place looks like a rotting monster lair. Stepping inside, they find the tunnels choked with thick spider webs. Keeping his guard up, Zephyr activates his mana perception, a broken skill that lets him sense magical objects and monsters without ever touching them. Relying on this active skill, he carefully guides the team through the sticky webs with flawless precision. After squeezing through, they finally make it out. Once safe, Zephyr warns them that a steel spider is lurking inside. Now watch closely, because Zephyr is already cooking up a brilliant trap. His plan? Slip inside, paralyze the baby spiders with a custom potion, and then wait for the mother to return, driving her completely wild with rage to leave her wide open. Hearing this crazy plan, Dale instantly pushes back. Even with the 4 of them, he heavily doubts they can defeat a steel spider. The monster's outer shell is literally hard as steel, making basic physical attacks totally useless. Plus, these things multiply insanely fast, building up a massive horde in seconds. Saddled with that danger, fighting them inside their own nest is suicide. Dale suggests running back to the temple for backup, but Zephyr just shrugs, casually telling him to take a nap while he clears the entire nest alone. This insane confidence only makes Dale even more suspicious. First, this kid claims he beat a predator, then he humiliated Sawhawk, and now he can solo a steel spider? Absolutely none of it adds up. Suddenly, Dale has an epiphany. If Zephyr is actually lying, then this dungeon might be a total breeze. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. This is the perfect chance for Dale to expose him. Moving deeper into the dark cavern, Dale accidentally brushes his hand against a sticky web strand and gets completely trapped. As he struggles to break free, horror sets in. Dozens of baby spiders begin crawling out from the shadows, swarming him, but Zephyr moves in a flash. He yanks Dale free, throws himself in front of the swarm, and uses his own bare arm to shield him from the incoming strike. The monsters sink their fangs into Zephyr's arm, but they can't even scratch his hardened skin. Totally unfazed, Zephyr mocks the beasts and slams them into the dirt. Dale watches in absolute awe at this raw strength. Instantly, Zephyr orders the group into defensive battle formation to face the massive swarm. He tells them to quickly wrap their weapons with their thick capes, knowing that normal blades would just get stuck in the spider's glue. Miraculously, the trick works. Even though the webs coat their gear, they can swing with ease. Dale and Goat slash through the wave, herding the creatures into a single zone. The plan is simple. Gather them up, and let Zephyr wipe them out with a single devastating strike. It plays out flawlessly. With one epic swing of his sword, Zephyr vaporizes the entire swarm. As the dust clears, the tired group catches their breath after a heavy fight. Dale, nursing a nasty gash, is completely humiliated that he had to rely on Zephyr's help. But out of nowhere, Zephyr casually hands him a high-grade healing potion with zero hesitation. Staring at the bottle, Dale realizes the kid knew everything from the very beginning, even the exact second he got trapped. All of it thanks to his broken mana perception. Feeling stupid, Dale admits his foolishness. Zephyr just tells him to stay cool and not let it happen again. Secretly, Zephyr watches Dale with absolute respect. Back in his past life, he had to train useless rookies, but Dale actually shows incredible discipline. Zephyr knows Dale still does not trust him, but he also knows clearing this dungeon will change his mind forever. And that is where we leave our squad, easily clearing the nest thanks to Zephyr's perfect prediction. Trust me, you and I are about to see things get even crazier. Let's dive into the hunt where Zephyr's tip to aim for the spider's soft bellies changes everything. Testing this mid-combat, Dale's mind is blown by just how incredibly accurate Zephyr's tactical knowledge really is. While Dale ruthlessly stabs and slices through one of the beasts, the rest of the crew rallies to help finish the kill. They proudly celebrate taking down one monster, only to freeze when they see Zephyr has casually slaughtered hundreds alone. Stepping down from a massive mountain of corpses, Zephyr casually suggests taking a quick break. Catching his breath, Marco intensely wonders where this crazy guy came from and who could have possibly trained him. Right then, Zephyr's mind flashes back to a mysterious mentor training him in a dark cave, but as the memory fades, his expression turns dead serious. He quickly shakes off the memory and changes the subject, reminding everyone that only the final boss room is left. The crew hypes themselves up for the final fight. While they wait, Zephyr casually strolls to a dead spider and rips off its razor-sharp legs. Now watch closely, because he suddenly tells the entire team to pack up and leave him alone. They stare at him in complete shock. Goethe, unlike the ambitious Dale, has never cared about being a hero. He just wants to stay alive, always playing it safe, and bowing to whoever holds the real power. Honestly, that cowardly survival instinct is the only reason he's still breathing. So when Zephyr says go, Goethe instantly agrees, fully convinced they would only end up getting in the powerhouse's way. But Marco wants to stay, arguing they've already made it to the final stretch. Goethe panics, and his anxiety skyrockets when Dale sides with Marco, pointing out that more numbers mean a better shot at winning. Sweating nervously, Goethe prays that Zephyr will just force them all to leave. But to his absolute horror, Zephyr doesn't dismiss them, he actually gives them new jobs. After a quick briefing, Zephyr strides alone into the heart of the dungeon with supreme confidence, and he soon finds himself standing before the Queen Spider's massive spawning chambers. Lurking around her are terrifying elite guardian spiders, each defending their own thick, webbed territories. As Zephyr steps closer, the guardians immediately lock onto him, but he doesn't flinch. He knows they won't charge unless he actually tries to cross into the specific territories they're guarding. With a smirk, Zephyr pulls out massive sacks of plain flour and hurls them at the webs. The bags rupture instantly, filling the chamber with a thick white cloud that completely blinds the monsters. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Why fire a weak crossbow bolt at the giant queen? Well, it is the perfect spark to ignite an epic chain reaction. The floating flour particles instantly ignite, causing a colossal dust explosion that shakes the room. Zephyr immediately runs, knowing this blast won't kill them all. Right on cue, several elite guardians sprint after him. While running, he shoots poison-tipped bolts blindly behind him, successfully dropping one beast. But another terrifying guardian gains ground rapidly as Zephyr rounds a sharp corner. But the chasing monster slams directly into a massive, sticky wall of webbing. Earlier, Zephyr had ordered his squad to place these spiderweb traps at specific choke points. When Goethe doubted if the webs would actually work, Zephyr explained that spiders get stuck in their own webs without a secret chemical they produce. Passing out the web sacks, he made it clear they had to utilize these traps because the sheer number of monsters was completely overwhelming. Now, the fiery dust explosion has evaporated the beast's protective coating, leaving it helplessly ensnared in its own webbing. Seizing the moment, Zephyr pulls his lethal spider claws and slices the trapped monster in half, killing it instantly. Just as things quiet down, the queen spider explodes from the shadows with a blood-curdling shriek. She charges after Zephyr, who runs toward the exit where his team is waiting in perfect combat formation. Right as he reaches daylight, the queen spits a deadly torrent of highly corrosive acid directly at him. From his past life, he knows a single droplet of this lethal venom will melt flesh right off the bone. He leaps out of the entrance, barely dodging the acid, but the furious queen is right on his heels. She crashes into the open air, spraying burning acid everywhere in a mindless rage. The crew immediately moves to intercept her. Gripping his custom spider claw daggers tightly, Zephyr charges straight at the giant beast. He slashes her back and draws all her rage, and trust me, you and I can't miss what's next. You and I are jumping right into a crazy battle where Zephyr acts as the ultimate bait. The roaring spider queen shrieks in rage, but he stands his ground. He is the only warrior with the guts to face this terrifying monster head-on. While he draws all the heat, his teammates move into position to rain down attacks from a safe distance. The crew holds strong, except for Goat, who is literally shaking with fear at the massive beast towering over them. Everyone else is breaking a cold sweat, totally torn between going all out or keeping their distance. Dale is incredibly tense, unable to forget how the elite hunter squads used to mock and humiliate them. They were treated like complete garbage, dismissed as pathetic, low-tier scouts. The hunters' constant insults were endless, but Dale has finally reached his absolute limit. Since they have made it this far, there is no turning back. He goes all in, and Marco shares that exact same burning determination. Before today, they would have run away screaming. But with Zephyr leading the charge, the entire playing field has completely shifted. Every single time they trusted him, they won. That unwavering trust is exactly why Marco decides to put his life on the line too. Pay attention, Goat is getting super annoyed because nobody is listening, and his frustration is completely boiling over. But with Dale and Marco already charging into battle, he has no choice but to reluctantly join the desperate attack. Unleashing their fury together, they target the cracked section of the spider's thick armor, striking hard from every direction. They remember Zephyr's key tip strike right in the middle of those legs to hit the exposed nerve clusters. He also told them to coat their weapons with tranquilizer. Dale coats his blade, strikes, and it actually works. But right as Dale lands his hit, the monster swings at his back. But Zephyr is already moving like lightning. Diving straight down from above, he slashes the beast mid-swing, completely shattering its deadly counterattack. Oozing pure confidence, he pulls the monster's aggro, daring it to try and hit him. The furious spider unleashes a flurry of strikes, but Zephyr blocks every single blow with ease. Dale watches in total shock. He cannot even track how fast Zephyr is moving, or how easily he dominates this raging beast. He remembers how terrified they were, and how Zephyr promised they would survive this encounter, explaining that the Spider Queen would ignore them, completely blinded by fury over her roasted eggs. And seeing him fight right now, Dale finally believes every word. Zephyr also told them the safest spot is near the hind legs. Since she lays eggs in tight spaces, she has a habit of barely using her rear limbs during combat. Staring at the giant spider now, Dale notices her rear legs are dead still while her front claws do all the fighting, proving Zephyr was absolutely right. I know what you're thinking. Dale realizes this kid has definitely slain monsters like this before. The young master was only holding the line so they could inject the tranquilizers. He would take care of the rest. With newfound courage, the team strikes from all sides, successfully sinking their poisoned weapons deep into her armored hide. But suddenly, Goat's spear gets wedged deep inside the leg segment. Before he can tear it free, she yanks him high into the air. With a terrifying shriek, the spider thrashes around, launching massive claws at Zephyr, while throwing Goat crashing violently down onto the hard ground. Driven by absolute fury over her destroyed nest, the queen spider boils with hatred. Realizing her standard attacks are not working, she begins pumping deadly venom into her glands, intending to dissolve them all in toxic sludge. But before she can spit her acid, Zephyr charges straight ahead. With flawless timing, he plunges his hand into her abdomen, grabs the venom sac, and brutally rips it right out. He then unbuckles his leather belt, wrapping it tight around the gland to seal off her toxic spit for the next few minutes. Without losing a beat, he vaults onto her body, launches high into the air, and delivers a devastating dropkick directly to her head. The impact completely shatters the beast's skull. Landing smoothly, he remains totally composed, knowing they will win this if they keep working together. As the massive beast collapses, the entire squad erupts. Dale still cannot believe they actually took down a boss spider. He turns toward the young warrior, looking for answers. But then, the truth hits him. Zephyr deliberately let them strike the final blow. He guided their strikes, shielded them from danger, and made sure they got the kill. That realization blows Dale's mind. Going on a raid feels totally different under real leadership. And honestly, you and I can see why Dale finally believes he can become a legend by following Zephyr. Meanwhile, Zephyr is already planning ahead, wondering which monster carcasses he should harvest as gifts for White Rose. But his scheming is cut short when Dale eagerly calls out, proudly showing off a comfortable seat he prepared. "Stick with me," Dale tells him to take a break, saying they have everything covered. Zephyr is shocked when Dale starts praising him, offering to chop up the corpses and manage all the remaining dirty work. Hearing this, the boy realizes his mana is basically running on empty at this point anyway, and letting them help saves him from Usra's whining later. Watching them get to work, he realizes his team might actually be pretty decent. But then, his face turns deadly serious. Deep down, he knows they are still too weak to face enemies from his past life. With his current trash gear and stats, he needs a solid long-term plan. Later, he presents the Predator's massive corpse to the priestess, leaving her completely blown away by his success. She even rewards him by upgrading his limited inventory space. But as Zephyr stands there, he quietly notices the shady business happening inside the temple in broad daylight. Honestly, he stopped believing these so-called holy temples were actually righteous a long time ago. They take cash from believers, using those funds to build massive cities and expand their own power rather than just fighting monsters. Worship is just a front. It is payment for safety. Temple knights kill beasts, and that protection has a steep price. But you and I both know this safety won't last, and soon, no amount of money will save anyone. Later, during a private meeting, the priestess reveals that the beast corpse he brought in made a massive profit. She is totally amazed by his combat skills, but he cuts straight to the point, demanding to know his remaining debt. Turns out, he has paid 48% of it. She adds that the temple takes 20% off the top as their cut of the deal. Then she remembers she pulled some strings to get him a special job cleaning the lab. He can use all the high-end lab gear after hours, as long as he cleans up. This gets Zephyr seriously excited. It is way easier than sneaking in. But as they keep talking, a mysterious figure approaches and calls for the priestess. When Zephyr turns around and sees the man's face, he instantly freezes in pure shock. It is Ned, a deadly Inquisitor agent, and someone Zephyr fought alongside in his past life. The priestess jokes, teasing that he is here to ask for a loan or a hot date, but deep down, she knows the real truth. Ned is here for our boy, since Zephyr beat up Sahok, and Ned happens to be his boss. She finds it incredibly insulting that Ned would march in here to pick a fight with her client right in front of her. Trying to keep the peace, she tries to send Ned away. But to her shock, he calls Zephyr by name and casually invites them for tea. Wearing a downright creepy grin, he asks if Zephyr has ever met a guy named Sahok. But our boy denies it. Now, watch closely as the tension between them completely skyrockets. A massive wave of mana erupts from both men, crushing the air. The priestess begins to shake as the raw power actually stings her skin. In that split second, she realizes Zephyr is just as powerful as a high-tier temple slave, maybe even stronger. Ned feels it too from just feet away. Channeling destructive mana directly into his fingertips, he gets ready to clash. He is desperate to see what this kid can really do. Just before they can clash, the priestess triggers the slave mark spell, forcing them to freeze. Since both are marked by the temple, the painful spell hits them both incredibly hard. They crash to their knees instantly. The priestess walks over and slaps Zephyr hard, without hesitation. Grabbing him by the collar, she drags him off while screaming at him for almost getting himself killed. As she walks away, she glares back at Ned, coldly stating that this kid belongs to her alone. If he ever touches him again, she promises to end him. Once they are safe, she warns him that Ned is a total demon in disguise, a truly dangerous psychopath. She tells him that no one has ever beaten Ned in a fight. Every single challenger ended up dead. But Zephyr is just bored by this, making her snap and scream that he is her absolute ticket to getting rich. But when she notices the dark bruise forming on his cheek from her slap, her angry tone softens. She guiltily reaches out to touch it, but Zephyr brushes her off, claiming that little exchange was not a fight, just a friendly greeting. Deep down, he knows Ned is fully prepared and came looking for blood. Without another word, Zephyr turns and heads straight for the lab. But before heading out, he quietly asks the priestess for one quick favor. And that's where we leave things, with Ned brushing off dust, still reeling from the power of that slave mark spell. Let's dive into Ned's real story. He was never a slave, just a spy on his master's orders. He absolutely loathed the temple and its hypocrites. But he kept playing his part, even when it made his stomach churn. So he was stunned when his master revealed they executed 2 demon lord worshippers who snuck in disguised as priests. The surviving cultists immediately went into hiding because of tight security. Their only way back in was the slave mark, since the arrogant priests of light never paid attention to lowly slaves they thought were fully controlled. That is why he ordered Ned to keep playing the slave, sneak deep inside the temple, and swipe the raid dungeon reward. Ned agreed immediately. Back in the present, Ned knows they figured out how to break that slave seal, and the priests do not suspect a single thing. But first, they must wait for the temple to crumble and the priests to drop to their knees. Meanwhile, at a ruined fortress, a band of outlaws repairs their broken perimeter fences. One calls out that dinner is ready, and they slowly gather around a beat-up wooden table, sharing a tiny meal while complaining that they are too broke to buy temple protection, meaning they have to defend themselves. While they eat, the sentry spots someone marching over from the temple. It is Sahok. Stepping inside, his very first question is how many people live here. A bandit nervously squeaks out 50, prompting a terrifying manic grin from Sahok. Now pay attention. He raises a weird flute and plays a haunting, chilling note. Instantly, a giant beast erupts from the dirt, skewering the bandits without mercy. This is Sahok's terrifying new power, completely unleashed. With this kind of strength, that kid will never humiliate him again. While Sahok cackles with absolute madness, his summon tears through the camp, brutally swallowing up the surviving outlaws one by one. Meanwhile, deep inside the Temple of Light, night falls, and Zephyr is hard at work brewing a lethal recipe spiked with Spider Queen venom. He is cooking up a legendary toxin known as Fade, the Absolute King of Poisons. To pull this off, he hijacked the priestess's private room, knowing that Ned's spy might slip in to ruin his project. The priestess complained at first, but he easily talked her into letting him use it. Scanning his complicated blueprint, her face wrinkles with sheer confusion because she cannot comprehend what he is trying to build. Suddenly, Zephyr marks lines on a piece of arcanwood and obliterates it with a magic-charged punch. The outer wood shatters, leaving behind several perfectly carved tiny sticks. This display totally stuns and baffles the priestess, so Zephyr explains that they are acupuncture needles used in Eastern medicine. He plans to coat their tips in deadly poison and let them soak for 10 minutes. Once dry, these tiny weapons can effortlessly drop any monster. But you and I both know nobody ever expected them to resort to dirty poisons after the gods abandoned humanity to the demons. With a grim look, Zephyr begins stabbing the venomous needles straight into his own skin, immediately sending a wave of agonizing poison through his veins. Horrified, the priestess rushes to help, but he throws up a hand to hold her back. She remembers his warning not to panic under any circumstance and to just do exactly what he asked once he gives the word. While she still has no clue what his endgame is, Zephyr's goal is simple. He wants a massive stats upgrade. He knows that with the perfect balance, 2 deadly venoms can actually cancel each other out, turning into a miracle medicine that permanently boosts his stats. The catch is that he's messing around with ridiculously unstable and incredibly painful toxins. The sheer agony pushes Zephyr straight to his limit, but he knows this insane gamble is his only option. He forces his mana to circulate, desperately trying to heal the internal damage and trigger a level up. He is basically testing whether this crazy method will cure him or literally shatter his body like a piece of glass. Even so, Zephyr knows this torture is nothing compared to what the Demon Lord inflicted on him before. Gritting his teeth, his mana flow finally stabilizes, and his pitch-black veins slowly fade back to their normal color. The sudden recovery shocks the priestess, but she remembers her final instruction to plunge the last poison needle directly into his skull the moment he signals. The signal comes, and despite shaking with fear, she obeys and drives the needle home with trembling hands. Hours later, deep in the woods, a massive signal beam shoots into the sky, and trust me, things are about to get wild. Down below, absolute chaos breaks out as hunters run for their lives from a stampede of giant monstrous ostriches, screaming and cursing the scouts for messing up the nest count. Stay with me. They already fired a rescue flare, but this deadly stampede is moving way faster than anyone ever expected. While the hunters bicker, the beasts catch up and rip them apart. Soon, only the captain is left alive, knowing the temple is 20 minutes away and help is not coming. He collapses flat onto the dirt, staring up as a giant killer ostrich towers over him, its razor-sharp beak ready to plunge down. But right as it strikes, a flying dagger rips through the air and pierces its neck, sending the massive beast crashing down dead. The captain is stunned, but his jaw drops completely when Zephyr slams down onto the earth with an explosive impact. The second he touches down, the entire flock charges straight for him. But with his newly upgraded strength, he easily demolishes the horde like they are a bucket of fried chicken, slicing through their necks with absolute, brutal precision. Then, with one explosive burst of mana, he unleashes a hail of energy spikes that pierce every monster right in the throat, killing them instantly. Watch closely right here. He cannot comprehend how any lone hunter could wipe out a horde like this. Before he can even speak, Zephyr coldly demands the location of their nest. Shaking, the captain points the way, and without saying another word, Zephyr leaps and completely vanishes, leaving behind a massive wave of pressure that makes the captain feel utterly weak and useless. But instantly, a wave of regret hits him because he forgot to mention one crucial detail: that nest is a total death trap. While he beats himself up for the mistake, a massive explosion rocks the woods, followed by a violent shockwave that cracks the very ground beneath his feet. To his absolute shock, Zephyr casually walks back out of the smoke, dragging the giant severed head of the boss monster behind him. Even after an epic showdown, he looks completely unfazed, since the deadly poison flowing inside him actually doubled his power while blocking all of his pain. Still, Zephyr knows his real bottleneck is equipment. He desperately needs top-tier armor and weapons, but finding a blacksmith is his first priority. Planning his next steps, he shoots a green flare to signal the area is finally safe. Now, let's look deep into the dark dungeon, where Saho keeps up his savage killing spree, eagerly awaiting their next clash. Meanwhile, a few days later, the High Inquisitor Matthias and Lucius, the leader of the Temple Knights, discuss some wild reports about a slave wiping out the entire beast flock, including their massive 100-foot-tall boss. They believe this stunt was a calculated move to show off his insane strength and secure a spot in the upcoming dungeon raid. Hearing this, Matthias wants to lock up and question him, but Lucius decides to wait. The Inquisitor argues, worried the slave might be a cultist plotting to sabotage their operation, but Lucius catches him off guard with a very different plan. He wants to bring dangerous wildcards directly into the raid, so they can easily silence them if they step out of line. Despite being close friends for over 20 years, Matthias strongly objects, but the captain has a secret weapon to show him. He guides the Inquisitor deep down into the tower basement. As they unseal a massive iron vault door, Matthias nearly faints seeing Michael's legendary divine shield and spear resting inside. He cannot believe his eyes, as he had only ever read about such mythical godlike artifacts in history books. The commander smiles, promising that with these holy relics, they can finally conquer this dungeon after 10 long years of failure. He confidently boasts that he will be absolutely unstoppable this time around. Early the next morning, Zephyr's crew finishes a punishing, high-intensity training routine in the slave quarters. They are all pretty shocked to see the training grounds so packed lately. Marco explains that these desperate slaves are fighting for a slot in the raid, since rumors say 2 or 3 spots are still up for grabs. While they gossip, the High Priestess suddenly emerges from their living quarters, walking right past their group. The gladiators quickly bow in respect, but the moment she is gone, they whisper among themselves, wondering why she was inside their rooms. Their wildest suspicions are immediately confirmed when they walk in and find Zephyr casually chilling with a brand new gold ring. They stare in pure disbelief, wondering how on earth he managed to get a valuable item from the priestess. Zephyr shrugs it off, but secretly, he knows this ring is definitely no ordinary piece of jewelry. This is the Ring of Purification, a special item that boosts mana flow and raises magic defense. She handed it over after his upgrade ritual, mentioning she had even more powerful gear that could easily boost his combat stats. And that's where we leave her, totally lost in thought. Alright. You and I are diving into the legend of Persephone, a deadly defunct guild of poison-using assassins. Seeing Zephyr's insane hunting skills and poison power-ups, she seriously wonders if he was once one of them. She remembers how the deadly faction collapsed years ago from brutal internal struggles, but rich nobles still pay fortunes for their secret toxins. Now, she's plotting to profit by keeping Zephyr close to her. With the right high-tier gear, this guy could become an absolute goldmine. First, she must hunt down the perfect equipment. Meanwhile, Zephyr reads her mind, amused that she actually pegged him as a former elite assassin. But hey, there is a massive upside if she starts spreading that rumor around. It might finally lure his real target right to him. Back at camp, the hunters are sweating bullets, seeing Zephyr show off that legendary blue dragon ring. The whole squad is stunned. But just as Zephyr is about to explain the dungeon raid, a violent slam shakes the door. Dale checks the door and finds a critical note pinned there with a dagger. It is an official, urgent order demanding they pack up and report back immediately. They are completely baffled. Why would anyone deliver a stamped hunting team command in such a shady, aggressive way? But pay attention here. Zephyr recognizes that handwriting instantly as Ned's, and he is absolutely thrilled by this personal challenge. Wasting zero time, Zephyr bolts into the forest, moving like a flash of lightning, surging forward while mentally preparing for the raid. This is no ordinary dungeon mission. They are targeting the Tomb of the Fallen Princess, an epic, ancient ruin notorious for being a literal death trap that is almost impossible to conquer. In over 10 years of brutal attempts, absolutely nobody has reached the final boss room. To even qualify for this legendary raid, a person must either be a slave assigned directly to a priest or a top-ranking member of an elite hunting team. Since his current squad cannot rank up fast enough, Zephyr plans to use Ned. As a slave under Matthias, Ned has the pull to sneak him onto the roster. Zephyr just needs to secure his official recommendation. He knows Ned wants to test him anyway, suspecting him of being an ally sent by the Demon Lord. Lost in thought, Zephyr tears through the mountain paths until he literally crashes right into a wooden watchtower. As the dust clears, a familiar, annoying voice calls out. It is Sahak. Zephyr stops, telling him to get lost while wondering why this loser is even here. Sahak just flashes a twisted, ugly grin, claiming he has been absolutely itching for a rematch. As Zephyr stands there confused, Sahak draws a blade, trying to show off some weird new power. But before he can even finish talking, Zephyr blurs past and drops him to the dirt with a single, brutal strike. Zephyr frowns, annoyed that Ned is playing mind games, especially sending a puppet like Sahak instead of showing up himself. Let's see if Ned is actually hiding nearby. Instead of an answer, Sahak starts twitching. He rises from the ground in a creepy, disjointed way, laughing like a psychopath. A disgusting, slimy monster starts oozing out from under his cloak. Without hesitating, Sahak whips out a flute and plays a melody, sending the slime into overdrive as it lifts him up and mutates into a massive horror. Completely mad, Sahak screams curses at Zephyr, swearing to tear him apart limb by limb. The monster fully forms and immediately lunges. Caught slightly off guard, Zephyr takes a direct hit that sends him flying right into the rocky mountain wall. But before Sahak can celebrate, a searing energy beam vaporizes the monster's writhing tentacles, and Zephyr steps out completely untouched. He instantly recognizes this beast as a biological weapon crafted by cultists of the Demon Lord. It begins as a dormant egg and hatches only when triggered by a hypnotic instrument like Sahak's ocarina. This magical flute also shields the user from the creature's mind-rotting corruption aura. This mindless beast has an endless, insatiable appetite, growing infinitely stronger with every human it devours, especially those with mana. Physical attacks won't work. While Zephyr is busy analyzing his options, the horror suddenly strikes, wrapping its slimy tentacles around him. He immediately remembers the corruption aura, which instantly infects anyone who makes physical contact with the beast. Once infected, a victim's mind rots away until they turn into a violent, bloodthirsty maniac who attacks their own allies. It is a terrifying biological weapon engineered by the Demon Lord to systematically slaughter humanity. Seeing Zephyr completely trapped, Sahak bursts into a fit of arrogant, victorious laughter, screaming that Zephyr's mind is now completely broken. Little does he know, our guy has a secret weapon, the legendary blue dragon ring. It flashes, and we watch the entire beast dissolve. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as Zephyr grabs Sahak by the throat. No time to react, he just screams about back when he actually cared about saving people in a hopeless world. He always wondered if things would be different if he grew up around humans who actually stood together and fought back. Maybe then, the people he loved would still be alive today. Hearing Zephyr's icy words, Sahak begins to sweat, completely unnerved by the chilling look in his eyes. Look, our boy is totally fine with giving second chances to most people, but never to a monster like Sahak, who fed hundreds of innocents to this beast and wanted more. Rage boiling over, Zephyr channels all his mana directly into his fist. He slams it into Sahak's gut, following up with an absolutely brutal punch that shatters his face completely. Totally deserved. Without stopping, Zephyr starts preparing his ultimate finishing move. The East Dragon's Roar, an insanely powerful strike that channels pure lightning. Gathering massive mana into his palm, he unleashes the full attack, blasting Sahak with a relentless barrage of lightning-charged strikes. The strike roasts Sahak to an absolute crisp, leaving even Zephyr a bit unnerved by the brutal damage. Still, he got the job done. Next, he grabs the flute. Knowing physical hits won't kill this monster without elemental magic, he starts playing a melody. He knows the beast can be taken down with one perfectly aimed strike, but he has to watch his mana closely. Now, pay attention here as Zephyr plays the annihilation code on the flute. Those magical tones start tearing the monster's very bonds apart. Right then, Ned finally arrives, landing nearby and looking completely shocked to hear Zephyr playing a melody known only to Demon Lord cultists. Zephyr spots him, immediately realizing his hunch was correct. Ned came looking for him. He has been waiting for this exact moment, but now he needs to convince him he is truly on their side. Looking back, he remembers the master who trained him, the same man he failed to protect. This time, he is going to repay that debt. To do that, he has to get close to Ned, whatever the cost. While Zephyr is distracted by his memories, Ned suddenly draws his blade. Seeing Zephyr in action convinced him that this guy is too dangerous to keep alive. He lunges with a glowing sword, but Zephyr effortlessly dodges every single slash, leaving him stunned. Sensing immediate danger, Ned spins on his heel to block a sudden counterattack. 3 stones fly straight at him from behind, but he miraculously deflects them just in time. Even while defending, he notes Zephyr's unreal speed and precision skills only his master and elite warriors ever show. You might be thinking he's crazy, but Zephyr offers to fight completely unarmed. Stunned, Ned actually agrees. Now they square off, fists crackling with lightning as they drop into identical fighting stances, ready to clash. Ned strikes first, throwing a high-voltage lightning palm. Zephyr, though, doesn't even flinch. He unleashes the floating cloud technique, releasing an electrical charge that perfectly mirrors Ned's. The opposing forces instantly repel each other, neutralizing the blast on contact. Ned is completely dumbfounded. Surviving that lightning palm requires generating the perfect amount of defensive currents to bounce it back. Too little, and it fries you instantly. On top of that, your timing has to be absolutely flawless. Seeing Zephyr pull this off effortlessly proves this is no ordinary prodigy. He is using techniques that only a select few masters across the world have ever unlocked. Before today, only Ned and his own brother could successfully pull off that counter, an elite form of the legendary Dragon King's secret martial arts. This move belonged to Jin Ryang, a high-ranking demon worshipper who gained insane power by keeping the Dragon King's arts alive. Out of all his students, only 2 ever learned these true secrets, his biological son and Ned. Jin Ryang only trained those 2 to keep these techniques a secret, which is exactly why Ned is losing his mind over what he just witnessed. Not only did this random kid just use their sacred style, but he also wiped out their biological weapon meant for the big raid. Now Ned has no clue who Zephyr is or what he wants. Zephyr registers the shock on his face and instantly takes full advantage. Calmly, he spins a lie, claiming that if Ned thinks there were only 2 disciples, he was kept in the dark. Flashing his ring, he asks a chilling question: if these arts are so rare, what happens if one of the disciples dies? The threat lands heavily. If a disciple fell, the art would vanish forever, because their master would never have time to train a replacement. And trust me, the realization hits hard. Maybe a secret 3rd disciple really was trained to protect the legacy. While Ned stands there, completely frozen. All right, you and I are about to watch Zephyr pull off a crazy bluff as he steps up, claiming to be the secret shadow disciple. Our guy lies like it is second nature. These shadow disciples are hidden successors, trained in secret to keep martial arts techniques alive during emergencies. If the main heirs go down, the shadow disciple takes over. But once the official successor inherits the throne safely, the shadow backup is usually executed. Leaving them alive is too dangerous, since their mere presence invites future conflict. In reality, though, Zephyr is completely making this up. He knows the actual shadow disciple won't even show up until this raid ends. Altair and her team are currently keeping him busy. Thinking of Altair makes him smirk, imagining her stuck doing chores for now. He decides to take full advantage of this perfect timing. Ned, still highly suspicious, claims he already checked with their master and was told no such disciple was ever sent. He is trying to call Zephyr's bluff, but honestly, Ned hasn't even spoken to their master. Now watch closely. Ned wants to handle this himself instead of exposing the lie to his master. If Zephyr does anything suspicious, Ned will kill him instantly. Sensing this heavy tension, our main character doubles down on his lie. He claims his secret orders are to slip into the raid team and take Ned's place if things go south. He even mentions Ned's real goal to steal the Dragon Heart, a legendary magical core harvested straight from a dragon's chest. It holds legendary power but is almost impossible to find, and one is hidden deep inside the tomb of the fallen princess, the exact dungeon they are about to raid. Zephyr knows Ned is lightning fast, making him the prime choice to escape, but he boldly claims he can do it much better. He tests Ned's temper even further, saying they need to discuss a deeply personal matter. As Ned grinds his teeth, Zephyr leans in close and whispers that he wants to talk about Bloodtear. Hearing this makes Ned freeze, since it is a stolen family treasure that only he and his master are supposed to know about. Terrified, Ned demands to know how much he knows, but Zephyr demands to join the raid first. With his hands completely tied, Ned agrees and orders him to follow. He guides Zephyr to a ruined building by the temple, introducing him to the crew as an ally sent by their master. Matthias gets totally hyped about the recruit. And let's pause here, because he reveals that every single person in this 40-man raid worships the Demon Lord. He goes over the step-by-step raid plan with Zephyr one more time. Zephyr, wanting details on these cultists, is stunned to find that all 40 fighters are devoted followers. This is an elite, highly trained unit designed for impossible missions. Even seeing their power, our hero cannot understand why such elite warriors would serve a Demon Lord. Meanwhile, Ned is thinking, He wonders if his master shared deep secrets with Zephyr that were supposed to stay strictly between them. A sudden wave of deep doubt hits him, worrying that his master actually trusts Zephyr more. But Ned shakes it off, remembering his master's promise of revenge if he proves his worth. That promise is what keeps him going. He is focused on gaining approval to finish his quest. Yet, one dark thought about this shadow disciple still haunts him. Zephyr suspects that Ned is deeply worried this shadow disciple is simply waiting for him to die, or even planning to slide a blade into his back. As Ned broods in silence, Matthias wraps up the briefing and splits the entire squad into two groups, one squad protecting Ned, the other hunting Knight Commander Lucius. Ned immediately grabs Zephyr and places him on his own squad. He wants to keep his enemy close, making it easy to put him down if necessary. Getting the invite, Zephyr pauses. He remembers that in his past life, Ned was completely blinded by his obsession with revenge. That burning hatred made him trust the wrong ally, leading straight to his ultimate demise. But Zephyr also knows that Ned was fiercely, unshakably loyal. If he can win Ned over, he will gain an incredibly powerful ally. With that goal in mind, Zephyr accepts the offer. During his first run, Zephyr completely missed out on these bonds connections that could have rewritten his entire destiny. This, he remembers, was the very first opportunity he lost. Trust me, you and I are about to watch him tame the monster who taught him the Dragon King style. The next day, the raid roster drops, detailing everything from training to logistics, and trust me, we're in for a wild ride. Everything is going exactly as Zephyr planned. Knowing he has to prepare, he pays his former squad a final visit to say goodbye, having already cleared 3 dungeons for them as promised. His old teammates are genuinely grateful, and Zephyr promises this progress will secure their promotion. But as the farewell wraps up, Dale gets visibly anxious. He desperately wants to ask Zephyr to bring him along, but the words get stuck in his throat. He finds Zephyr's grand goals incredible, but knows deep down that they are still far too weak to follow him. But to Dale's absolute shock, Zephyr promises that with enough hard training, he'll eventually stand by his side. This lifts Dale's spirit before Zephyr departs. Now, pay attention here. Zephyr knows in his past life, 2 of them were already dead. Even though they survived this time, he knows they are still basically doomed. In 3 years, the Demon Lord rises, and most of humanity will die. That's why he needs the Dragon Heart to rewrite history. Next, Zephyr visits the priestess to collect his newly made gear. Remarkably, she prepared everything exactly to his specifications. The weapons are blunt but boast incredible mana conductivity. He requested this because he knows the raid dungeon is crawling with skeletons that easily shrug off normal sword slashes. To crush bone, heavy, blunt weapons are absolutely essential. After a quick inspection, Zephyr buys the whole lot, though his eyes linger on the Twilight Longsword, which she acquired just for him. Yet, she remains worried, knowing a blade won't do much against the undead. Meanwhile, Zephyr reflects on the dungeon itself, a place the temple couldn't conquer despite 10 whole years of trying. Yet now, even the fanatical Demon Lord worshippers are ready to risk everything for its secrets. Worse, almost everyone on this raid is his enemy, and Ned still distrusts him. If he can't win him over, they'll end up fighting to the death. Just then, an apprentice enchanter named Angelia suddenly arrives. She works in the temple's research lab and greets them warmly. In this world, enchanting means imbuing gear with dense magical mana, and Angelia is one of the temple's absolute best. Getting straight to work, she casts a holy light spell, fully infusing Zephyr's weapons with divine energy. This is crucial preparation for the upcoming raid. Zephyr needs his gear flawless before facing the other suspicious raid members. Once the enchantment wraps up, they pay Angelia. And here's a detail you and I should appreciate: the bill is surprisingly cheap. Zephyr wonders if the priestess secretly pulled some strings. Wanting answers, he decides to settle his debts, realizing she didn't take a single copper of commission from their previous massive trades. The priestess merely smiles, claiming she is just helping him out as a friend. Zephyr thanks her, then casually drops a bombshell he is completely broke. He explains those recent dungeons barely dropped any valuable loot. To pay her back, he pulls out the deadly poisons he crafted, offering them as an alternative. The priestess is instantly shocked but thrilled by the offer. Zephyr playfully teases her before handing over the deadly vials. Before walking out, he warns her never to sell these to potential traders inside the temple. At dawn, the grand raid party assembles outside the temple gates. Zephyr is stunned to see hundreds of elite knights and skilled healers gathered. He grimly remembers that in his past life, barely any of them made it out alive. Once the crowd settles, Lucius, the legendary raid commander, steps forward to officially declare the start of the operation. This is no ordinary expedition. It is a highly tense mix of holy knights, combat slaves, and fanatical inquisitors from the church's lowest branches. 86 elites make up the entire group, each systematically divided based on their specific roles, ranging from vanguard tanks and scouts to long-range damage dealers backed by specialized support healers. 4 key commanders lead them all: a priest, a priestess, the powerful Matthias, and the legendary commander Lucius. Lucius commands absolute respect, mostly because he bears the holy stigmata, a brand reserved only for those beloved by God. Those blessed with this mark wield godlike power in life, and upon death, ascend to become literal angels, serving the heavens. Lucius received his stigmata at just 7 years old, which is why people revere him as a living deity. To ordinary people, just catching a glimpse of him is a divine honor. Even Zephyr is surprised. A legend of this scale showed up, but mid-thought, Zephyr notices Ned glaring at him with pure, unresolved hostility, putting him on high alert. Meanwhile, Lucius begins addressing the silent crowd. Prophecy claims that after 10 years of failure, victory is guaranteed. Trust me, you and I are about to see if they survive. Alright, you and I are about to watch these slaves fight to become legends and finally earn their freedom. But first, they have to survive 2 weeks of absolutely brutal training. The massive crowd goes wild, praying to Almighty Arya with fanatical devotion, and just like that, the hellish training officially begins. Their very first task? Scaling the summit of Screams to reach the training grounds. As Zephyr climbs, Lucius's talk about honor just pisses him off because he knows the real truth. Clearing this dungeon isn't some holy crusade, it's pure business, driven entirely by dirty, high-stakes politics. Gathering gear, securing slaves, and prepping the team takes years, and funding it all requires wealthy investors. To Zephyr, this raid is all about cold, hard cash and calculating business tactics. They're already building roads and cities on the secured land to exploit rising values, turning a raid into a massive business. The Temple of Light, acting as the third parish, becomes Lucius's main headquarters, where he gets the recruits ready and constantly monitors their daily progress. Soon, the Holy Priestess creates a chaotic mock battlefield packed with heavy golems, practice dummies, and her own deadly spells. Once the fight kicks off, the dummies charge with insane aggression, sending recruits flying everywhere as they desperately struggle to survive the overwhelming onslaught. But Zephyr and Ned just smash through everything, turning this deadly exercise into their own personal game. Now pay attention here. Ned warns Zephyr to hide his Dragon King style before charging, as our boy preps his own strike. Their twin attacks slam into the golem at the exact same moment, completely obliterating it. During a quick breather, the Holy Priest watches them and feels a spark of real hope. He sees massive potential in these slaves, especially Ned and Zephyr, believing their presence gives this raid a genuine shot at conquering the dungeon. The healer wraps up his spell and tells the squad it's time to get back to work. With non-stop healing keeping them alive, those 2 weeks of non-stop torture feel more like 2 grueling months. Days blur together, and finally, the brutal training period comes to an end. Incredibly, not a single recruit dropped out, with everyone somehow surviving the extreme sessions. While the priests hand out celebratory food and drinks, Ned sits off to the side, completely lost in thought. Zephyr hands him a plate, knowing he has barely eaten a bite lately, but Ned refuses to keep his body light and fast. Hearing that, Zephyr puts his own plate down too. He doesn't have an appetite either, with the raid coming up, which annoys Ned until our boy lightens the mood with a high-end bottle of wine. Ned takes a glass, sips the wine, and quietly asks how much Zephyr really knows about him. Throughout training, he noticed Zephyr never showed even a shred of hostility. Ned remembers Zephyr mentioning the blood tear before, only to brush it off and promise to explain it later. Remembering this, Ned's curiosity spikes, and Zephyr instantly notices the sudden shift in his demeanor. When they first met, Ned wanted him dead, but spending 2 full weeks together seems to have changed his mind. Zephyr corrects him. Instead of asking what the blood tear is, he should ask where it is and who has it. Here is the part you and I need to watch. Zephyr whispers something that leaves Ned pale with shock. Years ago, Ned's father showed him the blood tear, a sacred relic passed down through their family line. According to him, their ancestors earned it by slaying legendary monsters. They offered the sword to the king, earning the title of Baron and being appointed its official caretakers. His father truly believed Ned would inherit both the legendary sword and the proud family name. He knew his son would become a great knight worthy of carrying it until the corrupt Temple of Light raided their estate. They brutally seized both the sword and their noble title as collateral, completely ignoring his father's desperate pleas. According to the priests, the sword belonged to the title itself, and since his father surrendered that title for the loan, he had absolutely no right to it anymore. Driven mad with rage, his father drew his sword and charged, but temple guards brutally stabbed him to death. Young Ned witnessed the entire horrific scene, screaming in absolute terror for his father. The heartless priests even mocked his dying father, and trust me, you and I know Ned will make them pay. Alright, you and I are going back 12 years to when greed and dungeon speculation ran completely out of control. Back then, investors made massive fortunes as rare loot prices soared from successful guild raids. But once the raids started failing and shady scams surfaced, the market crashed hard. The greedy Temple of Light, who made the most gold, kept lying to investors that everything was totally fine. They sold trash gear at insane prices to squeeze out every coin before the crash, trapping investors like Ned's father. He had borrowed heavily from the temple itself, and when the crash hit, he lost absolutely everything. The corrupt masterminds walked away rich, especially Priest Olden, a family friend who cold-bloodedly stabbed Ned's father in the back. From that dark day on, Ned lived for one thing, only destroying the entire Temple of Light. To do it, he spent years searching for a legendary weapon called the Blood Tear, but found nothing. Now, back in the present, Ned's mind is blown when Zephyr reveals their master actually has that Blood Tear sword. Zephyr drops another bomb. Their master revealed that 12 secret apostles of the Demon Lord are posing as the temple's high-ranking holy priests. This utterly breaks Ned. Worse, Zephyr warns him that the master's promised to help him get revenge? A total lie. Watch closely here as Ned marches with his squad. The crushing weight of betrayal finally sinks in. He finally sees the truth. Their master is just using them to grab the heart and hand it to their leader. If that heart gets delivered, Ned's shot at revenge is dead. The corrupt bastards will become completely untouchable. They were nothing but puppets from the very start. The master he loved like family betrayed him. And he knows Zephyr isn't lying. There is no way Zephyr could have known about that secret promise of revenge unless it actually happened. With his entire world shattered, Ned has absolutely no idea what his next move should be. Eventually, the party reaches the dark entrance of the fallen princess's tomb. But before they even step inside, the suffocating dark energy makes some warriors shiver in fear, while the battle-hungry elites can't wait to start fighting. Ignoring the creepy vibes, the raid group pushes forward onto the first floor of the dungeon. The holy priestess points out glowing purification amulets on the walls, confirming this entire level has already been cleared. This massive dungeon has 9 floors in total, everything up to the 7th floor, and even the 8th floor gatekeeper is cleared. But because of the lingering evil energy leaking from below, monsters still spawn constantly. You and I both know what happens next. Hordes of skeleton monsters rise up. The warriors grin, absolutely itching for blood. Meanwhile, back at the temple, Lucius's uncle warmly welcomes elite reinforcement forces sent directly from the central parish. They are here to guard the temple during the raid. But the head priest has absolutely no idea that their leader, Olden, the powerful man leading these reinforcements, is actually a secret, devout worshipper of the Demon Lord. Back in the tomb, our raid party charges forward, absolutely obliterating waves of undead skeletons. These monsters keep spawning because of the dark soul of their fallen princess, Eurytice. She was once history's greatest sorceress, dragging her entire kingdom into the grave with her. Suddenly, mid-battle, massive bone golems constructed from hundreds of fused skeletons rise from the ground. One golem slams its massive fists down, unleashing a shockwave that sends hunters flying like ragdolls. Reacting instantly, the holy priestess and her mages cast Chain of Light, anchoring the beast down. The hunters seize the opening and strike, but to their horror, the massive golem shatters the chains. Before it can counterattack, Matthias, who was quietly charging his power, calmly steps forward. With one clean, earth-shattering slash, he puts the beast down, leaving the entire squad stunned in awe. Matthias snaps them back to reality, warning that a hidden skeleton mage is likely pulling the strings. Sure enough, they spot the skeletal mage standing atop the bones, and the priest orders all rangers to fire. But Matthias knows that to give the rangers a clean shot, they have to take out the power source. They must find the mana tomb. That's when Lucius steps up, holding his glowing holy lance and shield. Without blinking, he fires a massive holy beam that completely vaporizes every single skeleton in its path. The explosion clears the way and smashes the ancient tombstone that was powering those skeleton mages. In one move, Lucius destroys both targets. Trust me, you and I are about to see this raid get even wilder. Meanwhile, the priestess stares in absolute disbelief. Let's dive into this wild scene where Lucius finishes a 30-minute team effort with one blast, leaving Zephyr and Ned utterly speechless in front of that glowing spear. With the 8th floor finally cleared, the party decides to camp out right there to rest and recover. While the others sleep, Zephyr quietly searches a nearby wall, looking for something hidden, and he finally spots it. Meanwhile, in a makeshift dungeon meeting room, Lucius briefs the senior leaders about the upcoming 9th floor. He suggests they destroy every single tombstone before even stepping near the boss room. But the priestess disagrees, claiming that a direct charge to the boss is much faster. Lucius quickly shuts that down, reminding them that their last shortcut failed miserably. They reached the boss but got swarmed by endless skeleton soldiers, costing them many precious lives. He refuses to repeat that tragedy, even if clearing the path takes them several extra days. Hearing this, the priest realizes that even a cautious path means casualties, leaving a heavy burden on those who survive. Their main focus now is keeping Lucius completely healthy and full of mana so he can destroy the boss and secure victory. He remembers how last year's team froze at the boss gate, completely paralyzed by the terrifying dark energy pouring out of it. Now pay attention. because distant screams suddenly interrupt the meeting and shatter the silence. They are under attack by the monstrous pets Sahok used before. 5 of these beasts, meant to help Matthias with his scheme, have gone totally wild. Something triggered their sensitive danger radars, sending them into a blind rampage. Meanwhile, Zephyr keeps searching the wall and finds a concealed wheel built into the stone. Without hesitating, he spins it. The moment he turns the wheel, the entire dungeon starts shifting. The floor and walls slide like puzzle blocks, transforming the area and terrifying everyone trapped inside. This entire chaotic event was actually planned days before the official raid announcement, during a secret gathering of the Demon Lord worshippers. During that meeting, Matthias shared some highly critical information with them. He revealed that the boss room door stays locked until the gatekeeper is dead, and once inside, the only escape is by slaying the boss. He uncovered this from ancient texts and court records. One of the followers asked if they could just smash through the dungeon walls instead, but Matthias explained that deeper levels have stronger magical barriers. Down there, the stone walls are as tough as solid steel. But wait, I know what you're thinking, and yes, Lucius has a secret weapon to break these walls. He plans to wedge an indestructible pillar into the door, keeping their escape route wide open. Since that pillar is unbreakable, the door will stay open. Knowing this, Matthias ordered his strike force to assassinate Lucius. The plan is to drag the boss directly to Lucius while keeping it far from the door. In the chaos, Ned must steal the dragon heart. Once he escapes through the door with it, they will awaken the corrupted beast. These are terrifying monsters that eat humans and infect anyone who gets close to them. Lucius and the high-tier leaders have strong magic resistance to block the infection, but the regular fighters are completely defenseless against it. Once the plague spreads, the infected raiders will turn on each other, creating the perfect distraction. During that absolute chaos, the boss monster can easily finish off Lucius once and for all. Matthias says once they make their escape, they will report the entire raid as a tragic failure to the temple. Their cult leader also gave them a special drug to disable the slave mark, stopping the priest from forcing any commands on them. On top of that, everyone gets an ocarina flute to summon corrupted monsters for their escape, a detail that deeply excites Zephyr. It makes his job of stealing the dragon heart way easier than before. During the actual raid, Zephyr completely ignores the schedule, plays his flute, and unleashes the beasts way ahead of time. The sudden arrival of these monsters sparks immediate panic and absolute chaos among the fighters. He knows the healers are nearby to keep most people alive, but as Zephyr moves forward with his plan, the high-ranking leaders spot him. Matthias recognizes his face, remembering when Ned first brought him to their secret meeting. But he has no idea what Zephyr is up to. Realizing he's busted, our boy hits a hidden button and spins a secret wheel on the wall. And that's where we leave it, as he triggers an ancient shelter system from the demon invasion era. Alright, you and I are watching the dungeon shift completely. Zephyr has dealt with this trap before, so he easily uses the chaos to his advantage. During the escape, Lucius spots him and immediately remembers what Matthias said about him earlier. Thinking he is a demon worshipper, Lucius tries to force his slave command. But to his absolute shock, it completely fails. Matthias notices this too, instantly realizing that Zephyr must have swallowed that special potion from earlier. Losing his mind, Matthias coats his blade in pure, deadly energy. But before he can strike, Ned flashes in and completely slices through his arm with a flexible sword. Matthias just stands there in absolute shock, unable to believe his own ally betrayed him too. Ned keeps chasing Zephyr, but even after blocking Matthias, he is still worried about how Lucius will react. Right then, Lucius fires a massive holy beam straight from his lance, aiming to incinerate Zephyr. Somehow, the kid dodges it easily. It turns out his insane evasion comes from a broken luck perk, a gift from the gods when he reincarnated into the past. This cheat code gives him insane bursts of good luck during 3 crucial, life-or-death situations. Back in the present, Zephyr knows this shifting maze is creating completely new paths that never existed before. Using his active luck cheat, he is betting on finding a shortcut leading straight to the final boss. As he speeds through the halls looking for a path, something catches him completely off guard. Ned caught up, but why on earth is this guy suddenly helping Zephyr? During a flashback right after training, Zephyr revealed he knew all about Ned's secret plan to steal the dragon heart and run, even if it meant betraying the entire team. But he warned Ned that if he stuck to that reckless plan, he would definitely end up dead. To survive, they had to team up and kill the boss. This warning left Ned completely stunned. Back then, Ned snapped, furious at what sounded like a suicidal idea. But Zephyr calmly assured him that he had a far better plan, one that would turn the tables completely. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. The plan makes sense, but can we actually trust him? He demanded to know why Zephyr thought he would die, especially since he was extremely fast and a master of the powerful Dragon King martial arts style. Zephyr explained that absorbing a dragon heart without a special ancient technique is literal suicide. He claimed to know someone who could help Ned absorb it safely, while also warning him about the third parish priest. This priest, Olden, was waiting for that dragon heart, and if he did not get it, he would send the twin knights, the strongest warriors in the land, after Ned. Plus, every single demon worshipper and their master would hunt him down. So, Zephyr asked him straight up, did Ned really think he could survive all that alone? Back in the present, here is the part you and I need to watch closely as they sprint. As they run, Ned remembers arguing with Matthias earlier, when he asked to personally deliver the dragon heart to their leader. Matthias completely shut that down, insisting that Ned should stay out of it, since Olden himself was the designated carrier and would never make a mistake. Matthias was also shocked that their leader had told Ned anything, considering how secretive their cult actually is. But Ned only asked those questions to test if Zephyr was telling the truth, and indeed he was. This proved that Olden, his bitter rival, was actually a high-ranking leader among the demon worshippers. That discovery made everything 10 times worse. Olden had murdered his father, and now he wanted to keep Ned enslaved. Furious, Ned channels his rage as they pass a skeleton golem, shattering it to pieces with one massive, explosive strike. His thirst for revenge against the cultists hiding inside the Temple of Light is now burning hotter than ever. Zephyr yells at him to keep up, knowing they cannot waste seconds on trash mobs. His broken luck skill has only 15 seconds left. With the timer ticking away rapidly, the duo sprints straight for the boss room gate. But just as they get close, the gatekeeper spots them and unleashes a deadly wave of dark magic right at them. They barely dodge the strike, spotting a tiny crack in the massive door. With only 3 seconds left on his buff, they dive through and squeeze inside just in time. But once they make it through, Ned is shocked to see the entire boss chamber is completely empty. Suddenly, a booming, majestic voice echoes through the dark hall, demanding to know how they snuck past the gatekeeper and warning them never to disturb her presence again. Meanwhile, the raid party outside manages to wipe out the remaining corrupted beasts, causing the moving walls to finally freeze. As they treat the wounded, Lucius stands frozen. You and I would also be stunned if we just watched a slave mark completely break. Alright, let's dive back into this insanity as Lucius wonders if the kid never had the mark or somehow neutralized it himself. He is completely blindsided to learn that someone smuggled corrupted monsters inside, and that this mysterious kid actually used a device to warp the dungeon's very structure. All these clues point to one horrifying truth: demon lord worshippers are hiding right among them. Lucius simply cannot accept it, especially since he handpicked every member of this raid party himself. Shaken to his core, he demands to know who those 2 escapees were. The priest drops their names, and the second Lucius hears Ned works under Inquisitor Matthias, his face goes totally pale. Meanwhile, Matthias is nearby, absolutely seething with rage, because his 2 useless men panicked over the boss and ruined the entire plan. It was supposed to be a flawless scheme to boost his status with both the dark cultists and the Temple of Light. But now, everything has completely shattered. Snapping back to reality, he orders his cultists to fight or die. But as chaos erupts, they turn around only to find Lucius and the Temple elite, heavily armed and waiting. Lucius gives his old ally one final chance to explain himself, but Matthias has already chosen violence. Meanwhile, back in the boss room, our boys stand before the princess, completely frozen in shock, especially Ned, who finds it impossible to believe that a notorious killer could look this breathtakingly beautiful. Look closely at her expression, see that deep sorrow? It makes him doubt the legends of her cruelty. He even gets a sudden urge to comfort her, totally mesmerized by her aura as he dazedly walks forward. But our main character yanks him back, stopping him before he takes a fatal step. He cannot believe Ned fell for a basic trick, but Ned quickly realizes he was walking straight into a deadly magic circle. Suddenly, the princess's beautiful disguise melts away. Her face twists into a wicked grin as she cackles, boasting that she is going to devour them whole. She mutates into a hideous beast, lunging forward with suffocating bloodlust as Zephyr yells at Ned for falling for the trap. But with the spell shattered, both of them manage to dodge her lethal strike. She unleashes a dark hand technique, summoning spectral limbs that drain both mana and physical stamina on contact. She can manifest hundreds of these hands simultaneously, a move that wiped out countless elite squads in the past. It even acts as a continuous healing spell, keeping her fully energized while slowly draining her victims dry. Even a legend like Lucius barely survived fighting her before. Now think about the pressure on Zephyr. The god of Death's wall of iron skill is ready to trigger the second he slips up. Back in the dungeon, Lucius confronts Matthias for throwing away 10 years of progress they built together. Hearing this, Matthias knows his cover is blown. Lucius would never speak to him like this unless he knew the truth. Escape is impossible, and using slaves as a shield won't work because he does not recognize this newly altered layout. Plus, returning empty-handed means his master will brutally end his life. Cornered and desperate, Matthias decides that taking Lucius's head is his only shot at survival and prepares to strike. He acts tough, but he knows Lucius holds overpowered holy relics and is backed by a lethal squad of battle priests and healers. Beating them alone is going to be incredibly tough, but Matthias has one secret ace left. Several priests flanking Lucius are actually his own double agents. If they can launch a surprise attack, they might still salvage this entire disaster. He secretly signals his crew to drink their potions on 3 and launch Plan C, a special mixture meant to break their slave marks and let them slip away. To stall, Matthias challenges Lucius to a one-on-one duel while silently counting down for his spies. But the veteran commander sees right through the delay tactic and instantly orders a full-scale assault. Before the traitors can even open their potions, Lucius triggers their slave marks, forcing them under his absolute control. Now utterly trapped, Matthias watches his own men turn their blades on him as Lucius leads the charge. Even with total control of the battlefield, Lucius looks deeply disappointed in his old friend. Since they were 12, they shared everything. They grew up side by side, fought in wars, and trusted each other with their lives. That deep bond makes this betrayal sting even worse. But right now, Lucius needs Matthias alive to disarm his traps. After a savage struggle, many slaves lose their lives, but they successfully corner and capture Matthias. And trust me, we are not ready for what's next as Demon Lord-marked bugs crawl out of those bodies. Let's dive into this dark ritual where worshippers serve as slaves to the light. Aware of this vile magic, Lucius crushes one of the insects, showing his utter disappointment in Matthias. He never imagined his companion would sell his soul to the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, the holy priest is stunned that Matthias managed to slaughter 30 slaves in just 30 seconds, yet he remains totally confident in Lucius's supreme power. Now bound in holy chains, Matthias realizes how outmatched he really is. He was completely unable to land even a single blow, proving the immense gap in their strength. As this brutal reality sets in, he wonders if this unfair balance was preordained by the gods themselves. Deep in thought, he suddenly coughs violently and spits out a tiny stone hidden inside his mouth, marked with the crest of the Demon Lord. Refusing to accept defeat, he's ready to do whatever it takes to escape. Lucius, entirely unaware of the hidden stone, starts demanding answers for his betrayal. Instead of answering, he maniacally flashes the stone, terrifying everyone. In a flash, he crushes it with his teeth, triggering a violent transformation that shatters his chains. This stone is the ultimate secret weapon of the Demon Lord's cult, known as the Stone of Revelation. It mutates the user into a horrific demon, meant only as a final, desperate resort. Pay attention here, once activated, there is no turning back. Fully transformed, Matthias feels zero regret. To him, becoming a demon is far better than remaining a weak, useless human. Watching this transformation unfold, Lucius panics and instantly commands his priests to attack. The high priest casts a spell to boost their power, and they launch an all-out assault. However, it is useless as the demon casually blocks their strikes with his bare hands. But out of nowhere, Lucius is already on him, bringing down his holy lance with absolute force. Everyone expects this to end the fight. But shockingly, the demon stops the divine weapon barehanded. The priests and their commanders are stunned. Even legendary grade weapons do absolutely nothing, leaving them clueless on how to back Lucius up. Suddenly, the young priestess remembers the stake of faith, a holy weapon Lucius gave her for absolute emergencies. She sprints toward the beast, trying to pull it from her inventory pocket. To her horror, her inventory case is gone. Meanwhile, deep inside the boss room, Ned holds the weapon. He had swiped it from her earlier as part of their strategy. As the princess casts her spell, Ned begins counting down. And get this, the magic completely vanishes, exactly as Zephyr predicted. After just 15 seconds, the truth is clear, the spell forces the caster's brain into extreme overdrive. Overusing it risks melting their brain entirely. This major drawback means she can't spam the spell, leaving her completely vulnerable. To handle the massive strain, she must switch to low-tier skills so her mind can cool down. This creates the perfect opening, giving our heroes the ultimate chance to strike while her abilities are on cooldown. Following Zephyr's battle plan, they both lunged forward. Drawing his Twilight Longsword, our boy delivers a devastating, sweeping slash. He knows that no matter how much you prepare, combat is always unpredictable. Allies, gear, environments, and sudden battlefield threats can change in the blink of an eye. But despite the chaos, there's one thing he can trust: the Dragon King's sword style. Executing the form flawlessly, he lands a devastating blow, seemingly decapitating the princess. For a second, the fight seems over. But to Ned's horror, the princess begins mutating into a far more hideous beast. Instead of backing down, our boy smiles with hype, because this is the exact moment he wanted. Sizing up the monster, Zephyr prepares to bark an order, but Ned already knows his role and leaps. Zephyr had warned him about this mutation beforehand. During the mid-transformation shift, the princess goes completely idle, creating the ultimate window of vulnerability. Remembering this, Ned opens the dimensional case mid-air, unleashing the giant stake straight into her chest, pouring divine light energy into her body. The sacred weapon reacts violently to her dark aura, unleashing a blinding wave of purifying energy. Meanwhile, Zephyr slashes at her flailing limbs to stop her from pulling out the stake. The relic deals insane damage, but its power is limited. Once drained, it's just a heavy piece of iron. Which is exactly why Lucius never used it for offense. But trust me, Zephyr didn't care about the cost, and as the holy fire burns, she completely melts away. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in as the stake deactivates, and Zephyr's divine power-ups finally fade away. Exhausted, he chugs a mana potion, briefly wondering if Lucius somehow managed to survive the chaos. Emptying a few more bottles, he decides that while he hopes Lucius made it, he won't lose sleep if he didn't. Ned, though, can't take his eyes off the princess's last remaining eye, which is still twitching on the floor. Zephyr calmly tells him to ignore it. She can't regenerate like this. Plus, if she dies, the gatekeeper will break right in. He tosses Ned a healing potion and tells him to start hunting for the dragon heart immediately. Meanwhile, Ned just stands there in absolute shock, struggling to grasp that they actually took down one of the 8 toughest monsters. The whole thing feels totally unreal, and he knows it only happened because of Zephyr's insane strategy. But deep down, he feels a sudden chill, wondering if Zephyr is getting too powerful for any of them to follow. Suddenly, heavy slamming cuts off his thoughts. The gatekeeper, dripping with dark poison, is violently battering the door. Black venom starts seeping through the cracks, instantly getting absorbed straight into the princess's body. Watch closely here, she senses her knight, and suddenly a dark tornado erupts, completely catching Ned and Zephyr off guard. Zephyr watches in disbelief. This is completely new, it never happened like this in his past life. He realizes this butterfly effect is happening because they didn't kill the gatekeeper before fighting her. As the storm rages, the princess regains her true form, spotting the stake starting to gather energy again. Moving instantly, she ruptures the chamber floor and buries the sacred stake deep underground. Both boys lunge in for a pincer attack, but their blades pass right through her like thin air. Zephyr recognizes the spell as spatial distortion, meant to trap targets in a pocket dimension. Suddenly, massive thorns erupt from a portal beneath them. Ned barely manages to dodge the lethal spike, but the princess follows up instantly, blitzing toward Ned with insane speed. Just as she's about to strike, Zephyr reacts. Using the Spider Queen's webbing, he snags her from behind, completely stopping her dead in her tracks. He grips the thread tight, acting like Scorpion from Mortal Kombat as he screams, "Get over here," but she quickly fights back. Zephyr activates his power boost and yanks her forward, but right before they collide, she completely vanishes. Now, here's what we need to realize while distorted. She can't actually attack them either. That means the moment she reappears, they'll have one quick opening to strike. As she materializes, Zephyr rips the web to drag her, but she anchors herself by slamming dark roots into the stone. Suddenly, Ned flashes forward and lands a massive, clean strike. But instead of hurting her, Ned is the one who gets blasted back bleeding. She activated a black mirror spell, reflecting a staggering 300% of his own damage right back. She immediately chains this into Darkhand, draining his stats. Just in time, Zephyr strikes from behind with a lightning palm. While the dark spell leeches their energy, Zephyr uses his mana control to target vital points on her body. This precise strike completely disrupts her internal flow, blocking her ability to cast any more spells. As a grand sorceress relying entirely on magic, Zephyr hopes this tactic he learned under Altar is enough to shut her down completely. But as the princess tries to back away, Zephyr drags her right back using the web and unleashes a barrage of heavy palm strikes. He then pulls out a white rose rosary containing 9 holy temple beads. He throws 3 of the beads to Ned, hoping they buy him enough time to survive the 9 remaining seconds of the Dark Hand spell. But as he throws them, the princess lands a devastating punch right to his face, blasting him into the wall. Zephyr is completely shocked by how fast she shattered his mana suppression. Showing no mercy, she binds Zephyr in place before launching a terrifying barrage of massive dark energy blasts. Every single one hits dead on, triggering a massive explosion that rattles the entire chamber. Back at the temple, the priestess grows deeply anxious, wishing she had given him more holy beads before he left. But inside the dungeon, the beads shatter, leaving Zephyr absolutely drenched in his own blood. With Ned knocked cold on the floor, our boy realizes that losing control for even a second gave her the upper hand. He knows that even though she is incredibly tough in this life, crushing her in his past life would have been effortless. This defeat is a brutal reminder of how weak he still is, having burned through all his items. His weapons are ruined, his items are gone, and honestly, we're left wondering how he'll survive this. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a situation where even Zephyr's divine skills like Wall of Iron, Strong Luck, and Revive are totally useless. This harsh reality forces him to a bitter conclusion. The gods did not grant him these so-called blessings to actually help him. Instead, they just want the amusement of watching him struggle and suffer. It feels like a leash from higher entities who enjoy his despair. With no path to victory left, Zephyr decides on one final act to provoke those sitting above. Dripping with his own blood, he starts drawing a forbidden symbol on the ground. Moments later, a furious angel descends, demanding to know how a mere mortal knows of this symbol. But Zephyr just smiles because she fell for it. Watch closely, because he knows this mark reminds the gods of a humiliating defeat they suffered long ago. And because of that, they made it completely taboo. Just attempting to sketch it is enough to warrant divine punishment or instant death. In simple terms, the moment he finishes that symbol, divine forces will automatically execute him. As the angel descends, the dark energy around the princess fades, giving Zephyr precious time to recover. It is a subtle shift, but he instantly spots his slight advantage. Ignoring her angry demands, "I know what you're thinking," but Zephyr counters with his own question. How did she even enter the human world when divine beings are banned? She answers that only those tied directly to humans can cross, before aggressively demanding to know how he learned that cursed mark. Completely unfazed, Zephyr refuses to talk for free. He demands proper compensation in exchange for his secrets. The angel fumes, unleashing a heavy divine pressure that paralyzes Zephyr to the point where he cannot even move a finger. She warns him that drawing that mark has enraged the heavens. They want him dead now, even if they once found him fun to watch. Pushing her buttons further, Zephyr dares her to finish him but warns her to make sure she actually has the authority first. He knows the gods who blessed him would hate to see him die so easily. They would much rather watch him suffer, enjoying every second of his desperate struggles. On top of that, some of those gods actually want to recruit him into their own celestial factions. Ending his life now means losing their chance to claim him. And that clash of divine interests is exactly what Zephyr plans to exploit. Nobody in heaven actually wants him dead, which is why they sent this messenger to stop him from finishing that forbidden drawing. Sensing her weak position, the angel grows nervous and finally asks what he wants in exchange. Zephyr demands far stronger perks, flatly stating that his current blessings have been completely useless so far. He then speaks directly to the heavens, claiming that if he dies, some of those gods will lose something incredibly valuable, while other deities will gain the upper hand. He dares those with everything to lose to step up right now. He promises that if they let him die, they will never find another human this entertaining. If they want to gamble, now is their only shot. Shocked by his sheer audacity, the gods hesitate. But the goddess of light, Arya, finds his wild defiance incredibly amusing. Fully intrigued, she decides to step in. A massive beam of blinding, holy energy crashes down from the heavens. The angel watches in utter shock, unable to comprehend why a supreme goddess would help a lowly human. The blinding light smashes the barrier trapping him. As the smoke clears, Zephyr stands ready, once again facing the cursed princess. She wastes zero time, lunging forward with her dark hand spell fully charged. But as she closes the gap, Zephyr counters, slashing her with a blazing sword of light that vaporizes anything in its path. This legendary blade was gifted directly by Arya, who decided this crazy human was simply too entertaining to let die. Up in the heavens, the other gods are absolutely furious, especially Uzra, but the sky god, Akairos, steps in to defend her choice. He argues that the weapon is hers, leaving her free to use it as she pleases. But internally, Akairos has a much deeper motive. He knows the god of death desperately wants Zephyr for his own dark schemes, and Akairos refuses to let that happen. Back on the battlefield, Zephyr unleashes a relentless barrage of slashes with his new holy weapon, battering her so hard that even her spatial distortion defense shatters. He knows she cannot block a divine weapon of this caliber. Seizing his chance, he activates the sword's ultimate Yahe spell, unleashing a massive pillar of heavenly light that crushes her. As she collapses, the princess reverts back to her gorgeous human form. Zephyr realizes that the Yahe spell does not just deal massive damage, it also has the power to purify and break curses. That perfectly explains her sudden transformation. With the curse shattered, her true, conscious self is finally back. As she looks around dazed, waking from a long nightmare, "Trust me, you and I are just getting started on this wild journey. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the moment." Zephyr calmly introduces himself as the true heir to her legacy. That dragon heart was originally a gift to the princess from her loyal knight, the man who now guards the gates. Back then, they were deeply in love, dreaming of a peaceful life together. But they were far too naive, completely blind to the tragic future. In the present, she reveals that the tomb's lowest floor holds a massive magic circle shaped like the tree of life. This sacred circle possesses the unique power to purify the curse burning inside the dragon heart. She channeled its ancient energy to cleanse the core, but the cost was devastating. She lost her humanity and mutated into a monster. Now free, she thanks Zephyr and his ally for breaking her curse, admitting she has already survived far past her natural time. With her end close, she asks about the Dragonheart's purpose before she vanishes forever. To answer her, Zephyr casts a communion spell, letting her look directly into his mind to witness his entire past. She sees his brutal past life and the long road that led him here. Meanwhile, outside, Lucius is locked in combat with a demonized Matthias. Even with his holy light blessing, the pure demonic energy overpowers Lucius every single time their weapons clash. Drunk on this sudden, overwhelming surge of demonic power, Matthias completely loses himself to the chaos. He unleashes a savage strike, forcing Lucius to desperately raise his shield. Their collision triggers a massive, violent explosion, leaving the surrounding priests frozen in fear, utterly powerless to help. But pay attention here, amidst the absolute chaos, a hidden cultist among the priests spots a perfect chance to strike. He decides to seize the moment to assassinate the head priest, aiming to claim the coveted Stone of Revelation as his ultimate reward. As he draws his blade, a sinister dark energy begins feeding directly into a strange mark on his arm. Suddenly, grotesque worms erupt from multiple priests. The head priest watches in pure horror, realizing how deeply the cult has infiltrated their ranks. These parasitic worms are actually part of Matthias's power drain ability, a dark skill he uses to feast on their lives. He absorbs every drop of that corrupted energy, condensing it into a terrifying, highly unstable orb of power. Sensing the looming disaster, Lucius screams at his men to unleash every defensive spell they have immediately, but they are far too slow. Matthias hurls the explosive sphere, incinerating dozens of Templars in an instant. Lucius barely shields himself and the head priest, absorbing the devastating shockwave. The old priest begs Matthias to stop, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. He has carried a bitter, deep-seated resentment for years. It all started when Lucius received the sacred stigmata at just 7 years old, shattering temple tradition. You and I can see why he is so furious. Candidates normally compete at age 15, meaning years of Matthias's brutal training were thrown away when Lucius was chosen early. His family was devastated. They had invested every single resource they owned into his cultivation. According to ancient texts, whenever a savior is chosen outside the sacred tournament, it always signals a dark era of chaos, a crisis that heavily profits the temple. Matthias boiled with rage as Lucius's father shamelessly used this divine selection to extort massive wealth from desperate believers. Countless innocent families were financially ruined, with many even driven to end their own lives. Matthias truly believes Lucius's family ignored the tragedy, weaponizing this era of dungeons to build an empire of blood money. To him, they are the real monsters here. Back inside the boss chamber, as the princess sifts through his shared memories, her heart aches with profound sympathy after seeing the sheer agony and suffering the boy has survived. Zephyr warns her that another demon invasion is coming, and he refuses to be powerless again. Because of this, he asks her for one final, monumental favor. He knows that absorbing a dragon heart requires a highly advanced ritual, something he originally planned for someone else to handle. But with the ancient princess standing right before him, he realizes she can perform this complex ritual effortlessly. Since she originally grafted the dragon heart into Georgios, the legendary first dragon slayer, he wants her to perform the exact same surgery on him. But to his absolute shock, the princess shakes her head. 1,000 years ago, during the Great War, one of the strongest legendary dragons, Chrysaorus, unleashed a wave of terror that nearly burned their entire world to ashes. That dragon was actually one of the 12 great heroes who originally fought to push back the demonic hordes. But after succumbing to a vile demonic curse, it lost its sanity, turning its fearsome wrath against its former allies. To stop the madness of Chrysaorus, the remaining 11 heroes, including the princess, her knight, and the golden dragon banded together. Following a grueling year of bloodshed, they finally subdued the beast, with the legendary knight Georgios striking the decisive, fatal blow. So, as you and I watch this unfold, Zephyr leaves her with a chilling warning: if the cultists summon the Demon Lord, every ancient sacrifice will be completely erased. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where gods cannot enter, but the Demon Lord is easily summoned. And right now, a cult of fanatic worshippers is plotting to bring him back. Zephyr remembers from his past life that pure, ugly human greed paved the way. Countless humans sold out for power, joining the darkness. So when the Demon Lord finally rose to destroy everything, only Zephyr and a tiny band of heroes stood in his path. But this time, he is changing history. He did not travel back in time just to lose again. Knowing the princess once used her power for good, he begs her to grant him that very same strength to protect their world. In this moment, Zephyr reminds her exactly of Georgios. Her late husband was incredibly brave, completely ignoring her warnings because he truly believed dragon power was the only key to saving humanity from those seeking to destroy it. All he wanted was to secure a safe and peaceful future for their daughter. And with that hope, Georgios set off. But watch closely during a brutal temple battle. He was struck down by that very same dark curse that once consumed Chrysaorus. The princess, who was standing right there alongside him, tried to save her husband, but her maid held her back. It was too late. Georgios was already twisting into a monstrous skeleton. Just then, the golden dragon appeared, speaking the exact question burning in the princess's mind. How could this happen if the curse on the dragon heart was supposed to be broken? The golden dragon answered it himself, smugly admitting that he had only made it look like the curse was actually broken. He had played the ally just to fulfill his own twisted, hidden agenda. Then, he chained her in magical shackles and sealed her voice so she could never reveal his dark secret. He mockingly praised her for planting the dragon heart in her husband, revealing she would now be forced to watch him destroy the world. With that, Georgios became a towering skeletal beast, drawing a giant sword and swinging it straight at the princess. In the present, the princess tearfully reveals that she had to rip the dragon heart out of her husband. For ages, she has waited for a warrior like Zephyr, someone strong enough to bear that crushing power. But she can feel his body is not ready yet. If she implants the heart right now, it will tear him apart. Zephyr already knows this. He also knows he cannot speed up the muscle-hardening poison technique without resting between training sessions. Still, he believes there is a slim chance if he relies on a powerful luck-based ability. But the princess thinks differently. She warns him that he will need to activate that luck perk again. But just as she explains, her neck suddenly snaps. It is the dragon's silent curse keeping her from speaking direct truths. Undeterred, she finds a way to talk in riddles. She explains that he will desperately need the dragon heart when forced to choose between the person who matters most to him and someone else. She advises him to first power up using the rare treasures hidden inside her tomb. Only after that will she implant the heart, reshaping the dungeon's very layout to ensure his safe escape. She warns that if he insists on receiving the heart now, despite the lethal risk, he must slay every dragon within a year. I know, insane, right? But Zephyr just smiles with pure confidence. He vows to make the world safe, fulfilling Georgios' legacy, but boldly claims he will do it in just 6 months. He accepts this as his absolute duty, telling her she can finally rest. Deeply moved, she sheds a single tear and opens the vault containing the dragon heart. The moment Zephyr lays eyes on it, he is utterly shocked. She tells him to lie down and begins the painful embedding process, while he triggers his powerful luck perk to maximize his survival odds. Suddenly, the world around him dissolves, leaving him trapped in a pitch-black realm. But he instantly realizes he has been somewhere like this before, and he is definitely not alone. Out of nowhere, a colossal red eye blazes open behind him, and a massive claw snatches him up. It is Chrysaorus, his lingering spirit still haunting the dragon heart. Even as a mere mental echo, the dragon's overwhelming pressure makes Zephyr feel like his actual heart is being torn in two. Smelling the scent of the gods on Zephyr, the furious dragon roars, asking why they sent another puppet into his domain. He refuses to yield his power to anyone, especially Zephyr, and brutally squeezes him tight within his crushing claws. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, a demon-morphed Matthias has slaughtered everyone in sight, including the powerful high priests. Only Lucius remains standing, blocking relentless blows with his holy shield, but can he survive? Stick around to find out. As Lucius blocks another hit, he shoots back with a blast of fire. But Matthias easily slips past, flashing behind him to deliver a brutal strike to his back. Let's jump right in as the demon realizes Lucius is finally slowing down. His reflexes are lagging, and the heavy toll of exhaustion is finally catching up. To make things worse, the holy leader realizes Matthias is fully adapting to that dark demonic power. Every second, Lucius takes all the damage while growing weaker. They clash again, but Matthias is completely overwhelming him with raw speed and brutal power. Lucius's glowing lance is completely useless against Matthias now, leaving the holy hero with no one to protect him. He has to use a secret power, even though unleashing it will put his own life on the line. But there is no other choice. Right as Matthias goes for the kill, he gets cut off. A bright flash shuts down his attack, and a glowing, holy feather drifts through the air. Lucius has just activated something massive. A stunning angel appears right behind Lucius, dropping glowing feathers everywhere. She immediately asks how much of his lifespan he wants to give up this time. Lucius offers 1 month, but she tells him that is not enough. She demands 6 months instead. Lucius agrees, and she vanishes into thin air. Pure divine energy explodes from Lucius, his body shining with a holy light so blinding that even Matthias, in his monstrous demon form, starts to feel pure terror. Now watch this, because he can't even comprehend why he's suddenly so terrified. While the demon stands frozen in confusion, Lucius lets loose a relentless storm of holy lasers. The devastating energy completely tears him apart, ripping his demon body to shreds. Beaten and broken, he cannot believe the Holy One kept this godlike power hidden for 20 long years. Lucius explains this is the Shard of Glory, an exclusive ultimate skill. It lets them borrow power from their future angelic selves, but the cost is a massive chunk of their life. That is the dark reason why most of them do not live past the age of 30. The temple constantly throws them into suicide missions, forcing them to burn through their lives to win. At the end of the day, they are just expendable pawns. Lucius asks him straight up if destroying their lifelong friendship was actually worth this betrayal. But Matthias is still blinded by bitter jealousy, convinced the goddess only cares about the chosen one, while treating everyone else like trash. He screams that he was the favorite to get picked, before everything went completely wrong. The goddess ignored his prayers, leaving him in silence. Even as he rants, his body begins to fade away, dissolving into dust. Back in the boss room, Ned slowly wakes up, totally dazed. Now, pay attention here, because he opens his eyes to find the dungeon boss performing a creepy ritual. Outside, Lucius manages to save the priest and priestess, but he is heartbroken that only the three of them survived the raid. Once they can move, he tells them to get out of there and find an exit. Inside Zephyr's mind, the dragon freezes as a strange pink energy forms around the kid, taking the shape of a mysterious woman. Zephyr immediately realizes this must be his overpowered luck stat, saving his skin again. But honestly, triggering a cheat code like this after losing focus for just a second feels like overkill. The shock snaps him back to reality, because this is his own mind, and he cannot show an ounce of fear here. Any weakness means the dragon devours his soul, making that whole heart transplant totally pointless. He grabs the dragon's massive claws, forcing them open to break free. Remembering his true self, he channels his ultimate power. He dashes forward like a bullet, slamming a monstrous punch right into the dragon's face. Pulling a massive sword from the earth, he declares this is already his 5th dragon fight in this mindscape. Power surges through his body as his entire look changes, radiating a brand new, epic aura. Stalking forward, Zephyr sighs in annoyance. Why do these ancient lizards always demand a test before handing over their power? He gets ready to clash head-on, fully determined to beat some respect into this beast. The dragon roars in response, ready to fight. Instantly, the two titans collide in an earth-shattering clash. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Ned sees Zephyr knocked out, but notices the boss is too distracted with the boy to even care about him. Thinking this is his perfect chance to strike, Ned tries to stand, but his empty mana pool keeps him pinned down. That creepy shadow hand from the princess completely drained his energy. But trust me, you and I are about to see what happens as the princess turns around and tells him to rest. Alright. Stick with me because with one simple flick of her finger, Ned suddenly coughs up a branded demon worshipper bug. While he stares at it in absolute shock, the princess calmly reveals she just pulled it from his body. She actually praises him, impressed that he never touched its dark power and relied entirely on his own sheer effort, warning him that extracting it causes intense exhaustion. She tells him to rest and coaxes him into a deep sleep. Ned still can't wrap his head around why a dungeon boss is helping him, but exhaustion wins and he passes out. Meanwhile, outside the tomb, the head priest warns Lucius that the dungeon's entire layout has completely shifted. For 2 straight days, they've been searching for an exit with absolutely zero success. Lucius insists their absolute best shot is finding the stake, which might be their ticket out of here. Rushing to locate it, they start questioning the motive of those 2 shady slaves who stole the stake of faith. According to Lucius, even though those 2 suspects look like demon worshippers, they never actually sided with Matthias. They actually attacked him mid-fight, leading the priest to suspect they belonged to a completely different cult faction. Their real goal was likely playing Matthias and Lucius against each other, hoping they'd tear each other apart so they could swoop in. Now watch closely, because this realization hits Lucius hard. If he perished here, the temple would auction off this dungeon, leaving it completely unprotected. This was their true master plan all along, setting up a situation to steal the dragon heart. He figures the cult wanted to buy the dungeon cheap, then send those same 2 infiltrators right back inside. Having already scouted the entire place, they definitely have an escape route ready to go. Lucius decides they must hunt down and catch those infiltrators immediately. Well, that was the plan. But the moment they reach the boss room, they freeze in terror. The gatekeeper is still standing. They can feel the holy aura of the stake lingering, making no sense why this skeletal knight is still guarding. And he is terrifyingly strong. He easily crushes Lucius, pinning him helplessly to the cold floor. Lucius is trapped. He can't activate the Shard of Glory again since it has a 1-week cooldown. With absolutely no options left, thoughts of his family flash by. This is it. The end. Suddenly, Zephyr kicks the door down like an absolute boss. A stunned Lucius can't believe his eyes. You and I both know Zephyr loves a grand entrance. He casually mentions he's just running a quick favor. Clearing his throat, he activates a massive dragon skill, ordering the gatekeeper to hit the deck. Boom! The skeletal knight slams straight into the floor under the sheer weight of his command. Lucius is speechless. How is a monster this strong obeying Zephyr? Meanwhile, the boy holds him down and counts the seconds. The giant skeletal knight thrashes wildly, desperate to shatter the binding spell. It takes exactly 10 seconds for the spell to break. Zephyr now knows his absolute limit is 10 seconds. Right now, he can only tap into 1% of the dragon heart, matching what his young body can handle. Breaking free, the skeletal knight draws his sword, which Zephyr recognizes instantly as the legendary weapon, Graham. This blade was forged with one purpose, to butcher dragons, making it highly lethal. The knight swings with killer force, but Zephyr blocks it with his own blade of light, a gift from the goddess. That divine weapon came with a strict catch. He must use it to protect the Holy One. Zephyr accepted that deal, and now he is keeping his word, channeling holy energy into the blade. With a calm and respectful farewell, he unleashes a devastating holy blast directly at the knight. The collision triggers a massive explosion of blinding light, completely blowing Lucius's mind. He can't believe a mere slave is wielding such a sacred weapon. Even wilder, the goddess's direct presence radiates from him. This suffocating aura takes him right back to his childhood, when he first witnessed the golden dragon. Struck by awe, Lucius immediately drops to his knees in deep reverence. The head priests join him, bowing to Zephyr. Meanwhile, the boy recalls his 3-day mental battle against Chrysaorus. It was a brutal, exhausting clash, but he ultimately proved his worth. As a reward, Chrysaorus granted him his power, though warning him to stay highly alert. And as we leave it here, Zephyr wakes up only to find the princess turned to ash. F's in the chat, guys. Alright, you and I are about to dive into Zephyr's next epic move as he thanks the fallen princess and grabs 2 relics containing her ultimate magic. But there's a catch: he needs to hit level 2 in her magic class to even use them. Still, these legendary relics grant him complete access to the entire tomb. Through her lingering crystals, she explains a harsh truth: his human body can only handle 1% of the Dragonheart's pure power right now. But he'll adapt over time. For her final wish, she asks him to track down her bloodline descendant, Princess Altair, and hand over these powerful mage crystals. She will be his ultimate ally. Zephyr instantly knows who Altair is, but he's worried the twisted gods might target her just to make his journey more entertaining for themselves. He has to protect her, but he's got immediate problems to deal with first. As everyone gathers, Lucius steps forward and finally burns away their slave marks, granting them true freedom. Zephyr jokes about his debt, and Lucius confirms it's fully wiped clean. Pay attention here. Lucius is utterly shocked they successfully operated in total secrecy for all those years. They worked from the shadows to destroy the Demon Lord's cult. As the son of the Goddess of Light, that was his personal mission too. So, he eagerly promises them all the backing the temple can offer. But Ned smells a rat, suspecting Lucius just wants to secure the Dragon Heartwielder to boost his own political power in the temple. Still, Ned agrees to the deal, calculating all the massive benefits they stand to gain. Elite connections, unlimited resources, and high status, everything he needs to wipe out the remaining cult factions for good. With the battle won, Lucius suggests they head back to the safety of the temple and recover. But Zephyr drops a massive bombshell, warning them that the temple is likely already overrun by Olden's traitorous forces who serve the Demon Lord. To make matters worse, they have the twin knights on their side, 2 of the deadliest warriors alive. This terrifying news deeply rattles Lucius, but Zephyr keeps speaking, explaining that he still needs precious time to fully adapt to the Dragonheart's overwhelming power. He holds up the brilliant crystal as he speaks, and check this out: the dungeon suddenly shifts to reveal a massive, secret treasury packed with legendary artifacts left by the princess. It's time to gear up. This hidden vault has been sealed shut for over 1,000 years. When Zephyr finally cracks it open, they all freeze, staring at dozens of glowing crystals floating in midair. Even the veteran priests are totally speechless, instantly recognizing the legendary gear sealed inside. Dozens of high-level relics lie scattered across the floor, and as Zephyr uses the princess's key to activate one, Lucius realizes that without Zephyr leading the charge, they would have never reached this vault, let alone claim victory over the terrifying dungeon boss. As they grab the loot, the priests immediately cast appraisal skills to inspect everything. The gear is absolutely top tier, pulsing with insane magical enchantments. These are ultra-rare relics that have never been seen in any known auction or market. While searching the room, Zephyr spots a very familiar potion bottle, his eyes lighting up with absolute excitement. Everyone grabs their dream loot, but Zephyr takes the legendary Gram Sword from the Skeleton Knight and equips a complete Dragon Slayer set. While they gear up, Lucius can't help but voice his lingering worries. Even though Zephyr exposed Olden as a demon worshipper, the temple has absolutely no way to screen for high-level spies like him. This is a massive threat for the upcoming war. They can only prove someone is a worshipper if they force them to cast a dark skill, making it impossible to trap Olden. Ned suggests just assassinating him to force the parasite out of his corpse, but Lucius instantly shuts that down. Olden is extremely powerful politically. He's a high, noble, and currently serves as a cardinal. His pure bloodline and high rank make him completely untouchable. Plus, he plays neutral in politics and has deep ties directly to Lucius's own family. Attacking him without hard evidence is political suicide, making Ned suspect that Lucius is just trying to dodge a confrontation and doesn't fully believe Zephyr. But Zephyr remains completely unfazed, already knowing the perfect way to expose the truth. It all revolves around that familiar potion bottle he found. Meanwhile, back at the temple, Olden is already hypnotizing a high bishop, and that's where we leave it with Lucius's wife and child held hostage by the deadly twin knights. Let's dive into this nightmare where she shakes in terror, unable to comprehend Olden's actions, right before he reveals the sickening truth. He claims every single demon lord worshipper carries a branded parasite inside their body, which grants them power as it grows. Once that parasite fully matures, just like it did inside Olden, it becomes a queen. This queen produces larvae used to brainwash and mind control anyone who swallows them, just like the helpless bishop under his spell. Olden spills this horrific secret to Lucius's wife because he plans to use her to manipulate her husband. She doesn't get his meaning until he exposes his sick plan, pulling out a writhing larva and trying to force it into her son's mouth. Gasping in absolute horror, she quickly slaps his hand away. The spot she slapped begins to writhe and squirm, as if Olden's body is literally made of crawling insects. Terrified by the sight, she watches him prepare to strike back in rage. But before he can strike, pay attention here, because a guard bursts in screaming that Lucius has finally arrived outside. Shocked by the news, Olden rushes to the window and spots Lucius alongside the head priestess, slicing through guards to get to him. Panic sets in as Lucius corners him. Olden desperately screams out, accusing the commander of attacking holy temple priests. But Lucius stays unfazed. He drank the special potion Zephyr gave him, a divine item that exposes the sickening parasite crawling inside those serving the demon lord. Confronted with the undeniable truth, Lucius finally realizes just how blind he had been to the sheer deception surrounding him. Stepping forward, he formally declares Olden's arrest for high treason against the Temple of Light. Refusing to accept defeat, Olden cackles arrogantly and mocks Lucius, calling him a prick, though inside, he is sweating bullets. Lucius's sudden return was totally unexpected, catching all their leaders off guard. No one believed the dungeon could be cleared this fast. Even worse, Matthias is nowhere to be seen, meaning he was probably captured and spilled all of Olden's secrets. But get this, Olden still thinks he is safe because Lucius walked straight into a trap by coming back here. Right on cue, the bishop enters, loudly slamming Lucius for daring to accuse a high-ranking cardinal without any real proof. But Lucius calmly triggers his potion's special skill, instantly spotting the wriggling parasite hiding inside the corrupted bishop. Realizing Olden is puppeting him, Lucius ignores the bishop's demands for evidence, pulls out a stack of secret letters, and throws them to the floor. Olden instantly recognizes the papers and freezes in pure shock, unable to believe Lucius managed to get his hands on them. Rewind to a bit earlier inside the dungeon. Zephyr suggested keeping their true sight potion a secret to avoid drawing assassins, proposing they gather rock-solid physical evidence to drag Olden down instead. Zephyr then explained the dungeon's massive hidden depths to the group, revealing that the caverns ran deep beneath the temple, likely hiding a secret pathway to a perfect escape route. Following his lead, the team escaped, eventually coming out right near Matthias's old hideout, a spot frequently used by demon worshippers for classified meetings, where they stumbled upon a cache of abandoned letters. These papers contained incriminating plans between Matthias and Olden, laying out their entire strategy to steal the dragon heart. Matthias kept them as insurance in case Olden ever crossed him, but now, Lucius has every single one of them. Hearing this, Olden bursts into crazed laughter, finally confessing that he is indeed the leader of the demon worshippers, but he sneers that they still cannot touch him, because he holds Lucius's beloved wife hostage. Lucius spots her and yells out in pure panic, but Olden quickly cuts him off, warning him to freeze. With a terrifying grin, Olden pulls out a special larva he calls the Princess Parasite, claiming it was bred just for Lucius's family, before giving the commander a sickening choice: save his wife, his son, or himself. Without wasting a single second, he starts counting down from 3. As the count hits 1, Lucius desperately begs to take the parasite himself, pleading to spare his helpless family. But Olden ignores the plea and shoves the bug right into her mouth. Yet before it can take root, Ned suddenly stabs him from behind. The enemy twin knights freeze in shock, completely unable to comprehend how an assassin slipped past their high-level detection skills. What they do not know is that Ned is wearing the Misty Bracelet, a relic that hides him completely. In a flash, Ned brutally slices Olden in half with his blade and snatches Lucius's wife to safety. He instantly shifts to block furious strikes from the Golden Knight, the elder twin, whose monstrous strength slowly begins pushing Ned back. While weapons clash, trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride, as Lucius fires a lightning blast, which the Golden Knight intercepts. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action, as this blast gives Ned just enough time to strike the Twin Knight and launch into the air, carrying Lucius's wife to safety. Meanwhile, Olden's body starts to regenerate as those gross worms inside him begin rebuilding his flesh. He is absolutely shocked to see Ned, his master's disciple, still breathing. Olden specifically planned for him to rot in that dungeon, yet here he is, blocking his path. Now, Olden is starting to wonder if Master Jinriyang played him from the start. With their only hostage officially gone, Olden realizes things are turning south fast. He knows if Lucius unleashes that devastating Shard of Glory spell again, it is game over. Thinking fast, he orders the Golden Twin Knight to stall Lucius. The high stakes actually pump him up, and with a surge of energy, he draws his sword and marches forward. As he gets closer, the Holy One stays completely calm, trading a few sharp barbs with a guy who seems way too confident in his own skills. The two formally exchange names before throwing down, both ready to unleash the absolute peak of their power. Outside the temple gates, crowds start gathering for the daily healing rituals, but the guards block them, lying through their teeth that it is just a routine training session. Even the nearby mining crew spots thick black smoke rising from the main building, making everyone wonder what is going on. And honestly, we can tell Priestess Rose immediately knows those guards are lying. She remembers their last trade, when Zephyr warned her to stay far away from the headquarters for a while, telling her some high-ranking VIP was visiting, and her shady side business would get totally exposed. So she played it safe and laid low in the slave quarters. But seeing that smoke billow from the main temple, now she is getting seriously worried. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, the head priests and priestesses are desperately fighting off waves of Demon Lord cultists. They are wielding powerful gear stolen from the princess's treasury, which is the only thing keeping them alive. They are holding back, trying hard not to kill the brainwashed priests, because if they do, rival temple factions will immediately use the scandal to drag their names through the dirt. They are holding the line, but their jaws drop when the main temple spire suddenly crumbles right before their eyes, despite its magic barrier. Looking up, they see Lucius trading blows with the Golden Knight, and shockingly, the legendary knight is already starting to gas out. His sword is completely outclassed by Lucius's spear, which gives the Holy One insane reach and battlefield control. The Golden Knight desperately tries to slip past the spearhead to get in close, but when his blade finally connects, Lucius's mirror chainmail reflects the impact straight back at him. Now pay attention, because you and I can see he just realized Lucius baited that hit to counter him. Lucius smugly confirms it, pointing out that since the twins are the strongest on the continent, taking them down requires some actual brain power. Lucius charges forward, and the two clash in a storm of steel, blocking each other blow for blow. But the Holy One gains the upper hand, slipping a swing and smashing the knight with his glowing golden arm. He instantly teleports right behind him, unleashing a devastating beam of pure crashing light. The blast absolutely obliterates the knight, sending him crashing down. Watching this, the priests naturally assume Lucius took him down without breaking a sweat. But as Lucius turns around, it becomes glaringly obvious that he took a massive beating himself. While the Divine Judgment spell was casting, the knight actually countered, landing several heavy strikes on Lucius. The Golden Knight also realizes a critical weakness. That mirror defense only triggers on direct hits, and it only reflects 50% of the damage. As he heals his wounds using those disgusting worms, his fury starts building to a boiling point. Like a flash, he teleports behind Lucius, raising his sword to deliver a lethal finishing blow. But just as he goes for the kill, the queen bug inside his body sends a sharp signal, freezing him in place. Lucius takes the opening, chaining him down and blasting him with holy light. Even while burning, the knight keeps receiving signals from that queen bug. Meanwhile, Zephyr has dragged Olden's battered body deep into a quiet, secluded forest. Our boy gives him a savage beating, but stops short of ending him, keeping him alive for a very specific reason. Back at the main building, Lucius and the priest reveal their grand strategy was to separate the twin knights and Olden, baiting them into isolated fights so they could be dismantled one by one. The master plan worked. Realizing he is completely outplayed, the twin knight completely loses it. Flashback to some time ago, when Olden personally offered to transport the dragon heart. He confidently assured his master that using his mind control skills, he could easily seize the third parish temple and guard the dragon heart. And trust me, you and I are about to see how this unravels. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a total disaster zone, where Olden is desperately trying to figure out how his perfect plan just completely fell apart. How did the raid end so fast? How did Ned expose the assassination plot? And how was the dungeon cleared in record time? It makes no sense. He even starts suspecting his own master set him up to die now that his job is done. By the time they reach the carriage, a loyal demon worshipper has it ready for a quick escape. Yet, Olden's mind is still racing. Even if Lucius exposes his dark secrets, the Temple of Light might still protect him just to secure his crucial vote in the upcoming papal election. But his real nightmare is his growing list of enemies. If Jin Ryong betrayed him, then other deadly disciples like Zephyr are definitely hunting him down. Just as Olden climbs into the carriage, he suddenly feels something sticky on his hand. Seconds later, agonizing pain racks his entire body. It is one of Zephyr's special poisons, designed to torture even the parasite worms living inside him. And watch this, the cloaked driver pulls back his hood to reveal he is actually Zephyr. Before Olden can even process what is happening, Zephyr kicks him straight in the face, sending him flying. The guard tries to fight back, but a sudden poison needle strikes him, instantly knocking him out cold. Turns out, this guy was just a cheap fake in silver armor. Realizing he is cornered, Olden desperately screams for his actual bodyguard to save him. But as Zephyr slowly approaches him with a drawn sword, the terrified old man begins begging for his life. He is utterly panicking, unable to comprehend why his body cannot purge this deadly poison. In a desperate bid, he starts offering massive bribes, hoping to buy precious time until his real guard arrives. But Zephyr completely crushes his hopes by tossing down the bloodied helmet of the actual Silver Knight. 12 hours earlier at dawn, Zephyr, Lucius, and the priests had already exposed that Silver Knight as a demon worshipper and completely wiped him out. Ned finally saw the truth. They had set a trap with a fake knight, waiting to steal the dragon heart and kill him right after. In his past life, Ned barely managed to escape that night and had to spend his remaining days hiding with the dragon heart, unable to use its power. Eventually, another of Jin Ryang's disciples hunted him down and killed him. Even Lucius ended up possessed by the mind-controlling bug, turning into an absolute nightmare of a boss. He had to be put down too. Every single tragedy traces right back to Olden's dirty hands. That is why this time, Zephyr is taking zero chances. Fueled by raw rage and dark memories, Zephyr summons a massive blast of divine lightning, striking Olden directly. But when the smoke clears, the charred remains left behind look way too small. Now pay attention before Zephyr can even think. He senses danger behind him and barely blocks a sudden ambush. It is Olden, unleashing his true demon form, a massive, writhing nightmare of slithering worms, and he boasts that this form makes him stronger than any Silver Knight. Zephyr realizes the clever trick. Olden shed a piece of his flesh as a dummy, giving him time to quietly undergo this grotesque transformation. In this form, Olden possesses terrifying power and can shift back into a human guise whenever he pleases. No one who has witnessed this hideous form has ever lived to tell the tale. Laughing at Zephyr's futile struggle, Olden crashes his giant, horrific fist straight into the earth, sending a massive, violent shockwave tearing through the dense forest. Miles away, Ned, who is protecting Lucius's family, feels the ground shake. He immediately tells them to hide deep inside the cave, handing them magical cloaking bracelets that will make them completely invisible. Lucius's worried wife begs him to be careful, but Ned just gives her a confident smirk, assuring her he's got this fully under control. With burning determination, Ned dashes straight toward the source of the massive tremor. As he runs, painful memories of his father's death flood back, fueling his burning desire for revenge against that monster, Olden. He is ready to tear down everyone responsible. Meanwhile, inside the temple, Lucius is locked in a fierce duel against the stronger Silver Knight. The parasitic bug inside the knight is drastically boosting his strength, but it is making his movements sloppy. Lucius notices the monster is growing highly frustrated because the fight is dragging on. Seeing an opening, he signals the head priest, who casts a massive holy battle spell, boosting Lucius's stats and recovery by over 100%. To the priestess's absolute shock, the holy light also supercharges her summoned spirit, making it grow massive. With their powers boosted, they launch a brutal, coordinated strike on the knight. The knight confidently blocks, believing their slower attacks are not a threat to him. But suddenly, a heavy wave of dizziness hits him as the shooting star spirit's debuff finally takes effect. And that is where we leave it for now. Watch as Lucius charges, his glowing holy lance piercing right through the knight in a spectacular blast. Alright, let's watch this knight try to strike back, but miss completely. Once the dust clears, only his lower half is left, slumped on the ground. Just when victory seems certain, Lucius turns around in shock. The massive building behind him is sliced clean in half. The head priest instantly figures out what went down. See, during the clash, the knight wasn't actually aiming for Lucius. He targeted the structure to bury the brainwashed priests inside. Lucius immediately charges forward to save the bishop, but he is already too late. Rubble rains down, burying everything, while the heavily wounded knight barely clings to consciousness and runs. A third of his bug power is scorched away, leaving him incredibly weak, and he flees toward Olden to heal up. Still, he is totally shocked by how easily Lucius kept him pinned down the entire time. With no other choice, the desperate twin knight sprints as fast as possible to Olden, the savior who gave him purpose when his life shattered. Years ago, the twin knights swore loyalty to Olden after their older sister claimed the eardom. Back then, the cunning priest completely brainwashed them with sweet promises, assuring them that serving the true God was the only way to bring absolute peace. And they swallowed every word. Now watch closely. Driven by sheer loyalty, the knight desperately races to keep Olden alive. But right as he gets close, a blinding flash slices through the air, cutting the knight dead in half. It is Ned. Using the Mirage Blade, he literally gives this guy a brand new twin. When Ned lands, the dying knight recognizes him as Ginryang's student and demands to know why he is interfering. Ned simply tells him to remember the father he murdered. The knight immediately realizes this is about cold revenge, but he just laughs it off, sneering that he has slaughtered hundreds and cannot recall every single face. Suddenly, fully healed, the knight rips off his busted armor and barks at him to step aside because he is busy. He admits Ned is fast, and probably using a stealth skill to hide. But even so, he will not underestimate him. He is still completely convinced that nobody can beat him in a straight-up fight. He gives Ned 10 seconds to run, but his heart completely stops when Ned pulls out a very familiar sword. It is his dead brother's blade, leaving him frozen. This very sword was their sacred symbol, a holy gift directly from Olden. Gripped tight on the hilt, Ned calmly offers to reveal his twin's dying words, if the knight can actually beat him. Hearing this, the knight completely snaps, transforming into a rabid dog ready to tear Ned apart. Meanwhile, over on Zephyr's side, you are going to love this next part. The demon's heavy attacks have zero effect on our boy. He uses the creepy swarm inside him to morph his flesh, growing multiple fists to unleash a non-stop barrage of punches. This wicked mutation hardens his body like steel, while letting him spit corrosive acid from the parasites directly at Zephyr. But Zephyr easily evades every single hit, delivering clean counters using his elite Dragon King martial arts. One of those counters slices Olden completely to pieces, but the severed limbs instantly shapeshift into deadly weapons, turning around to assault Zephyr from every angle. Despite being chopped up, Olden's demonic body seems virtually immortal, healing instantly every single time. Completely unfazed, he knows Zephyr will eventually run completely out of energy and mana. Olden suddenly lunges forward, grabbing Zephyr tightly by the collar. He darkly reveals that he loves Zephyr's insane power and intends to plant a parasite inside him to make him a loyal slave. He slams him straight into the dirt with crazy force. As the boy crashes hard, Olden follows up by hammering massive fists down on top of him, unleashing explosive shockwaves. Finally, the monster turns his arm into a massive blade and chops downward. This heavy attack clearly drains his stamina, leaving him visibly exhausted. So, how did this priest turn into such a monster? Years ago, the cult leader seduced him with promises of unlimited, godlike power. The master handed him a unique bug, telling him to nurture it well. From then on, Olden drew upon the parasite's dark power, slaughtering countless innocent souls, and once the parasite fully matured, he used the Stone of Revelation to complete his dark demonic transformation. Back in the present, despite that heavy onslaught, Olden is horrified to see Zephyr standing there completely fine. Zephyr easily stops the giant blade arm with one bare hand, totally unhurt. Olden is utterly speechless. But the boy calmly points out that he could have easily wiped them all out earlier. But trust me, he split them up on purpose so Ned could get his sweet revenge. You and I are jumping right back in with Zephyr, who just got a dragon heart and wants to test it against a demon. He triggers his dragonification skill, boosting his heart's power by 9%, an ultimate move he can only pull off once a day. Since Olden actually poses a threat, Zephyr decides he is the perfect guinea pig. Seeing that terrifying heart, Olden completely panics, utterly clueless as to how a human holds this much power. Zephyr reaches out with his mutated dragon claws, forcing a terrified Olden to turn tail and run. But before he can escape, a brutal slash tears through him from behind, ripping him apart. For Zephyr, though, this is just the warm-up. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, the twin knight has Ned pinned under his blade. Grabbing the sharp metal with his bare hands, Ned remembers Zephyr's exact words. Zephyr had clued him in on a secret way to crush this knight, using a power deep within Ned himself. 25 years ago, back when the twins were toddlers, the Magic Tower Master told their father that the boys' mana pools were physically linked. If one flared his energy, the other would instantly react. The Master promised that with the right training, they would become an unstoppable powerhouse duo. Hearing that, their father swore to do whatever it took to unlock their ultimate potential. And because of his ruthless training, they grew into incredibly lethal young warriors. But then Olden stepped in, rigging the system so they lost their family inheritance, exploiting their downfall to recruit them as his personal lapdogs. He handed them the twin blades to boost their power, allowing them to master a highly specialized combat style. For years, these two trained together day in and day out. Their coordination grew so perfect that one attack naturally chained into the next, creating a relentless, unbreakable flurry of steel. Eventually, they could practically control each other's weapons mid-air, as if they were their very own limbs. Zephyr broke all this down for Ned, likening their moves to the floating cloud style. It acts like yin and yang, letting allies redirect enemy attacks with perfect fluid harmony. Since Ned already knows this secret style, he connects with the knight's rhythm to unleash an eclipse counter of his own. Clashing in the forest, Ned hyper-focuses on reading his opponent's rhythm, patiently waiting for the perfect opening. The moment Ned mirrors the exact move, the knight jumps back, totally stunned. This style is a highly guarded secret meant only for him and his twin. The fact that Ned can copy it hits him like a truck. His brother must be dead for this guy to learn it. Pay attention here, because even as Olden screams for help, the knight ignores him entirely. Instead, he vows to butcher Ned in under 60 seconds. He lunges forward, bringing down massive, furious strikes, but Ned is already one step ahead of him. Zephyr had predicted that this furious knight would keep fighting rather than saving Olden. The whole plan hinges on keeping them apart, since meeting up means they regroup. Realizing this is his big shot, Ned charges straight into the fray. But the knight is insanely fast, unleashing a heavy slash that looks like it tears Ned right in half. Don't blink, it is just an illusion, and Ned is already behind him. Ned drops a devastating thunderpalm attack from the rear and swings his sword, but the knight blocks it instantly. Their weapons lock together tightly. Turns out, these twin swords have a magnetic pull that glues them together. Weaponizing this magnetic pull, the knight shifts his stance and drives his blade straight into Ned's stomach. He slams him to the dirt, pushing the blade down to finish it, while Ned desperately holds the edge with bare hands. Just then, Ned flashes back to the blood tier, remembering his father's belief that he would grow strong enough to wield it as a true warrior. That memory triggers a massive burst of inner strength. Ned pushes the lethal blade away with his bare fingers, then violently shocks the knight's eyes with a blast of pure electricity. The brutal surge leaves the proud knight reeling. Blinded and completely unable to see, he scrambles to use his other senses to track Ned's movements. But as he blindly swings on instinct, Ned slices clean across his chest, finishing him off with a massive lightning blast that reduces him to ash. With his death, the title of strongest warrior is up for grabs. Meanwhile, back at the main cathedral, the head priests are working overtime to patch up the injured. Luckily, the heavy damage was kept to a minimum, as they shattered the collapsing building in midair and threw up defensive barriers to soften the impact. And guess what? Every single nasty larva inside the survivors is finally dead. Stick with me here, either Olden is dead, or he's lost all his power. Lucius looks around, and his face lights up with pure relief as his family approaches alongside Ned and Zephyr. Just like that, they have crushed Olden's scheme and saved the third parish. Over the next few days, everyone is busy healing the wounded and rounding up the remaining cultists. Lucius keeps offering blessings and encouragement, trying to lift the heavy exhaustion weighing on his allies. While doing this, he actually manages to sniff out and eliminate the last cultists hiding right under their noses. They also manage to rescue the bishop, who is still in total shock and slowly recovering from his deep internal injuries. Lucius personally watches over him with great care, while Zephyr and Ned are hailed as heroes and thanked directly by the bishop. As a token of victory, Zephyr hands the bishop the shriveled, worm-infested severed head of Olden. The bishop is completely disgusted by this creepy gift, fearing it might still hold some danger. Zephyr promises him the head is harmless and might have secrets inside, while Ned just shrugs, totally unbothered by the whole thing. Besides, they already squeezed every bit of info out of Olden. Now pay attention to Ned. He is satisfied, but secretly frustrated that his original plans are now completely ruined. Finally, Zephyr hands over the secret documents they retrieved from Olden to the bishop. The files detail enemy hideouts, their main plans, and a list of every single cultist in the region. Looking through the files, the bishop is horrified to find plans designed to summon the demon lord himself. Even worse, the masterminds behind this insane summon are actually high-ranking members of the Eastern Union. Now, the Kingdom of Cayenne sits on a continent split between the East and West Unions, which once shared equal power. But everything changed when the Holy One was chosen from the West, completely breaking that balance of power. Because of that, the Eastern Union collapsed financially, eventually forcing them to sell off their own land to the West. This massive gap bred deep resentment, letting the Demon Lord's cult spread like wildfire among desperate and greedy Eastern nobles. According to Zephyr, I know what you're thinking, but two legendary threats, the Ice and Blue Dragons, are already destroying the West. They have already built nests in the continent's primary farming lands and seized complete control of the central trade hub. This blockade is causing massive starvation across the South. This desperate situation explains why the East is teaming up with cultists, meaning these dragons are likely part of a massive conspiracy orchestrated by the Demon Lord's followers. Zephyr explains that the cult didn't actually summon the beasts, but instead lured them into launching these savage attacks. To end this nightmare, these dragons have to be hunted down and slain. Zephyr confidently offers that he and Ned will take on this deadly hunt. But the bishop is skeptical, wondering how two warriors could ever hope to defeat a dragon. Lucius is shocked that he's being left behind, but Zephyr explains that the third parish still desperately needs him. This won't be the last invasion, and they need a strong protector to stay and defend their home. The Holy One fully agrees with the plan, officially appointing Zephyr and Ned as temple knights. He rewards them with plenty of gold and gems, granting them total access to the main building. They are even allowed to grab supplies whenever they need. On top of that, he promises that he and the bishop will donate half of their temple offerings to fund the mission. They accept the deal, but ask to bypass receiving the official holy priestly mark. After thinking it over, Lucius agrees, promising to support their massive dragon hunt in every way he can. This choice really worries the bishop, but he cannot go against the Holy One. He stays quiet, choosing to watch how this unfolds. Just as they start planning a big farewell feast, a low rumble echoes from the vault. They spin around to see a bizarre, glowing light shining from Olden's sealed cage. Suddenly, Olden's severed head floats into the air, clearly possessed by some terrifying new presence. This dark entity reveals it felt Olden's energy fading away and came to see what happened. It asks if Ned and Zephyr were the ones who beat Olden, while a panicked Lucius demands to know who this monster is. But before anyone can move, a sudden flash of purple light explodes across the chamber. The cage shatters, the head floats closer, and the entity demands they kneel, and trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. You and I are starting with pure terror, as the true leader of the Demon Lord worshippers finally shows his face. With their broken weapons still being repaired, they are completely unprepared for another massive clash. But this monster only cares about one thing, the insane Dragonheart energy radiating from Zephyr. He asks if he is the owner. Meanwhile, our main character is totally thrown off. In his past life, this cult leader stayed hidden, living a quiet double life with zero interest in the Dragonheart. The Grandmaster was not supposed to show up for another 2 years, which should have given Zephyr time to wipe out his minions. That is exactly why he calmly assassinated Olden and those twin knights without worrying about an early revenge strike. But with the boss showing up early, a million questions hit him at once. While he stands there frozen, Ned and Lucius jump in front to shield him. They need to buy time, knowing this monster is on a whole different level. After all, he literally shattered that reinforced steel cage without even trying. Still, Lucius is confident because of his Shard of Glory spell. Wasting no time, he and Ned channel massive mana into their weapons for a dual strike. Let's watch closely and see if a single, decisive blow can end this threat once and for all. Right as their swords land, the Master suddenly morphs. 2 giant claws of pure darkness erupt, snatching both heroes midair. This ancient dragon shadow spell completely blocks them from using any skills. The Master speaks up, admitting he expected some mysterious woman was behind all of this chaos. Disappointed, he realizes he got the wrong person and decides this whole trip was a massive waste of time. Just before leaving, he blasts Ned and Lucius with a barrage of deadly dark curses. The dark magic hits them hard, causing pure agony. Even the bishop cannot stop the curse. But right at that moment, Zephyr charges in and slices the dark claws with his light sword, absolutely stunning the cult leader. He cannot believe his eyes. That is the Sword of Light, which requires legendary stats and direct permission from the Goddess of Light. Plus, it is the only way to break that nasty curse loop. To pull this off, Zephyr stacked 2 powerful enhancement spells together, giving him 10 seconds of sword-wielding power without her blessing. But he knows how dangerous this is. This master could be a direct assassin from the Demon Lord, making a direct confrontation extremely risky. But watch closely, because Zephyr remembers his past life after a humiliating loss. The Demon Lord would never let him die easily. He would actually want him to get stronger, strong enough to peak before their ultimate rematch, so the Demon Lord can reclaim his lost honor. Knowing this, Zephyr realizes the cult leader is acting on his own, not under direct orders from the Demon Lord. Glaring back at Zephyr, the Master is now deeply intrigued by his raw power, demanding to know who he really is. But Zephyr, always a rebel, proposes a high-stakes challenge. A simple coin toss, the loser must answer any question the winner wants to ask. If Zephyr wins, he will expose the cult leader's secret identity in front of everyone present. This declaration shocks everyone, especially the Master. Even his closest servant, Olden, never knew who was behind that mask. It seems impossible. To check if Zephyr is just bluffing, the Master activates a mana detection spell to spot any lies. To his shock, there are no lies. Zephyr genuinely knows the truth. With tension peaking, the boy warns the Master not to make a scene, since fighting now will only blow his cover. The Master hesitates, then agrees. Zephyr flips the coin into the air as everyone watches with bated breath. The Master calls tails. When the coin lands, every single person in the room clearly sees it as tails. Except for the bishop, everyone's high-level training makes the spinning coin look like it is moving in slow motion. They are all shocked, not by the outcome, but because the boy let the Master win so easily. Ned immediately suspects a hidden trick, while the Master himself is deeply confused about why Zephyr handed him an obvious victory. But this is no ordinary coin toss. As the coin spins, beams of highly condensed light clash in midair, one from Zephyr and one from the Master. Both of them cast magic secretly. The winner is not determined by how the coin lands. It's decided when the hand lifts, but only if the flipper can strike first, and trust me, you and I are about to see who wins. Alright, you and I are jumping into a crazy game where beating your opponent before the reveal decides everything. The Master summons a massive claw of shadowy energy to trap Zephyr, aiming to crush him before anyone can move. Zephyr fights back with everything, knowing that giving up now means completely surrendering the ultimate victory. In fact, this rule exists for one major purpose, ensuring both fighters stay locked in until the final second. Even under crushing pressure, Zephyr shatters the Shadow Claw and flips the coin high into the sky. Instantly, he triggers Ginryong's lightning speed spell, dashes upward, and slams the coin straight into the ground with an absolutely explosive strike. The strike is so insanely powerful that it leaves a deep crater in the earth. Just then, Zephyr's dragon form timer runs out. As the smoke clears, the coin is split perfectly in two, heads on one side, tails on the other. It's a tie, meaning they successfully banish the master back to his domain without taking any serious damage. Later, Ned explains everything to Priestess Rose over warm tea. He tells her how Zephyr read the master's mind perfectly, planning every single move to resolve the conflict. As Rose asks about the coin flip, Zephyr walks into the room and cuts her off, saying they'll settle things later. Because of their duel, he's locked in an oath bond, preventing him from talking about the Tartarus worshippers until their next battle. But watch closely, because this clever kid speaks indirectly, using strange riddles and cryptic hints so they can piece together the terrifying truth themselves. He warns that this secret is far bigger than the Eastern Union, promising to share it only with those he trusts before the scene suddenly cuts away. Now, we watch the master stroll through a massive, majestic palace carrying a beautiful bouquet of flowers. Staring at his own oath bond, he's genuinely surprised the crazy kid hasn't revealed his identity to everyone yet. Even with Zephyr's intense anger and threats, the kid has stayed quiet, making him wonder if Zephyr is just completely insane or a dangerously ambitious planner waiting to learn more. Stepping inside the stunning palace hall, the master softly greets a girl with long, dark hair. Calling her Altair, he hands her the birthday flowers for her 20th birthday, revealing she is the first princess of the Cayenne Kingdom. Her brother, the master himself, is Polaris, the first prince of Cayenne and the youngest cardinal in the Temple of Light. Meanwhile, at the third parish, Lucius can't stop obsessing over the mysterious clues Zephyr dropped for them. Every single hint points to a foe with godlike authority, meaning they absolutely cannot turn back after coming this far. They are fully committed, and Ned knows his path of blood is far from over while the master and his disciples still live. And let's be honest, we all know it's only thanks to Zephyr. Because of this, he owes the boy a massive debt he can never pay. Meanwhile, Zephyr focuses his mana, deeply bothered by the master's unexpected arrival. There is always a hidden motive behind every move, and when someone acts completely out of character, it usually means time itself has been heavily altered. It makes no sense that the master spared Ned and Lucius when he easily could have killed them, and this mystery keeps eating away at him. It is like a crucial puzzle piece is missing, or maybe there's a dark secret he hasn't even uncovered yet. No matter what, Zephyr is going to dig up the truth. But first, he must use the glowing silver key embedded directly in his hand. The beautiful angel granted him this artifact when he briefly dared to interfere with the grand plans of the gods. She told him this unique key now holds incredibly massive privileges, and he was ordered to activate it once his quest ended, so the gods could deliver a critical message, prompting him to dress and turn the key. Instantly, a flash of light teleports him into a breathtaking silver palace, arriving in a lavish guest room inside her villa, where the angel happily greets him, making him wonder if he will receive even more sweet upgrades. She simply laughs, explaining that these power-ups are just to keep things entertaining for the watching gods. Annoyed by her words, Zephyr cuts to the chase, demanding to know the real reason he was brought here. With a quick wave of her hand, she summons a comfortable chair and delivers the divine warning, revealing new rules and rewards for him. If he ever tries to threaten the gods again, they will instantly strip away all his perks. He will be turned to ash and marked as prey, allowing whoever slays him to steal his entire arsenal. A clear warning that stepping out of line hands his enemies everything. Besides, he does not plan on crossing the gods again anyway. So let's find out what perks the Goddess of Light actually promised him. She explains that he already has one, since the strict restriction on the legendary Sword of Light has been lifted, allowing him to wield it without being a holy priest. But first, you and I have to watch him finish a task for the goddess. There is a new rule: Zephyr must carry out divine quests in exchange for powerful perks. By beating these trials and completing their missions, he has to prove he is worthy of his blessings. Zephyr accepts. Alongside Ned, he starts getting ready for the massive dragon raid ahead. Suddenly, the head priest, along with Lucius, shows up to personally apologize for sneaking them out through the back gate in secret. Zephyr tells them not to worry. With the raid date getting closer and spies everywhere, being careful is a must. He activates a cloaking bracelet to keep them completely hidden, but even with the magic, they play it safe and stick to the back entrance. Before they leave, Lucius's wife hands over a care package loaded with home-cooked meals and supplies. They say goodbye and set off. Back inside, the Holy One prepares to lie and convince everyone he has the dragon heart. That way, absolutely nobody will suspect Zephyr. They lock up the main gates until the boy returns. While back in the boss room, the princess and her night spirit finally rest. Their ancient duty is finally done, ending thousands of years of painful loneliness. From here on, everything rests on Zephyr and the allies like Altair, who will walk beside him. As Zephyr continues his journey, Altair receives a letter from her cousin Lucius, wishing her a happy birthday. Reading about her gift, Altair knows it is going to be something weird, and honestly, you and I probably would too. Suddenly, she hears chaos outside. Looking out, she is completely shocked to see Zephyr thrashing her guards, the exact helper Lucius promised in his letter. Zephyr and Ned arrive at the massive Lindell fortress, and the boy recalls that Altair became Grand Duchess here at just 16 years old. He hands a sealed letter to the head butler, explaining it is from Lucius, the Holy One. The butler accepts the letter and leads them inside. As they follow, Ned marvels at the sheer scale, remembering they carry a letter for this legendary fortress master. Lucius is sure she will help, but Ned wonders if the princess will actually join a deadly dragon raid. Zephyr keeps his own noble status in mind while asking Ned if he knows anything about the princess. Ned only saw her during royal events as a kid, hearing rumors that she wasted her talent, making him highly doubtful. Suddenly, a guard collapses right by them. The butler apologizes, explaining the guy is just another suitor, hoping to win the princess's hand in marriage. Ned thinks they're just weak thugs, but you and I can see they're strong, as Zephyr recalls his past life. He remembers Altair Justina Cayenne as a woman blessed with beauty, insane talent, and unmatched luck, the Empire's brightest star. Years ago, Prince Polaris gave up his right to the throne and his title to become a priest of light. With his brother sick, the royal family planned to make Altair's future husband the next king. Naturally, power-hungry nobles saw marrying her as a shortcut to the throne, but Altair made it clear no man gets her hand without proving his strength, since she despises the weak. This challenge brought waves of hopeful nobles to Lindell, only to be crushed. Today, her elite bodyguard, Ophelia, continues the beatdowns. She knocks out challenger after challenger without breaking a sweat. Ned watches in shock. He expected weaklings, but these guys are actually holding their own out there. The butler explains that most of these guys are actually hired mercenaries, sent by the cowardly suitors. Landing just one hit on Ophelia is enough to earn an audience, and Ned notices even holy priests are in line. While Zephyr knows they are nowhere near his or Ned's level, he admits they are still highly skilled. But they are facing one of the top 10 strongest warriors in the world, and it shows. Zephyr silently notes that it has been a long time since he last saw Ophelia, who looks much younger because he met her earlier in this lifetime. As he thinks, a massive dude confronts them, angrily demanding to know why they are cutting the line. He points out people have waited 3 days, telling them to get to the back like everyone else. Zephyr spots the golden bird emblem on his blue uniform, identifying him as a priest from the Sky Temple, the second most powerful order around. Zephyr figures some rich noble hired this priest to fight for him, but you and I know a massive clash is coming. Keeping things peaceful, alright. You and I are about to see Zephyr shut this guy up. He flashes a sealed letter from Lucius, demanding to pass, and the guard reluctantly steps aside to avoid trouble. Walking past, Zephyr is seriously getting annoyed by all these pointless holdups. He catches a few nearby priests gossiping about Lucius, claiming he probably finished his dungeon raid. Someone else questions the timing, wondering if Princess Altair funded it. A heavy-set priest explains that Lucius has to notify 3 specific groups right after finishing. First his lover, then his temple, and finally the investors. Hearing this, Zephyr scoffed. It was completely absurd that such brainless gossip was spreading around the capital. Disgusting, incestuous rumors about Lucius and Altair, pure trash. Annoyed, Zephyr absolutely obliterates the priest who said it, throwing him aside like garbage. He gets the bad blood between the Temple of Light and the Sky Temple, but Altair has absolutely nothing to do with it. Besides, he knows for a fact she has only ever loved one man, him. He gestures to the remaining priests and taunts them, pointing out they waited days just to get a beatdown. Now, watch this, he tells them to stop waiting and step up all at once. Once the brawl wraps up, Zephyr casually remarks it has been months since he last had to deal with this kind of queue trouble. He apologizes, explaining he only snapped because they insulted someone he deeply respects, while the old butler apologizes for not stopping it sooner. The butler knows Ophelia usually deals with trash like this, but Zephyr finished them off before she could even step in. Plus, their gear proves these guys are no ordinary temple knights. Right then, Altair arrives, commenting on her greenhouse. Zephyr turns to see her, realizing they met much later in his previous life. Time only truly started moving after he left that cave where he trained with Ned for a full year, and he cannot believe this moment has arrived so early. He respectfully kisses her hand. She silently studies him before mentioning she read the letter from Lucius, who highly recommended them both as elite temple knights. But since Lucius suggested she get the real details directly from Zephyr, she asks him point-blank what he can offer. Meanwhile, Ned notices Altair's bodyguard glaring daggers at him, wondering if she has mistaken him for someone else from their past. Hearing Altair's direct question, Zephyr recalls that right now, she has not fully awakened her communion ability. She cannot read minds like the dungeon princess did later, but she already holds that incredible potential. Get this though, she currently relies on sensory magic to find loyal allies who can help her stand against the rising threat of demon worshippers. Zephyr realizes that she committed herself to this dark path long before he ever did. Initially, he only chased vague success and vengeance for his mentor Ned, but Altair broke those limits and taught him to aim much higher. Now he sees that her public suitor contest is actually a brilliant trap, having nothing to do with marriage. It is pure bait to lure in powerhouse warriors, because with the kingdom collapsing, even a royal heir has her limits. Eager to prove his worth, Zephyr begins channeling magic, knowing a live demonstration is way faster than talking. Ophelia watches closely, suspecting his monstrous pressure might actually come from a dragon heart. Sensing his aura, Altair asks Ophelia if she has ever clashed with him. She has not, but she is about to. Ophelia steps forward, unsheathing her blade, and warns him that she will try to hit him 3 times. Zephyr stands ready. Though his posture looks totally relaxed, she cannot find a single opening. Knowing any slip-up gives him the upper hand, she moves cautiously, but her first strike is effortlessly deflected by his fluid guard. With her second attempt, even a full-force thrust fails to pierce, or even scratch his skin. On her third try, she loses her grip, only for him to vanish and gently tap her shoulder from behind. Shocked, she wonders how he moved so fast. Ophelia silently admits she has seen plenty. His defensive magic and combat instincts are absolutely off the charts. Afterward, Zephyr mentions the grain storehouse recently destroyed by the Blue Dragon, arguing that simply rebuilding the land is useless. It will only invite the demon worshippers right back. Instead, he urges Altair to execute a far more aggressive strategy, to wipe out the Thorny Mountain range. Taking just 1 or 2 mountains will let her successfully divert the enemy's focus during the next major dungeon raid. He promises that if she strikes fast and quietly, he will bring her the Blue Dragon's head within a single month. Zephyr will take any fair reward, but trust me, you and I are about to hear his real demand. Let's dive into this wild story, where a chaotic tomb raid leaves the Third Parish desperately short on healers. He asks her to send every single healer she can spare, making Altair realize Zephyr wants something far deeper than mere wealth or status. When she asks about his odds against the dragon, he says it all depends on her backing, then hands her a mysterious crystal. This elite artifact holds an ancient spellbook packed with forbidden magic from the lost kingdom of Medadia. Zephyr knows that the lineage of this ancient Medadia magic died out long ago. Luckily, Altair studied it as a child, though he recalls she hit a major plateau around this point in time. He explains this mage crystal is a powerful heirloom from one of her ancestors, believing that if Altair absorbs its energy, she will completely awaken her hidden magic and finally balance the dragon heart for him. Saying his farewells, he prepares to leave, confident that if she is truly impressed, she will summon him back. Walking away, he realizes this initial meeting went infinitely better than it ever did in his past life. He missed her so much, and even though this is their first encounter in this timeline, he can finally show her his worth. Playing it cool, he plans to keep his distance and let her curiosity drive her right back to him. Watch closely here. Altair asks Ophelia for her thoughts, who agrees Zephyr is skilled but questions Lucius's judgment. Skill-wise, he is exactly what Altair needs. Yet he feels surprisingly underwhelming for someone holding a legendary dragon heart. Altair agrees, noting that the dragon heart has not fully settled inside him just yet. Still, she knows he will grow stronger, remembering his claim that the crystal came from her ancestor, a request she made herself. It almost sounded as though he had met the dungeon princess in person. Then again, that sorceress was so ridiculously powerful that Altair wouldn't be shocked if she were still breathing inside her tomb. If true, she surely implanted the dragon heart inside him. And though Altair has never heard of Zephyr before, his power is undeniable. He might just be the ultimate key to her grand plans, but one nagging detail still bothers her. Usually, her touch registers warmth or cold to judge a person, but with Zephyr, she felt absolutely nothing. Instead, a strange vision flashed before her eyes, only the second time ever leaving her wondering what it could mean. Meanwhile, in a distant land, Elfrida, the second in command of the demon lord worshippers, kneels before their supreme leader. She acknowledges the summon and awaits her instructions. Now, I know what you're thinking. Hearing that a 12 apostle seat is vacant, Elfrida assumes Olden failed, only for her master to rebuke her for not knowing sooner. She immediately suggests a replacement for the apostle role, reminding the master that while apostles get total freedom, their final mission must be completed no matter what. Olden's absence cannot ruin the plan, so she accepts this command, deeply ashamed that her past failure disappointed their leader. Soon after, Elfrida spots a nearby priest and orders him to prepare the phantom horse immediately. She must depart for the Third Parish immediately. Meanwhile, Altair reflects on how smoothly everything has gone. Their investors are fully satisfied, and the ancient script inside the dungeon has been successfully deciphered. With the princess's tomb raid finally complete, she focuses entirely on the legendary spellbook she sought for so long. Her own magic has been stuck at level 2, but with this incredible discovery, she's ready to level up. Altair recalls a final farewell from her master, a woman who warned that her own time was coming to an end. She apologized for not teaching her more, trusting her brilliant disciple to complete the ultimate spell and defeat the TARDIS worshippers. As Altar holds the crystal and meditates, raw magical energy surrounds her. She feels the crystal linking directly to her mind as endless fragments of ancient knowledge float around her like stars. Suddenly, the princess herself appears, explaining she is a consciousness preserved inside this ancient overmined crystal. She tells Altair she has waited ages to meet her true heir. Elsewhere, Zephyr beats Ned in a friendly game, meaning he gets to attend the fancy party, while Ned hunts down hidden demon lord worshippers in the fortress. Zephyr emphasizes that his actual goal is gathering intel, turning down a special bracelet that Ned offers him. Yet, the system screen reveals this mist bracelet actually holds some incredibly broken cloaking abilities. When worn as a pair, they make the wearer virtually undetectable, bypassable only by legendary-grade detection skills. Zephyr suggests wearing both, since one of the continent's top 10 strongest warriors is currently inside the fortress walls. Trust me, walking around with just one would still attract too much attention. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a mystery with Ned, who's getting stared down by a strange girl named Oilia. He rarely interacts with Southerners, especially someone with that kind of crazy pressure. Ned wonders if she remembers him from his undercover days among the Demon Lord's cult, or if she's the real monster here. He pulls out a potion of true sight, revealing the insect-like crest hidden inside every cultist. Zephyr doubts Oilia is a worshipper, but tells Ned to keep his guard up. Now, Zephyr gets ready to use his transfiguration skill, an Eastern art that physically shifts his facial muscles for a flawless disguise. It is the mark of a true shadow disciple destined to join the cult's 12 apostles. He realizes just how powerful looks and acting can be. A master of disguise can fool someone they just talked to and vanish into thin air. Zephyr knows his own camouflage skill isn't quite master level yet, but it works in a packed ballroom where everyone is too drunk to care. He slips inside and immediately spots that giant of a man from earlier. Looking around, he realizes that Princess Alter's suitors are all elite warriors and top-tier nobles from across the entire realm. These VIPs expect the best, but pay attention here because this fortress is hiding something. It hosts all the suitors, their private guards, and spectators, while doubling as a wild nightly party room. Meanwhile, guests are gossiping about the princess, wondering if she's really as beautiful as the rumors claim. Another insists she is beyond beautiful. She is also the most talented sorceress in history, and some believe she might be the chosen savior of their entire world. But instead of saving the world, she just throws massive parties and constantly travels. Sipping his drink, a guest notes how different royalty lives, wishing he could meet the princess but doubting she'll even show up. Elsewhere, a blonde noble whispers that they haven't heard a single word from the third parish. His brother-in-law, who invested heavily there, was ordered to leave and wait nearby until the raid finished, but he still hasn't been let back inside. Now, you and I can see Zephyr listening closely, realizing the public doesn't know the raid is over and Olden is gone. While Zephyr mingles, a man stares and says he looks familiar, noting that people even mistook him for the Baron earlier. Though the real Baron is busy dancing, he finds it fascinating, wondering if Zephyr is the warrior who clashed with the Sky Temple's priests. This catches Zephyr off guard. The guy doesn't feel strong, yet he saw right through the mask. Just who is this dude? Meanwhile, in a dark hallway, Ned quietly drops a guard, confirming the east wing is finally clear. A creepy parasite crawls from the dead guard's mouth. Later, Ned scales the roof and gazes at the massive fortress. It completely blows his mind that one single noble owns all of this. He remembers feeling way more comfortable in Lucius's temple, which felt like his old family home. Suddenly, a childhood memory hits him. The last time he saw his sister and mother, she promised she'd bring him a special gift. She'd probably be married with kids like Claudia now if that typhoon hadn't struck. Out of nowhere, Oilia appears, asking why he's wandering alone. Ned is completely shocked. He internally curses himself for slipping up, but remembers he's wearing both of his concealment bracelets. Even with some legendary sensory power, he should be invisible. But Oilia is definitely not your average fighter. She is the princess's elite shield and one of the top 10 strongest warriors in the world. Her legendary reputation is real. She tells him to relax. She adds that she came specifically to talk to him. Suspicious, Ned asks exactly how long she has been tailing him. She confesses she's followed him since the second floor of the East Building, which makes this conversation much easier. Ned states that those dead guards were actually cultists, and the crawling parasites heading for the corpses prove it. He tells her to see for herself, offering a quick apology for taking action without any permission. He argues that wiping out the cult was simply too urgent. She gets it, but warns him that's not why she tracked him down. Suddenly, she lunges. Ned barely dodges, wide-eyed. She explains the princess has spent ages preparing for the dragon raid, assembling only the absolute strongest fighters. Zephyr already proved his worth, but now Ned must do the same. She demands he show her what he can do. Ned grins, accepting the test, and as they clash, we see Alfred searching near the third parish temple with her minions. Stick around, because this is about to get insane. Stick with me, we just found scorch marks and signs of demonic transformation. Proof that Cardinal Olden was here, right where lightning blasted something immensely powerful. Alfred investigates the ruined battlefield, spotting clear signs of the Dragon King style, which proves one of Jinryong's disciples was here. Right at the spot where she previously discovered the Silver Knight's remains, she finds traces of a three-way battle, with some fighters unleashing pure divine energy. While inspecting a carriage, she spots a sticky substance on the door. Driven by curiosity, she actually tastes it immediately, recognizing a lethal poison that shouldn't exist here. This terrifying clue points to one thing, a secret alliance between the Eastern One, the Saint, and Tarantula. She's stunned, questioning if they killed Olden, though she doubts they would take things that far. She notes how the Temple of the Third Parish has completely locked down, erecting a barrier that jams all detection skills. Even messenger birds are getting lost, proving they are desperately trying to hide something massive inside. Pay attention here. Polaris said only 2 or 3 people alive can implant a dragon heart. She suspects the demon cult's leader is involved, though she wonders if the Saint's faction has also obtained one. It is highly likely the Saint and his allies are just stalling to let the heart's power fully stabilize. If so, they do not care about complaints or investors. This absolute silence is a calculated move to block any outside interference. She hates how perfectly they're executing this plan. Now, the ultimate question remains, who actually holds the dragon heart? Time is rapidly slipping away. Days have already passed since the clash with Olden. She needs to move fast, securing hard evidence before that dragon power is fully bonded. Out of nowhere, a masked woman appears, questioning if Alfred's bird mask belongs to the second in command, before trying to make a run for it. Sensing trouble, Alfred orders her minions to attack. The woman retaliates with a lightning palm strike, confirming Alfred's deepest suspicions. That is the Dragon King style. Instantly identifying her as Jinryang's disciple, Alfred demands she cooperate peacefully to discuss urgent matters. Deep down, the woman finds this situation incredibly annoying. Meanwhile, over at Lindell Fortress, Oilia ruthlessly tests Ned, blasting him right off a building during their intense spar. Ned questions if this is even fair, noting they have already clashed swords 3 times. You and I know Ned's strong, but is he really getting excluded from the raid for only matching Oilia? As she lunges again, he blocks the blow, morphing his Mirage sword to trap her blade midair. He disarms her, throwing the weapon away. She instantly sweeps in with a kick, but he ducks to dodge. She strikes again, but her target dissolves into dust. It was just a clever clone. Instantly, Ned teleports right behind her using his crow's cloak, a trick that leaves a mana clone while warping the user nearby. He admits that her blow would have devastated him. Completely stunned by his swift trick, Oilia demands to know how he managed to pull it off. Ned recalls the legends surrounding her fearsome combat power, fully aware she is still holding back her real strength. And so is he. He knows if they both unleash their absolute limits, this place will crumble. He suggests they call it. Oilia instantly guesses his secret trump card is the legendary Dragon King style, demanding to know the truth. She explains that her eyes possess her highest stat, meaning illusions and cloaks never work on her, which is why she was sent on that classified mission. Meanwhile, that elusive woman, a deadly shadow disciple of the Great Master, catches her breath by a lake after escaping, fully realizing just how terrifying the second-in-command actually is. Everything is falling into place. After easily slipping past the princess's elite guards, the raid ended, and she already found solid proof that a fellow disciple betrayed their master. Plus, she caught the second-in-command slinking around the exact scene of the crime. Elsewhere, Oilia confirms that Ned's combat style perfectly mirrors the Smiling Woman, one of Jinryang's elite shadow disciples and a legendary master of stealth. Both share identical breathing, movement patterns, and predictive combat tactics. She reveals her true mission was to stop the Smiling Woman from stealing the dragon heart, and clashing with Ned confirms everything. She notes that while Zephyr displays the same dangerous traits, the princess herself has guaranteed his absolute loyalty. As the Smiling Woman wonders where to strike next, Oilia heavily stresses how identical Ned is to Jinryang's deadly assassin. Could they share blood? Either way, you and I are definitely questioning his loyalty now. You and I are diving right back in. Ned has no idea what she means, while a defeated Olden is locked in the third parish. While Ned investigates, Olden actually apologizes for the past, claiming he was just following temple orders and never meant to hurt him. In fact, he says Ned should thank him for sending Jinryong to raise him and even paying for it. Because of that, Ned trained in a hidden cave, far from the world's chaos, and grew insanely strong. Olden insists that Ned could never truly understand just how terrible those times were. Back then, starving kids from ruined families were sold off or hunted by brutal outlaws. He claims he saved Ned from that nightmare and built him into who he is. But as Ned lashes out, Olden begs for a single chance to speak, screaming that Zephyr is lying to him. Cut to the present, and Ned is walking outside Lindell Fortress. Deep in thought, he figures Olden sounded crazy, which is why he brushed it off. But now? Nothing makes sense. He remembers Zephyr mentioning he was trained as a shadow disciple just in case things went sideways. Then Oilia's warning flashes back. Jinryong's shadow disciple, a red-haired, yellow-eyed woman, is one of the 12 apostles, trained in Dragon King martial arts. The resemblance was uncanny, almost as if they were actual siblings. Ned starts questioning everything. Is it possible his sister, who he thought was dead, is still alive? Could she be Jinryong's disciple, the smiling woman? And watch closely, here he has no clue who to trust, fearing he'll make the same mistakes again. All he wants is the truth. Meanwhile, inside a grand ballroom, a brown-haired girl plays the violin. Nearby, Zephyr and the man who doubted him are chatting. As the music winds down, a priestess mentions it is the night sonata, signaling the ballroom is closing for the night. The man shakes hands with Zephyr, suggesting they grab a drink together tomorrow. Zephyr agrees, and as they walk away, the man chuckles to himself. He realizes Zephyr is a rare breed, powerful, sharp, and incredibly cunning. Even though he looks like he's in his 20s, he acts with the wisdom of someone twice his age. The man realizes that during their brief chat, Zephyr masterfully pried key information out of him without ever losing control. He realizes Lucius didn't just stumble upon this guy. Zephyr was chosen. And with that, the man senses a massive shift in power coming. This man is Philip, head of the Pilgrim Merchantry. Turning to his son Edwin, he warns him to be extremely careful. Unlike noblemen, merchants can't afford to be careless. If they lose their money, they have absolutely nowhere to go. You and I know that guys like Zephyr can easily strip you bare without ever lifting a blade. Edwin asks if they should tell Princess Altair that Zephyr seems dangerous, but his father immediately shuts that down. They can't let someone with this kind of raw potential slip away before anyone else notices. Over in the second parish of Lindell, Elise Brenta, the Temple Knight's chief healer, completely agrees, demanding only the best recruits. That means they either recruit Zephyr or they put him down. Meanwhile, Zephyr contemplates his next move. Everything he knows is based on what he saw and experienced in his previous life. But naturally, some people are wildcards because they died before he ever met them in the past. He thinks of Philip, the merchant leader running one of the 3 largest trade caravans on the entire continent. In the old timeline, Philip built a fortune trading Eastern spices and became known as the backer for Altair, the notorious, so-called ruined princess. More importantly, he was key to helping her shape the future of humanity. In a flashback, Philip counsels Altair, telling her even royals are powerless without the right backing. With the cult leader of the Demon Lord blocking her path, her dream would never become reality. So he suggested she act like a spoiled, luxury-obsessed princess while secretly building her true power. He promised to fund her entire operation. Back in the present, Zephyr wonders why he's marked by the cult. In the past life, right when Ned escaped with the dragon heart, that shadow disciple, the smiling woman, murdered Philip. Zephyr remembers that Philip's son, Edwin, had always taken great care of Altair. If Philip survives this time, it'll save countless lives in the upcoming desert campaign, giving Zephyr 2 clear new goals. First, keep Philip alive. Second, stop the smiling woman who could strike at any second. And that won't be easy. She can disguise herself as literally anyone, and she never shows her face. Even Zephyr has no idea what she looks like. Entering his room, our boy figures Ned should be back by now. But to his absolute shock, and trust me, as Ned lifts his head, Zephyr instinctively flinches back, totally baffled by his own reaction. Stick with me, we're diving into the exact moment our main character realizes his master might kill him. Back to those brutal cave beatings, where Ned wore that identical, terrifying gaze. Zephyr acts completely normal, hiding his absolute panic. Something is seriously wrong here. Ned explains that Oilia caught him sneaking around, and claims she met a girl who looked exactly like his sister. Zephyr is completely baffled. He never knew Ned even had a sister. But then it clicks. Ned once said his entire family, except his father, died when he was a kid. Ned thought his sister drowned in a boating accident 13 years ago, but now, he suddenly hears she is actually alive. Even crazier, she is apparently the shadow disciple of the legendary Dragon King martial arts. This shocks Zephyr. Is Ned being played? Or is this a trap? Could Altair be pulling the strings here? He instantly shakes his head. She would never go that far. But either way, he cannot keep playing the fake shadow disciple for much longer. Suddenly, a memory from his past life flashes. That smiling woman had grabbed his collar, demanding to know who taught him his moves. She later confessed that an accident had wiped out almost all of her memories. Her adoptive parents found her washed ashore, and her new master immediately recognized she possessed the legendary warrior's bone structure. She figured if her brother was anything like her, he would also share that exact same talent. She desperately hoped to find him to reclaim her lost family. Even though she was technically Zephyr's enemy, she trusted him with all of this. Zephyr recalls Jinryong once explaining that the warrior's bone structure is a rare, hereditary gift passed down through bloodlines. If one sibling has it, the other likely does as well. This means Ginryang and Olden probably ruined Ned's family just to steal a gifted child, throwing the rest away like absolute trash once they got what they wanted. Pay attention here, Ned wants to trust Oilia, but her story is just too wild to believe. He remembers how his father once blindly trusted Olden, a mistake that completely ruined their entire family. He trusted his own master next, and that betrayal almost killed him. Now, he fears trusting anyone but Zephyr somehow feels entirely different. He thinks back to their brutal battles, the life-or-death struggles, and the genuine bond they slowly forged together. Part of him wants to believe in them. Desperate for a sign, he hurls his dagger and demands a single shred of proof that he can trust Zephyr. Zephyr simply looks at him and reveals the truth. They were actually supposed to meet 3 months later. But after stealing the dragon's heart and clashing with the Silver Knight, Ned sensed an even greater threat and fled, running not just from cultists, but from the entire world. He explains how Ned ended up in the Canyon of Oblivion, a top-tier danger zone. That is where his master's son betrayed him and stole the dragon's heart. During those dark days, while Ned was hiding in a deep cliffside cave, a temple slave tracking him down finally found him. That slave was Zephyr. He learned the Dragon King martial arts from Ned because survival demanded it. With one of them crippled and the other a total rookie, they never would have survived the canyon any other way. Ned listens, completely stunned by this wild explanation. You and I both know how strong our boy gets, but even at his peak, he couldn't stop the apocalypse or save a single soul. Now he stands here calling himself a failed hero, the very last human alive, a regressor sent back with 10 years of future memories, and also Ned's sole disciple. He remembers Ned's exact plan from that past timeline. Back then, Ned calculated exactly how many years Zephyr would need to spend training in that cave, measuring the raw power needed to escape the Canyon of Oblivion against his own rapidly failing body. Pure survival and vengeance kept him breathing through impossible odds, but fate forced them out of that cave far sooner than expected. Zephyr still vividly remembers their clash with Andendor, the canyon's terrifying lord, where Ned took a fatal blow. The regret still haunts him. If only he had been slightly stronger, or trained just a bit longer, things could have ended so differently. Ned threw his life away to protect Zephyr, trading his ultimate revenge for a kid who was literally nobody to him at the time. They both could have made it. In his final breath, Ned unleashed one ultimate secret technique he never got the chance to teach his disciple. Using his remaining strength, he channeled magic and delivered one final devastating spear strike. Zephyr will never forget the sight of his master's back on that day. Back in the present, Zephyr sits quietly as Ned struggles to process this insane story. It sounds utterly impossible, yet it explains literally everything. It perfectly explains his ridiculous power, his future knowledge, and how he uses holy items without even being a priest. Trust me, everything is unfolding exactly as Ned once predicted. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where a hero goes back in time, and suddenly, everything clicks. Zephyr knows it sounds totally insane, but he looks Ned in the eye and swears it is all true. He keeps some dark secrets hidden, like his bond with that mysterious smiling woman, and simply admits, at least to himself, that he got close to Ned using lies. He never expected Ned to buy a time travel story, so he shifted all the blame onto those demon lord cultists. Now, his only goal is keeping Ned alive, so they can take down the god of destruction together. Holding his head in his hands, Ned realizes that pure revenge was never his only motivation. He once thought he would spend his days protecting his noble family and preserving their legacy. But after losing his title, his duty, and his entire family, he was left with absolutely nothing. That was when his master adopted him, giving him a fresh name and a new path. He remembers Jinryong promising to aid his revenge if he proved his worth. Ned took on every brutal task, trusting there was a deeper meaning behind all his master's harsh orders. To Ned, that bond of master and disciple felt like family bloodless, but incredibly deep. It only made sense to trust the one person who gave him a reason to live. But looking back now, and this is the heartbreaking part, he realizes he was just a pawn. Ned admits he used to blame himself, thinking he had completely ruined his own life. But now, he sees his existence truly mattered, because he left a real legacy behind. He places a hand on Zephyr's shoulder, silently thanking his friend for everything, for avenging him in the old timeline and standing by him now. He chuckles, thinking he chose one hell of a disciple, a literal time-traveling hero destined to save the world. But then again, that is exactly what you expect from someone trained by him. Before leaving, Ned decides he won't let Zephyr carry this massive burden alone. This time, they fight side by side. Later, Zephyr notes their talk went perfectly. Ned agrees to keep the secret safe, knowing that leaking future events would only trigger mass panic, and keeping it quiet gives them a massive, critical advantage. The next morning, our boy is called to a sudden meeting with Philip and the crew. During this gathering, Philip officially names them as Princess Altair's permanent party members. Everything is wrapped up fast, exactly what Zephyr expects from elite troops handpicked by Princess Altair. Since the princess is busy, Philip suggests they talk without her. Ned immediately catches that word, busy, and wonders what she is actually doing. But Zephyr suspects she is dealing with that crystal spellbook. Unlike regular spellbooks, these crystals dump magic knowledge directly into your brain, forcing your body into a comatose sleep while it processes. The stronger the spell, the longer you stay out. Some even wake up with burning fevers. He figures a healer is watching over her, but it won't do much. This isn't a physical wound. In the end, her recovery depends entirely on how fast she absorbs that power. Zephyr hopes she pulls through. After all, he just survived a brutal dungeon run, and now he finally gets to rest. The next few days fly by as the crew goes all out preparing for the epic Blue Dragon raid. They stock up on supplies, polish their battle tactics, and calibrate their upgraded gear. Right in the middle of their prep, Elise Brenta suddenly pulls Zephyr into a tight hug. He warns her to keep it brief, and she giggles, promising she will. Just like that, he unlocks a brand new skill called Angel's Embrace. It is a healing power that utilizes back sensors to scan health through close physical contact. But then Elise locks him down with glowing magical chains, warning him that if he flinches, they have to start the scan over. While performing the checkup, she casually compliments him on his ridiculously shredded body. Watching this, Ned gets super uneasy. You and I know he is desperately looking for any excuse to run. But as he turns to bolt, Philip grabs his shoulder, asking where he is headed. Ned stammers that surely not everyone needs a checkup before the raid. They cannot risk anyone getting sick, and Elise refuses to let him slide. She points and declares it is Ned's turn. He tries to dodge her gaze, politely refusing while scanning the room for a quick exit. Right on cue, Ophelia walks in. Looking completely unimpressed, she tells the boys that the princess has requested to see them both. Hearing this, Zephyr immediately figures Princess Altair must finally be awake. Following her to the chamber, Zephyr remembers that the dungeon princess Overmind is still safely sealed inside that glowing magic crystal. During their last talk, she revealed some massive secrets to him. Stepping inside the bedroom, they see Altair sitting upright, fully awake and alert. She greets them calmly while Zephyr closely analyzes her face, wondering if she already knows the truth about Ned. A while back, deep inside Altair's mind, the dungeon princess appeared and revealed that 3 stars had aligned, proving Altair's median magic hit level 3, granting her all its basic knowledge. Trust me, you and I are not ready for the powers she is about to unleash. Stick with me, you're about to see how this princess levels up to unlock godlike power. Every level adds another star to the alignment. But the princess admitted that absolutely nobody, not even herself, had ever reached level 8. Still, she was totally confident she would be the first. If she succeeds, a gate to the stars opens. Altair agrees. Even though overusing her magic is already taking a massive toll on her, the princess explains she's slipping into a deep sleep. With that wild mana overload, she won't remember a single thing after she wakes up. Just before fading, the ancient princess gives her one final, crucial order: trust Lord Zephyr. He is doing absolutely everything for her, both in this current lifetime and the last one. Cut to the present day, where Princess Altair finally opens her eyes. As she tries to sit up, a priestess tells her to take it easy. She has been asleep for an entire week. The news completely stuns her. She faintly remembers someone telling her something critical, but no matter how hard she tries, the memory remains completely out of reach. Refusing to waste another second, she demands to see Zephyr. When he finally arrives, he's visibly relieved to see her back on her feet. Altair greets both him and Ned, feeling a bit embarrassed to be meeting them in her pajamas due to her condition. Staring at her, Zephyr quietly wonders, and honestly, we are too, how much she learned from Princess Overmind. He weighs what this means for their relationship, the upcoming Blue Dragon raid, and the crucial role she has to play in it. Zephyr suspects she unlocked a communion skill, which lets someone read memories through simple touch, just like the ancient princesses did. He vividly recalls how the dungeon princess tapped his hand and instantly shared her lifetime of memories. If Altair has that same broken skill, it makes his life way easier. No more long explanations, keeping her out of unnecessary danger. He steps forward and extends his hand, testing out his theory. Altair instantly catches on to his plan. She admits that when he handed her that mage crystal, she figured he was just some guy trying to flirt and get onto her elite raid team, but now she knows better. Even so, she hasn't unlocked communion yet. It's too high level, and at level 3, she's far below her level 7 ancestor. For now, mind reading is out of the question. So, she pivots to their urgent meeting from a week ago. If Zephyr wants her personal backing and elite troops, he needs a flawless strategy to kill the Blue Dragon, and he needs it now. He has 3 weeks at most. She challenges him to pitch his master plan. Zephyr agrees, but first, a quick snack check because this talk is heavy. Then, Watch this. He shocks everyone by summoning hundreds of strategy scrolls. Just a few days later, the crew wraps up every single prep for the Blue Dragon raid. They head out, backed by Lindell's elite knights and healers. Zephyr is armed with his silver key and a stacked inventory. To hide their tracks, Altair claims she's just going on a casual shopping trip. Meanwhile, a decoy maid dressed up as the infamous princess rides in a luxury carriage, keeping up the perfect illusion that Altair never left. While on the road, Zephyr bets the Demon Lord cultists are busy pointing fingers at one another. He intentionally erased all traces of the Dragonheart's mana from the third parish to stir up total chaos. He's sure the cult's high-ups are still scrambling to figure out why Lucius locked himself in. If they're lucky, this chaos buys them a month or two, max. That means Zephyr has to keep a low profile and move incredibly fast. Phase 1 is slaying that blue dragon and securing the alliance, but he decides to keep Altair in the dark for now. Her memories are still locked, and she has no clue he regressed from the future. Plus, Ned warned him to play it cool. If Zephyr suddenly blurts out that they were lovers in a past life, she'll think he's insane since they barely know each other. Still, Ned points out that Altair already trusts Zephyr implicitly, possibly because of some hidden skill triggered by touch. Whatever the reason, Ned warns him not to break that fragile bond, and Zephyr knows his friend is absolutely right. He can't ignore their history, but he must tread carefully. Still, he can't help but wonder why she let her guard down so quickly. Maybe it's because Lucius was the one who introduced them, or maybe it's lingering trauma from her past life, where she lost almost everyone she cared about. As they roll along, Edwin announces they've arrived at the Donakill Plains, the continent's largest farmland, noting that his family roots trace back here. Ned chimes in, remembering how he visited as a kid and stood in awe of the endless golden fields stretching to the horizon. They're completely charmed by the image until they slide open the carriage window. And trust me, what you and I see next is pure tragedy, ruins, scorched earth, and utter decay everywhere. Come along with me outside as Ned remarks how bad things have gotten. Philip Pilgrim explains this nightmare started 3 years ago with the Blue Dragon. Princess Alter adds that even the kingdom's top healers couldn't save this soil. In just 3 years, 80% of the farmland is gone. Zephyr looks around and estimates the remaining 20% won't survive another year. In his eyes, it's an absolute miracle they've made it this far, likely thanks to the river's rare healing properties. But he knows time is running out. If they don't act now, they won't just lose crops, they'll lose everything. A guard welcomes their arriving caravan. Philip notes they've brought rations, then asks how things are holding up inside. The guards admit it's grim. Princess Alter steps in, explaining that conditions are still incredibly rough. This place is just a temporary shelter for farmers driven from their homes by the toxic wasteland. She mentions they are waiting to join forces with elite troops sent by the Lord of Donakill. But for now, the front line is starving for supplies. She suggests they rest at this outpost to regroup and organize. Zephyr agrees and heads inside one of the sick bays, where Lord Grimes lies completely unconscious. A nearby priest fills him in, explaining that Grimes is a loyal knight from the Lord's castle. While out on patrol, he clashed with a vicious beast and won but suffered horrific wounds in the process. Looking closer, Zephyr notices the knight's skin has turned a deep purple, a clear sign the blue dragon's toxin is eating him alive. Now, pay attention here. Whether he drank tainted water or was attacked by a nest creature, the result is the same. This toxic poison cannot be cured. Even the top priests can only numb the pain while the victim slowly dies. Alter whispers that she actually knows Grimes. He's a dependable, seasoned veteran, and she suspects he's part of the vanguard troops sent ahead by Donakill. Zephyr agrees and asks how secure this station is, knowing they will need to coordinate with these incoming forces. She promises they can secure the facility if necessary, and he nods in approval. The dragon's toxin is lethal, but Zephyr has a plan using his needle technique to fight poison with poison. Zephyr remembers that Fade only perfected these deadly recipes near the end of his past life. The ingredients were extremely rare, like the blood of Asodius, the 32nd Dragon Lord. Originally formulated to melt flesh from the inside out, when carefully paired with recovery magic, it can burn away other toxins and rapidly restore the victim. He instructs the priest to wait exactly 3 seconds after each needle insertion before casting a healing spell. The priest agrees to assist, while Alter watches closely, reflecting on how dual-natured poisons truly are. You and I both know poison can harm or heal, but will this actually work against the blue dragon's deadly toxin? Suddenly, her mana perception senses movement nearby, alerting her to an arrival. Moments later, Regulus Donakill walks in. As commander of the Scarecrow Knights and the Lord's oldest son, he brings backup and greets Philip Pilgrim warmly, who welcomes him back. Regulus mentions he intercepted Philip's letter to his father about launching this dragon raid early, and since they have known each other for so long, he feels obligated to share something critical. He's been deceived by someone. The official plan for the Blue Dragon raid was set for a year later, once the saint discovers the heart. Regulus explains his spies in the third parish warned him. They reported that the entire region is on lockdown, and Lord Lucius hasn't shown his face in public for days. He is holed up in his room, sending nothing but requests for reinforcements. To Regulus, this stinks. Philip just chuckles at his caution, reassuring him that his father already promised troops. He then asks if Regulus came here on his own accord, or on someone else's orders. Bypassing the question, Regulus suddenly pivots and orders them to shut down this entire aid station immediately. But before he can even finish, a blood-curdling scream echoes from one of the nearby medical tents. Shocked, Regulus bursts in to find Lord Grimes coughing up blood with needles sticking straight out of him. Horrified, he recognizes the poison needles and draws his blade, demanding to know what is going on. His eyes lock onto Zephyr, immediately ordering the mysterious healer to back away from the dying knight. Before bloodshed erupts, Oilia crashes through the door and kicks Regulus dead in his tracks. And that's where we leave it, with a bloody nose and a massive clash brewing between these two powerhouses. Right here, let's jump into the action, as Altier steps forward, admitting she overheard everything with her mana perception. She respects Regulus's worries, but makes it crystal clear he has zero right to meddle with her raid party or threaten its members. Dropping her cloak, she formally reveals herself as Princess Altier, Justina Cayenne of the Cayenne Kingdom. She points out that the letter sent to his father was no merchant plea, it was a direct royal order. Realizing his massive blunder, Regulus immediately bows, saying it is an honor to see her again. Meanwhile, a stabilized Grimes grabs Zephyr's hand in deep gratitude. He offers a sincere thank you, and asks how he can ever repay him. Regulus apologizes to Zephyr too, admitting he did not realize he was trying to save their elite knight. Zephyr accepts the apology, silently noting that at least Regulus takes responsibility for his own mistakes. It is a promising trait, meaning he won't need a harsh lesson. Then, Princess Altier brings up their academy days. Zephyr realizes they must have been classmates. She recalls how other students feared Regulus because of his incredibly strict personality. Yet, his sharp eye for detail helped his team constantly beat out the top groups, even her own. She goes on, mentioning that as Junior Earl and commander of the Scarecrow Knights, his thorough nature still commands her deepest respect. Formally speaking as the Grand Duchess of Lindell, Altier shares a heavy secret, naming him her most trusted ally. She claims Lord Zephyr received a divine message from the goddess Arya, chosen to save the Holy One and the world from coming doom. Both Regulus and Zephyr are left completely speechless by this. Now, watch this part closely, she explains. Their party was vulnerable to demon worshippers, but the goddess stepped in. Because of this, Zephyr received the dragon heart to protect them all, showing a letter from the Holy One Lucius to prove his sacred mission. With that, she declares that everyone must follow Zephyr as if he were the goddess herself. Deeply moved, Regulus pledges his absolute loyalty to serve her and support Zephyr with everything. Zephyr can barely hold back his laughter. He knows the letter is fake, but watching Altier lie with a straight face is pure gold. Without thinking, he taps her head, an old habit from their past lives slipping out naturally. As they stay in their own world, a spectacled mage watches nearby. Just like that, the soldiers at the station accept Zephyr as their commander without any real fight. Though this role brings much heavier responsibility, he notes that his acupuncture only slowed the poison down. It is temporary, and without a real cure, they only have a few days left. Fortunately, the cure's ingredients are close. Soon, they reach the Great Elfin Forest, a massive, untouched wilderness in northwestern Alsan. Ned is shocked to see the forest looking so incredibly pristine, unlike the ruined farmlands behind them. Zephyr realizes this place is massive, dwarfing several whole territories combined. Altier explains the heavy air is due to dense mana, meaning horses cannot go beyond the nearest town. The thick energy makes them panic. Philip Pilgrim hesitates, wanting to leave all their supplies outside the woods. You might feel uneasy too, but Zephyr knows they are safer inside, remembering the terrifying smiling woman still hunting these lands. He wishes he could just tuck everyone inside his silver key. He recalls an angel telling him the silver key can actually hold living people, but she warned him that the last person who tried it pulled out a friend who went completely mad, howling like a beast. Altier wonders why anyone would lose their mind in there, but Zephyr keeps the truth to himself. Instead, he decides it is much better to keep his allies close where he can protect them. In moments like this, he wonders if he even needs that silver key. Altier explains that the nearby forest town used to house about 50 residents from the Donakill territory. Now it serves as their frontline base, and the rest of their raid party is already waiting there. She suggests they start heading that way. Zephyr agrees, but he suddenly feels a strange gaze watching them from the shadows. When Altier asks what is wrong, he says he just wants to check on something. She recalls their last update from the town arrived 2 days ago via carrier pigeon while they were still at the aid station with the mage. Daisy adds that the Magic Tower sorcerers installed a device in town to release red smoke if trouble starts. Altier's guard confirms she already swept the area for hidden enemies or shapeshifters, finding absolutely nothing unusual. Regulus feels confident they will be fine, but trust me, Zephyr knows danger is waiting for them. Let's dive into this crazy story where our main character remembers an elf calling his homeland a place of meaningless tales. Yet, whenever things got desperate, that elf would finally open up. Zephyr now knows that despite its beauty, the great forest of Elfin is a deadly trap, luring travelers in just to swallow them whole. Back in the present, Zephyr quietly tells Ned to take the lead and guard the caravan. Ned nods and steps forward. As they move on, Alter points out a patch of tangled briars marking the forest entrance. She notes a magical security system that used to be deep inside the woods has strangely been moved. Stick with me, because a creepy voice is about to morph into a monstrous face warning them to turn back. Zephyr clutches his enchanted key, knowing 2 whole days was more than enough time for the town to fall completely. He unsheathes the Graham sword. Spitting out that the enemy has had plenty of time to lock down all their bases, he demands to know what they did with the villagers. Before the creature can answer, Alter jumps down and orders everyone to hold. Stepping forward, she addresses the giant face as the forest leader, introducing herself and claiming she wants to talk in peace. The wooden monster scoffs, asking why she talks about peace while bringing a massive army straight to their doorstep. He reminds her that they already sent multiple warnings using carrier pigeons. Watch closely here, the beast calls her princess, blaming her own brother for destroying any hope of peace. He brings up how her brother once offered a truce. Both sides would build outposts on opposite riverbanks, keeping totally separate with 0 contact, 0 interference, and 0 fighting. A quiet era sealed by a legendary item as a token of peace. But now, he growls, all they have left for intruders is death. Massive roots begin to writhe, forcing the group to brace. Suddenly, they burst upward, blasting the party in every direction. Let's pause here. Zephyr knows these elves are immortal, pointed-eared beings with a scary connection to magic. For over 2,000 years, they have ruled the great forest of Elfin, sucking its life force to fuel rare magic, turning the woods into a living fortress. As the clash starts, the beast yells one last warning to run. Regulus Donakil tries to calm everyone down, but he boneheadedly steps on strange berries that instantly detonate. Alter sighs in annoyance, but her eyes quickly snap to a bizarre, glowing light aiming straight at her from the brush. High above, inside a hidden watchtower, gatekeeper elves monitor the entire forest and control these deadly magical plants. Spotting their beam, blasting the princess, the elves cheer, laughing and mocking her. But shocker! Someone blocked it. It is Zephyr, using his dragon cape and a shining light barrier to deflect the attack. The surrounding soldiers stare in awe at the massive shield, praising the talented healer who helped raise it. Zephyr asks if she is all right, and as she nods gratefully, "You and I know this war is just beginning." Let's dive in as Alter wonders if the gatekeeper elves are just following orders, while the watchers can't believe the humans actually survived. Meanwhile, a totally unfazed Zephyr believes no magical barrier can actually hold him back. Backed by his team, Zephyr steps up and unleashes his dragon tongue skill, commanding the elves to throw open the gate. While speaking, he feels that same creepy stare from earlier, likely originating from the central watchtower hidden deep inside the massive tree. As the massive gate creaks open, one bewildered elf asks what on earth just happened. Pay attention here, Zephyr charges in, instantly knocking out 2 guards and snatching the young elf girl. Even though she looks like a kid, he knows she is likely over 100 years old. He jokes that a good smack always starts a chat better, but she demands her freedom. Suddenly, he pauses, sensing something is seriously off. Her eyes are different from what he remembers, but before he can ask, an incoming attack forces him to toss her aside. She screams at the new arrival for almost killing her, warning them to watch their insane power. Watch closely now. Another elf archer just attacked, and as the young girl yells commands, Zephyr spots him. It is Dariel the Divine Archer, easily one of the most powerful snipers across all 10 continents. Listening to the girl, Dariel calmly locks onto his target at 0.63 miles, pulling back his bowstring. With a flash, he releases a devastating shot. Meanwhile, Alter's crew is left totally confused, blind to the threat. The mage takes charge, casting her Graia's eye spell to summon scouting golems that will support Zephyr and pinpoint the enemy sniper. Trust me, she is shocked to realize it was not a spell. You and I are starting with a deadly arrow shot from over half a mile away. Back in the clearing, the projectile nearly skewers our boy, but he parries it instantly. It grazes his arm, but he just laughs it off as a pretty decent shot. The little elf girl doubts he even blocked it intentionally, but that bleeding wound makes her think he is done for. She screams at Dariel to use a stronger skill, promising cover fire. Dariel nods and unleashes his devastating Crimson Meteor attack. Suddenly, those arrows fly 3 times faster and pack insane power. Zephyr knows his basic language enchantment will not block this. It takes way too long to cast. Dodging is off the table too, since the shockwaves would obliterate his friends. With his back against the wall, he decides to stop holding back. As his power erupts, Ned watches in complete shock. To an amateur, Zephyr's movements look incredibly slow, his sword swing almost lazy and effortless, But everything unfolds in less than a single second. The glowing blade carves a massive dragon silhouette that roars into the sky. Zephyr's absolute beast of an attack smashes directly into the meteor, triggering a blinding explosion. Meanwhile, Ned thinks back to the Dragon King style, a martial art he figured was just named for its elegant flow. But now, you and I are realizing this style has a much deeper connection to real dragons. Watching him effortlessly block that ultimate move, the elf girl freezes. To her, he is not even human, but a literal dragon in human skin. She despairs, wondering how they can possibly fight a monster like him, especially after losing everything to the blue dragon. A painful flashback hits her, crying at her mother's bedside over their destroyed family. Snapping back to reality, she drops her head and totally surrenders. She calls off the fight, asking Zephyr if he is even human at all. She promises to give him absolutely anything he desires if he just helps them. While she begs for his mercy, the rest of the group finally catches up to them. But little does she know, Zephyr already planned on helping. Nearby, the elf chief grabs Lord Grimes's hand, shocked the knight is standing after that blue dragon poison. Even with faint traces of toxin left, he has never witnessed an antidote this ridiculously powerful. Regulus Danakil is still incredibly worried. Grimes is barely healed and should not be walking. But the stubborn knight insisted on coming. He needed to prove their cure worked, no matter how dangerous it was. To him, that insane determination is the mark of a true knight. Meanwhile, the chief introduces himself as Heron, a high elf elder, pointing out the two fighters Zephyr just faced. The archer Dariel on his left, and Kiara. Zephyr remembers that high elves are royalty here. Those unique slit pupils usually mean they were born with rare, overpowered magical traits. Now, I know what you are thinking, but Kiara actually looks way more mature than in his past life. Still, guessing an elf's age is basically impossible. Maybe she is due for a sudden growth spurt, but with their kind, you never really know. Heron claims the Tree of Life must have guided Zephyr here, calling it a miracle to find a human capable of saving them. Ever since making peace with Prince Polaris, the elves have isolated themselves deep in the woods, hiding from the outer world. Heron then reveals that Zephyr is only the second human they have ever allowed inside. The first guy risked his life, breaking into the woods to rescue the elves from a lethal toxin. Hearing this, Zephyr remembers a man from his past life named Fade, the Viper. But Heron mentions that Fade was actually searching for his missing allies. Heron believes that any friend of a friend is trustworthy, meaning that with this connection, they can finally team up. Hearing this, our boy's mind drifts to the rivers flowing through the majestic forest of Elfin. These waters used to carry the healing energy of the Lake of Vitality, feeding the entire forest and its inhabitants. For generations, the elves thrived, pulling their power straight from the divine life force of the great tree. The tree grew massive and immortal by drinking from the lake's pure, magical waters. A branch of that lake ran into the Danakil Plains, creating humanity's most fertile farmlands. But everything shattered when the blue dragon nested right in the lake. The crystal-clear water turned deadly, poisoning the rivers and slowly rotting the beautiful forest from within. This spreading plague now threatens to wipe out both the elves and the neighboring human territories. Just 5 days ago, back at Lindell Fortress, Zephyr's crew gathered to map out their strategy. Edwin laid out the master plan to raid the Blue Dragon's nest, combining their squad with the Danakil military forces. He knew they absolutely needed the elves' backing, but doubted they would cooperate. Princess Altair immediately snapped back, asking why he had so little faith in her. Edwin kept his cool, explaining that her skills were never the issue. And trust me, that is exactly what we are about to see. While the desperate elves might open up to cooperation, Edwin knew they weren't the real obstacle. Trust me, the bigger problem was going to be getting the stubborn people of Danakil to actually agree. You see, for humans living far from the elven borders, elves are just mythical fairy tale creatures. But the humans living right on the edge of the elven territory, they have a completely different, terrifying view. To those locals, elves are a constant threat, basically savage beasts like wolves or boars. Over the years, that rising tension exploded into pure, violent hatred. In fact, just 4 years ago, right before the Blue Dragon arrived, 2 terrifying high elves, the Scarlet Moon and Black Moon, crossed straight into Danakil territory. Their brutal invasion completely ruined relations, carving a massive divide between both races. The elves claimed that any land touched by the Lake of Vitality water belonged to them. And since that lake water flows right through Danakil fields, they demanded total ownership. Now, pay attention here. The elves almost seized the land by force until Prince Polaris and his temple knights launched a massive counterattack. Leading as a cardinal, Polaris drove the elves back when the legendary Golden Dragon appeared. The humans secured a tense truce. But just 1 year later, the farmland was poisoned. That's when the desperate Lord of Danakil and his son, Regulus, realized that joining forces with the elves was their only way out. They immediately tried to silence the raging rumors that blamed the elves for the toxic poison. The common folk believed the elves wanted revenge. This forced Danakil's leaders to manage a fragile peace mission while constantly fighting the heavy paranoia within their own ranks. Even Edwin had to admit that starting the raid right now was incredibly risky. But Princess Alter just laughed at his fear, warning him he was completely missing the bigger picture. To her, this chaotic timing was the exact key to their success. What looked like a crisis was actually a golden opportunity. She urged him to look past these temporary hurdles and focus on their ultimate, long-term goal. Back in the present, while healing a poisoned elf, Zephyr remembers a favor he once did for one of Fade's old guildmates. In exchange, that guildmate trained him in advanced poison crafting and acupuncture. Zephyr decides to use this cover story to keep his secrets safe. Once he tells them, Elder Heron, Kiara, and Dariel finally let down their guard, trusting him just a bit. Kiara watches in utter shock as the antidote works, whispering that Zephyr might actually be more skilled than Fade himself. The boy casually explains that this specific cure is extremely rare. Sure, a recipe exists, but nobody has ever successfully brewed it before. I know what you're thinking. Is he really the first? Well, the actual formula doesn't even exist yet, and won't until Fade invents it. Curious, Zephyr wonders how deep Kiara's connection to Fade goes. She speaks about him with such intimacy. Suddenly, she mentions that Fade would want to meet them all and asks where Zephyr's mysterious master is hiding. Zephyr refuses to talk, claiming both his master and Fade belong to a legendary, now destroyed assassin guild named Fanani, which collapsed from an inside betrayal. Until he can confirm that Fade is still trustworthy, he won't leak another single detail. Kiara totally understands, admitting she has to keep her own secrets locked up for the exact same reasons. Then Dariel chimes in, dropping the bomb that Fade actually visited them a year ago. After hearing dark rumors of the poisoned elven lands, Fade contacted an old guildmate and investigated the area himself. Hearing that, a panicked Kiara tries to shut him up, which only annoys Dariel enough to casually hoist her into the air. Watching the siblings bicker, Elder Heron silently reflects on how desperate their situation has become. For a whole year, the suffering elves survived only on tiny doses of deadly poison left by Fade. But now, that precious lifesaver is nearly gone. He painfully recalls the impossible choices they had to make deciding who would receive the medicine and who would be left to die. To the Elder, Zephyr's sudden arrival is a pure miracle. Without him, the desperate elves would have collapsed into a brutal civil war. Now, Heron finally sees a spark of hope. Not only can Zephyr neutralize the dragon's toxic plague, but his insane strength might even rival Dariel's if they secure his alliance. With Zephyr's help, Heron believes they can finally recover the Queen's last sealed box, still hidden deep inside the contaminated forest. 3 years ago, a rogue high elf grabbed the final sealed box hidden within the 12 towers. She boldly declared that with this power, they finally had everything they needed to build a new kingdom. A shocked Elder Heron questioned her path, asking if she really intended to abandon both their home and their beloved queen. He desperately reminded her that she was only breathing because the queen risked her life to hold off the terrifying blue dragon. But the cold elf just scoffed at him. She asked him to look around, questioning if this ruined forest looked like a victory to anyone. She brutally insulted the queen's strength, and that's where we leave things hanging. You and I are jumping into a story where the queen was already sickly, failing to stop the Scarlet and Black Moons from seizing her army. She sneered that a real queen would have used mind control from the very start to crush those traitors. She is officially done serving a useless ruler and is ready to lead anyone brave enough to follow. Looking back, she admits those rebel factions actually taught her a valuable lesson. They got exiled for losing the war and destroying towers, yet escaped with those mysterious sealed boxes. Their betrayal finally opened her eyes to her own mistakes. As she leaves, she tells Heron to enjoy the scraps of a dying kingdom, but she adds that if he ever changes his mind, there is a place for him in her new empire. With a parting laugh, she walks away, leaving Elder Heron to admit he never stayed out of loyalty to the queen. He only stayed because he was too weak to grab power himself, not without one of those sealed boxes. Reflecting on his choices, he realizes he backed the wrong horse. He admits he once thought about grooming talented young Dariel as an ally, but the boy is simply too loyal to ever betray his mother, the queen. If Dariel ever uncovered Heron's plan to steal a sealed box and run, he would have thrown the Elder in chains without hesitation. And that is exactly why Heron views this chaotic situation as a golden opportunity. Now watch closely as Heron guides our main character Zephyr and Alter through the building, claiming the dragon must absolutely be slain. He claims this is for both elves and humans alike. But while he supports that goal, he notes most high elves have already abandoned their sacred duties. Only a few strong warriors are left, and honestly, they are barely holding the line. He reveals he sent scouts across the river days ago to scout out potential new homes. Those scouts actually captured a few prisoners in a nearby forest village, but he promises they are safe and will be freed soon, playing along with the alliance while masking his true motives. Secretly, he is obsessing over the tower guarding that final sealed box. The surrounding area is a toxic wasteland, far too dangerous for anyone to get close. But knowing Zephyr can neutralize the poison, Heron plans to manipulate him into retrieving the box. Once it is in his hands, he will finally take the throne as king. Elsewhere, Edwin reports back that the Elven Elder has agreed to cooperate. Now that their poison people are cured, the remaining elves are throwing their support behind the alliance. Together, they watch the people of Donakil eagerly follow Princess Alayr and her devotion to the goddess of light. I know what you are thinking. Why worship her? Philip is wondering the same thing. His son explains that she has protected them for generations. Though Philip has doubts, he shrugs them off since things worked out. Still, with a sly smirk, he warns Edwin to stay on guard because trouble is definitely coming. Meanwhile, Milia, a mage from the magic tower, is getting seriously ticked off. She is furious about being sent to this filthy, backwater swamp where nobody is even allowed to take a bath. And on top of that, she absolutely loathes Alter. With a murderous glare, she wonders if she can execute her now, asking Daisy if she found any weaknesses. Meanwhile, in the southern metropolis, the fake Alter signs a petition to greenlight the Thorn Mountain Clearing Project in partnership with the Architectural Guild. As the crowd cheers, she fakes a smile, pretending to care about turning mountains into farmland. Once the big announcement wraps up, she requests leave to continue her duties. While the real one is out carrying out missions, this imposter keeps pushing the mountain clearing project. But sneaky demon lord worshippers are hiding in the crowd, ready to sabotage everything. Honestly, it does not matter. This plan was just a decoy. Zephyr knows if anyone digs too deep, they will realize Alter is a fake. Luckily, the cultists are distracted by their own drama, especially with an empty seat among the 12 apostles. It is their perfect chance. Back in the woods, Kiara leads everyone to Flora, a magical plant engineered to generate food and clean water. But right now, the toxic rot has caused it to malfunction. Instead of feeding them, it is spawning monsters inside a deadly mist, leaving the elves terrified for their lives. So you and I can see the stakes here. If this toxic rot spreads any further, then their home is completely doomed. Dariel knows that while Zephyr helped stabilize the venom, his own mother took the brunt of it 3 years ago, meaning they must defend the forest at all costs. Following Zephyr's lead, alright, you and I are watching this squad brace themselves as they gear up to fight these monsters for loot. The beasts charge, but the mages, Ned, and Altair's guard strike back fiercely, knocking them down and holding the horde back. Once the threat is cleared, Dariel invites Zephyr to talk, thanking him for saving the village and stopping the spreading poison. He openly admits he never expected a human to actually help them, but gratitude only goes so far. Dariel calmly explains those 2 requested ingredients are vital to protect the village from contamination, so he simply cannot hand them over. This response completely infuriates Zephyr. He starts lecturing the elf, snapping that he absolutely needs those materials to cure his mother. His plan is simple. Once she is healed, he will fully restore the lake and the tree of life, which means those very ingredients will easily grow back naturally. Watch closely here. Zephyr literally flips the elf off, swearing he will slay the dragon just like he promised. What more could he possibly want? A Hawk Tua tribute or something? Either way, Dariel still hesitates. He doubts Zephyr can actually kill the dragon, insisting the village would be corrupted in seconds without those ingredients. As the last true warrior of the High Elves, he believes it is his absolute duty to protect their home. Hearing this refusal, Zephyr issues a cold warning there are no second chances, and nobody else is coming. Not from the blue dragon, and not from the Queen's disease. The humans have lost their minds, so asking them is useless. Zephyr is literally offering up his own blood to brew an antidote, yet they still refuse to trust him. Stepping in close, Zephyr demands Dariel open his eyes. This is not the time to hesitate, they must commit fully. Furious, Dariel challenges him to a duel right then and there. As he strikes, a blinding pillar of light erupts. Altair watches in absolute shock, stunned that they would unleash such raw power in such a tight space. But both of them suddenly vanish into the rising dust. Right inside that cloud, Dariel fires his absolute strongest shot. Yet even that devastating blast cannot pierce Zephyr's dragon-like scales. Deep down, Dariel knows slaying the dragon is nearly impossible. Seeing the elf tear up, Zephyr bluntly tells him to stand up. Then, in a shocking move, he snaps Dariel's bow clean in half, calling it useless trash. But before things get too bitter, and trust me, you'll want to see this, he promises to craft a much better weapon, telling him to save his tears for when he actually sees it. Despite those reassuring words, Kiara begins crying, sobbing that they cannot just throw away their weapon when they are already lacking firepower. She screams that it's a hero-grade weapon, completely shocking Philip's party. Curious, Elise closely inspects the broken bow and confirms it really is hero-grade, ranking second among all item tiers. And because the weapon belongs to Dariel, it would easily sell for 50,000 gold coins at auction, leaving Philip completely speechless. But Dariel calmly replies that 50,000 gold is actually a cheap bargain. He doesn't care, knowing his own weakness broke it. Even though that bow once protected his town from toxic blight, he is now genuinely excited to see what Zephyr crafts, especially since he mentioned holding some incredibly rare materials. He briefly wonders if that high-quality material is actually a branch from the Tree of Life, but quickly dismisses it, assuming the branch is way too small to build a proper bow. Later on, in the main hall, Dariel grants Zephyr's request, handing over a cup of the water of vitality alongside a fresh branch from the Tree of Life. Staring at the shimmering liquid, Zephyr realizes just how emotionally numb he has been since his near-death experience. Absolutely nothing stirs his soul anymore. Yet, this water radiates a pure beauty that briefly sparks something deep inside him. Right as Zephyr raises the cup, Dariel warns him that this is their very last portion. Even so, he hopes their raid succeeds, giving them full control over the Lake of Vitality and an endless supply of water. Zephyr confidently gives them his word and chugs down the glowing water of vitality in a single gulp. Suddenly, blinding energy explodes inside his body. To his absolute joy, it merges with his perk, boosting the water's effects beyond his wild dreams. Brimming with raw power, he instantly triggers his dragonification and activates mana flow. As we prepare for what is next, we know the upcoming dragon raid will be way more brutal than the princess raid they just finished. The monster is surrounded by a massive, highly toxic zone, and waiting right at the heart of it is the Dragon King itself. Trust me, no ordinary human can survive a monster like this. To stand any chance, he must upgrade his dragon heart, and the vitality-infused water is the absolute key. Watching him, Alter realizes the insane risk. She knows his dragon heart should be strengthened slowly, but they do not have the luxury of time. Acting fast, she casts Moira, a powerful spell named after the 3 goddesses of fate to stabilize his mana during meditation. With great precision, Alter begins merging the elements, his mana, the life-giving water, and the energy flowing from the dragon heart, channeling it directly into his core. As the merge begins, Zephyr's body convulses with a massive power surge, his physical frame cracking under the pressure. Seeing him physically break down, Elise instantly casts her high-tier healing spell to stabilize him. At the same time, Zephyr forces his dragon heart past the standard 5% limit. While the power rises, Alter intensely focuses on adjusting the mana. To her complete shock, however, the energy inside the dragon heart violently resists the fusion. The fusion fails. Pay attention here, because his falling power threatens to ruin everything they have built. Beside him, Ned guides the wild, chaotic surge of power flowing through Zephyr's body. Despite the mounting pressure, they stay completely focused on their roles. Suddenly, the chamber erupts in a blinding flash of light. As the smoke clears, Dariel stares in disbelief at Zephyr's new half-human, half-dragon hybrid form. The team lets out a massive sigh of relief, their tense faces softening into smiles. They did it. In this transformed state, Zephyr's dragon heart surges to 10%, spiking up to 19%. Though far from the godlike power he wielded in his past life, he feels himself closing the gap. With his loyal companions having done their part, Zephyr decides it is finally his turn to contribute. He casually bites down on a towel. Honestly, you and I are about to watch the most painful way to gather weapon materials. Without hesitating, he raises his sharp claw and rips his own dragon scales right off his arm. Dariel watches, completely frozen, as the boy tears the bloody scale from his body without flinching. Zephyr explains that Dariel can use this dragon scale to forge legendary dragon skin, a material tough enough to build a bow capable of piercing a dragon's hide. He knows he's only operating at 19% of his peak, but the scale itself holds massive strength. With the right legendary craftsman, it can become a weapon capable of dealing lethal damage to the Dragon King. Afterward, the elven blacksmith drops the mana stones into a boiling pot, explaining they must combine other high-quality ingredients with the core materials to forge a legendary, top-tier weapon. He begins boiling the secondary components, including clear gold, one of their finest high-grade mana alloys. After hours of careful preparation, the ingredients of power are ready. Now comes the most critical phase, the fusion. To assist, Alter activates her magic circle, a skill that amplifies all active spells within its radius. This boost empowers Zephyr's dragonification, letting him channel his energy with extreme efficiency. Combining his raw strength and language enhancement skill, Zephyr directs the ingredients to fuse in absolute harmony. The moment the fusion completes, a violent blast of energy erupts from the ritual's center. When the blinding light fades, a newly forged black dragon longbow and matching dragonbone arrows emerge. Weeks pass, and now only 2 weeks remain before the raid. Both humans and elves are busy preparing and fortifying their allied forces. Zephyr, acting as their supreme commander, lays out the organization of their combat units. The army is divided into 2 specialized teams, with Ned overseeing their grueling training. Knowing the heavy burden of this leadership, Ned accepts the challenge with absolute, fiery determination. Zephyr also warns the army of the bloody road ahead. To reach the dragon, They must slaughter countless monsters. Their goal is clear: cover the dangerous terrain and reach a point 1 mile east of the lake in 10 days. Following Zephyr's perfect guidance, the Allied troops begin gathering supplies and refining their battle tactics. They harvest rare mana stones to build colossal golems, serving as vital shields for the march ahead. The mages manage golem assembly. These mana stones serve a variety of purposes, including building outposts, crafting weapons, and especially powering active magic circles. These defensive circles serve as deadly traps, and trust me, they are their only hope of safety. According to Alter. Alright, you and I are about to see how a simple tree of life branch can shield them from deadly poison. She reassures the team that she has already set up multiple protective barriers all along their path. At the same time, the blacksmith desperately needs mana stones to finish forging Zephyr's rare new gear. Zephyr keeps pushing his body to the absolute limit. Even after upgrading his dragon form, he can only hold it for 10 minutes. That is nowhere near enough. Worse, this draconic energy keeps spreading inside him even when he's resting, but every single activation makes him stronger. He knows that if he doesn't break his limits today, that beast will crush him. He has to raise his tolerance, holding 19% power for 28 minutes before the fight begins. Anything less means there is absolutely zero hope. More than just fighting strength, Zephyr needs extra power to forge the crucial weapons required for this raid. So he keeps grinding, preparing his body and mind until he hits his absolute breaking point. And just like that, the final night is here. The scouts, supplies, defensive lines, and soldiers are all ready to roll. Zephyr hands down his final command: get some rest and prepare for the battle of your lives. While the tired soldiers head to bed, Zephyr and his inner circle gather in the tent, eating warm steaks in silence. Ned watches in sheer disbelief as Zephyr literally inhales his food. Now pay attention to this moment. Zephyr quietly leaves the tent, and Alter immediately follows him, claiming she just needs some rest. Oilia tries to follow Alter, but Ned instantly grabs her arm and reminds her they still have to spar. She gets mad, claiming she never agreed to any of this. But Ned drags her to the training grounds anyway, refusing to let her slide. Meanwhile, Alter heads towards Zephyr's tent, thinking about how much has changed. From the very second he showed up in their lives, things that seemed completely impossible suddenly started happening. She remembers the mockery she faced after announcing the Blue Dragon raid. Every single letter she sent to nobles was rejected. Even the other temples refused to help. Her own brother betrayed her, warning that she would be framed for treason. Even the local adventurers turned their backs on her. She was left with nobody but her tiny crew. And then, out of absolutely nowhere, Zephyr showed up. Suddenly, her unsolvable problems just started vanishing. People might call it luck or destiny, but she does not believe in that. Still lost in thought, she arrives at Zephyr's tent, walks right inside, and kisses him. Zephyr completely freezes. He instantly realizes she just cast the Kiss of Darkness, a spell that forces absolute truth. He tries to ask what she is doing, but she silences him, whispering that questions can wait. She quietly reminds him that this massive dragon raid, you and I both know how hard she worked for this, and it is finally happening because of him. She even confesses to keeping tabs on him. But as he backed up every single promise with actions, her doubts slowly began to fade away. Yet, one major question remains. Nobody tears off their own dragon scales daily unless they have a hidden motive. Moving in closer, she softly asks if there is something he is keeping from her. What is his real goal here? What is he hiding from her? Her eyes glow with magic as she leans in closer and demands to know who exactly sent him. With the truth spell active, Zephyr confesses that he came here on his own, and everything was for her. Alter is completely stunned as her magic confirms his words. He is telling the absolute truth, so she demands details. Zephyr pulls her in and softly drops a bomb. She died once to save him, and he went back in time just to rewrite history. Alter freezes in total panic. She summons her shadow hand, gripping his arm and demanding the real truth, but Zephyr does not even flinch. He knows she already felt the truth, because her magic literally cannot lie. As a high-level magic user, she knows instantly if a spell works, and this spell definitely succeeded. Holding her hand tight, Zephyr smiles internally, knowing he has been waiting for this very second. He knew she would cast this spell, and it was the only way to make her believe him for now. Leaning in, he reassures her. She can ask him literally anything. But with the truth finally laid bare, Alter starts to feel completely overwhelmed. The thick tension hangs there, until you and I watch him lean in to kiss her back. Meanwhile, Melia is getting completely sick of her golem duties. She complains to Daisy, feeling like Alter is just bossing them around for fun. Let's dive in, as Daisy calmly reminds her that even though Lord Danikil hired them, their real employer is Princess Altair. This only makes Melia more annoyed, and she loudly rants about her. Honestly, she has hated the princess ever since their days at the academy. Back then, Melia worked herself to the bone, studying, while Altair just cruised through completely stress-free. To Melia, Altair was just a spoiled noble using wealth and family ties to buy everyone off. While Melia keeps complaining, Daisy quietly listens, knowing that the princess has actually been doing a great job. She suspects Melia's bitter attitude is just a massive inferiority complex, masking her jealousy of the princess. But Daisy needs to calm her down before she goes too far and does something stupid. So, she drops a hint if Melia does well here, she might get promoted to court sorceress. This completely stuns Melia. Daisy adds that both dukes are searching for a personal mage, but cannot find any good talent. And from what she knows, Melia is the absolute perfect fit. If she shines in this dragon raid, her future is set. Talk about motivation, Melia instantly flips her attitude and gets right back to work with fire in her eyes. Now pay attention here, because Heron is waiting silently in the shadows nearby. The moment they leave, he sneaks up to the golems and starts writing his own orders onto their control plates. Since these constructs follow whatever instructions are carved onto them, Heron exploits this vulnerability, rewriting the magic runes to ensure they only obey him. Next morning, war drums boom as the army marches into formation. Everyone knows the stakes. For some, today means death and ashes, but for others, it is a life-changing turning point. With the lines set, Princess Altair signals to bring out Zephyr's powerboat. The mages begin their chant, praying and channeling their raw magical power. Supporting them, Altair remembers Zephyr's warnings from yesterday, the horrific bloodshed that was coming, and the heavy burden of watching it happen firsthand. He had spoken with sheer grit, promising that this time, he would do better. He swore to claim what he truly wanted once the dust settled. Remembering this, Altair summons her celestial star power, channeling magic directly to boost Zephyr. She recalls his promise that once everything ends, he will place her on the throne, standing by her side not just as a partner, but as her king. I know what you are thinking, and yes, Zephyr looks absolutely insane in his hybrid dragon form. And just like that, the Blue Dragon raid begins. Their massive 225-member party places support mages in the backline. This rear line includes Princess Altair and her team. Ned and Oilia hold down the fort, keeping those 224 backline fighters safe. At the absolute front stands Zephyr, ready to charge. The moment the battle starts, he leaps into the air and flies forward. He knows this setup is highly unusual and incredibly risky, but it is their absolute best shot at victory. The closer he gets to the lake, the thicker and deadlier the poisonous fog becomes. That is exactly why he left everyone in the back, far from this toxic mist. But Zephyr is fully prepared with high-grade gold potions, his active boost spell, and dragon mode. Together, they grant him enough resistance to survive the lethal poison. Essentially, he is the only person who can fight effectively near the lake. When giant beasts block his way, Zephyr triggers his lightning acceleration spell and charges straight ahead. Wielding his giant sword, Graham, and razor-sharp dragon claws, he unleashes an explosive slash that tears through them in one blow. Pushing past the horde, he knows he is nearing the lake and cannot waste precious time on weak monsters. Without slowing down, he pulls golems from his inventory and drops tombstones to emit powerful mana waves, drawing enemy aggro so nothing blocks his path forward. Zephyr drops a tombstone every 100 meters, mapping out a glowing highway of mana. This genius pathway lets spells from the camp channel directly to the front lines, even if the magic power cuts in half by the end. The support team buffs the golems with magic, guiding the stone constructs remotely using the tombstones. Even with the intense battle raging, Daisy is thrilled because Altair finally approved her magical research thesis. Though the tower rejected it, the princess's approval gives Daisy huge confidence as Kiara stays ready. We are in for a wild ride. Alright, you and I are diving into the action as she sends a Cyclops to scout with Zephyr, keeping hopes high with real-time coordinates. But the moment they spot the rotting tree of life and that poisoned lake, and the sleeping dragon, all their hope vanishes. This looks nothing like 3 years ago. Back then, the dragon would growl instantly at any presence. Now, it stays dead silent and unmoving, a quiet that terrifies them more than any roar ever could. They remember Zephyr wondering why a territorial dragon would just sit around, especially with so many invaders crawling through its forest. That exact thought haunts Kiara now. Staring at the water, she realizes a massive detail they overlooked. What if the beast came here for a specific reason? Meanwhile, Zephyr sneaks right up to the massive dragon and breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the monster stays dead quiet, which is perfect since he already wasted 2 minutes of his dragon form just flying over. With his clock ticking, he moves fast. He summons heavy black dragon chains, anchoring them tightly to a massive branch of the Tree of Life, and charges straight at the sleeping beast. He already warned his team, and he is absolutely sure of one thing. This dragon is not actually a poison type. In fact, a blue dragon has not been seen for 600 years. So why is a creature resting in a sacred, healing lake suddenly rotting the entire forest around it? Watch closely here, that contradiction never made sense, so Zephyr charges right in to wake the beast. The monster snaps awake, instantly lunging forward to swallow him whole. Behind them, the watching knights freeze in absolute horror. But their shock deepens when Zephyr literally pries the beast's giant mouth open with his bare hands from the inside. Zephyr knows the hidden truth. The dragon is not causing the poison, it is actually the victim. Demonic energy is slowly eating it alive, and it only came to this lake to heal. The poor beast is dying, not attacking. Holding the jaws apart, Zephyr bites down on his black dragon chain, wrapping it securely to lock the monster's mouth open. He knows the beast is desperately trying to stay in the water to survive, but the corruption is spreading faster than the lake can cure it, which is why he has to strike now, while the beast is at its weakest. Heaving with all his strength, Zephyr yanks the dragon's maw shut. The chains forged from his own scales hold perfectly. Feeling the heavy binds, the dragon unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the very earth as it desperately thrashes around. Zephyr drags the dragon out of the water, forcing the internal poison to spread even faster through its body. Without the lake's healing waters, the beast has no hope of recovering from its wounds. You and I both know Zephyr is strong, but even at 19% output, this dragon is throwing him back. Never one to quit, Zephyr quickly adapts. He draws his sword Graham and slashes the soft tissue inside the dragon's mouth, bypassing the hard scales. Suddenly, a single slip in his focus costs him dearly. The dragon surges forward, snapping its massive jaws shut and slamming him directly against the ancient tree of life. Before Zephyr can move, the beast prepares to fire its deadly dragon breath point blank. From the back, his allies watch in sheer panic. This is the same terrifying blast that decimated their forest, and now it is aimed straight at him. Alter screams for everyone to prep their skills. Yet deep down, she has a feeling that Zephyr is still standing. And she is right, even the dragon senses something is off. Despite clamping its jaws down, there is no solid impact. Just a faint, strange static right before it fires. That is because Zephyr already used his silver key, allowing him to teleport instantly between two connected spaces. He activated it inside the mouth to vanish right before the blast hit, planning to reappear the second it finished. Timing it perfectly, Zephyr materializes right back inside the smoking jaws. With zero hesitation, he strikes. His thunder palm connects beautifully, sending a devastating wave of raw electrical energy throughout the monster's body. Lightning arcs wildly across its scales from the inside out, but ignoring the pain, the dragon starts charging another blast. But Zephyr is too fast. He punches the dragon's breath glands directly, frying them and completely ruining the attack. The blast completely fizzles out before it can even spark. Zephyr realizes those glands are out of commission for 10 minutes, giving his team the absolute perfect window to strike. Taking the cue, the mages channel a barrage of deadly spells through the magical mana road of tombstones. Fierce elemental magic rains down, pinning the beast. Meanwhile, Dariel coats his heavy dragon arrows in lethal venom and draws his bow. His shots pierce the thick hide with perfect precision, forcing a roar, and trust me, this is only getting wilder. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a battle that is about to go absolutely crazy. But Dariel is dead silent. He is remembering Zephyr's words about how weak he still is, without real combat experience. Kiara overhears this and thinks it is incredibly strange. Zephyr looks way younger than him, yet speaks with the absolute confidence of a seasoned veteran. This just makes Dariel even more curious. He has a feeling this is about more than just this raid, maybe something tied to his entire destiny. Suddenly, those arrows detonate on impact, tearing into the dragon. But Dariel does not celebrate just yet. He just watches, knowing this massive blue dragon is nothing more than a stepping stone for what comes next. Watching his laser-sharp focus, Kiara realizes that he is finally starting to find his footing, just like the old days. Growing up, he never actually cared about becoming king, his true goals were completely different. But now, that fire is back. Zephyr feels a wave of relief seeing Dariel's arrows actually pierce the beast. But honestly, you and I still do not know how they can finish this thing. Zephyr charges forward, trying to rip directly into the dragon's open flesh, but his hand completely freezes right before slipping inside. An invisible force is holding him back, gripping his entire arm. Meanwhile, in the backline, Alter spots something that shakes her to the core. Without a second thought, she screams at the party to halt their attacks and immediately brace for impact. The mana road is warped, the direction is reversing, and she instantly remembers Zephyr's warning. If there is any weird activity with the Watchers or a sudden energy spike, they have to reroute the flow immediately. Zephyr had explained that those tombstones extend their spell range, but they also function as double-edged swords. If a massive beast can manipulate mana, those pathways will redirect their own spells straight back at them. To stop this, they must shut down the back end of those tombs, which blocks the incoming counterattacks, but heavily weakens their own firepower. Obeying Alter's frantic orders, the team scrambles to redirect the mana roads. Right as they shift, a massive shockwave tears through the battlefield, hitting them with an explosion that confirms their worst fears. Zephyr had warned them about this exact scenario the moment he is blown back and the lake begins to ripple. It means only one thing: the dragon has finally unleashed its ultimate attribute, telekinesis. This allows it to manipulate physical objects without even touching them. Only dragons with endless mana can pull this off, which basically translates to sheer, unadulterated pain. Down on the field, Zephyr recovers his stance, but time is ticking. He has only 20 minutes left of his draconification, and the true battle is just starting. Flashback to Zephyr's earlier briefing. He explained that the airborne poison was not killing the humans or elves, all thanks to the water of life mixed inside of it. That mystical water is constantly repairing the toxic damage, keeping them alive. But he warned them that knocking out would still bring absolute, agonizing pain. The craziest part is that this same effect is happening to the dragon too, causing it endless internal pain. So get this, the beast is so dazed it cannot even use its unique abilities right away. Remembering past raids, Kiara finds this weird. Usually, the boss attacks would just get repetitive, which always felt super strange to her. Zephyr confirmed that this is their only golden window. Once they deal enough damage to snap the creature out of its daze, it will wake up completely, and that is when its actual powers will finally awaken. Back on the battlefield, Zephyr stands directly in front of the massive, wheezing beast shrouded in dark purple energy. He unsheathes his legendary sword, Graham. The dragon locks eyes with it, widening in pure shock. It remembers that blade. It remembers Georgios, and it realizes exactly who is standing before it. Meanwhile, panic breaks out in the backline, but they quickly pull their defensive formation back together. Alter and the mages successfully redirect the mana roads, cutting off the feedback loop of the dragon's counterattacks. The backline is safe for now. But even with their defense holding, a harsh reality is starting to set in. Despite all their perfect planning, they are still painfully insignificant against this dragon's godlike level of power. Alter's anxiety spikes. Their long-range magical spells are useless under these conditions, meaning supporting Dariel is their only remaining hope. He is the only sniper who can exploit the mana road to land direct hits on that monster. But even Dariel is starting to sweat. At this crazy distance, his arrows take 4 whole seconds to land. Stick with me to see if he survives. Alright, let's see if Zephyr can pin this dragon down for 4.5 seconds, an absolute eternity in battle. Meanwhile, the dragon gate starts slamming shut, leaving everyone holding their breath and praying Zephyr can force it open again. On the field, Zephyr is busy dodging the dragon's swirling beam attacks, lethal blasts that disintegrate anything they touch. He instantly realizes that taking these head-on, not an option. But as he tries to read its pattern, the beast unleashes a brutal surprise attack. It catches him slightly off guard, but he barely blocks it. Instantly, the dragon lunges forward with jaws wide open, trying to swallow him whole. Zephyr immediately triggers electric acceleration, instantly dodging out of reach. Drawing Graham mid-air, he delivers a massive slash across the dragon's jaw, forcing it open. Hurting badly, the beast roars and plunges into the lake. The entire army watches in utter shock, realizing the dragon is actually trying to heal. But Kiara spots a much worse problem. That massive dive is churning the water, sending violent waves crashing across the lake. If the nearby plants that produce magical byproducts absorb this chaotic energy, they are going to start spawning incredibly powerful minions. The moment these summoned monsters crawl out, they lock onto the golems. Seeing this, the rear support mages pivot to shield the golems while blasting down the incoming threats. Alter quickly orders them to wipe out the monsters, knowing they will interfere with Zephyr's fight. Now pay attention, because to Daisy's absolute shock, several of their powerful golems suddenly turn and start fleeing the battlefield. Their movements become completely erratic, and they completely stop responding to orders. Watching from the shadows, Heron smiles, knowing his sabotage is finally working. On the front line, Dariel spots a massive projectile hurtling toward them, deflecting it mid-air with a perfectly timed arrow. The explosive impact immediately draws everyone's attention. Staring at the wreckage, Alter realizes that without Dariel's quick reflexes, their entire rear squad would be dead. Kiara tracks the trajectory and estimates the attack came from nearly 700 meters away. She warns the squad to stay on high alert, because a projectile that powerful can only mean one thing: the enemy is a dungeon boss level monster. Just as she says that, a massive, towering beast emerges in the distance. Meanwhile, Zephyr recalls his past life, remembering that this blue dragon raid originally happened over a year later than this. Back then, they lost both the Black Dragon's heart and Lucius, the Holy One. Still, Alter managed to rally incredibly strong allies and gather rare items, letting them launch the raid and defeat the beast. But despite their victory, a critical mistake cost them the dragon's heart. This caused Danakil's vital lands to become deeply poisoned, turning the entire mission into an absolute failure. Back then, after returning to the temple, Zephyr struggled endlessly to climb up the ranks. Meanwhile, Ned's bitter rival, Olden, took over the third parish. Zephyr knew becoming a temple knight was his only path to revenge and the only way to get close to him. He knew finding a weakness was absolutely crucial, and the more intel he gathered, the better his chances would be. Elsewhere, Matthias and Olden comfortably sip tea while discussing the princess's failure and their decision to withhold troops from the Great Forest. Let's pause for a second. It wasn't just Olden's idea, but it was still a brilliant strategic play. Zephyr understood the political cost. The princess lost her troops, her resources, and her entire reputation. Even if she joins the upcoming Ice Dragon raid organized by the Alliance, he doubts she'll have any real influence. With the black and blue dragon hearts already secured, only the Ice Dragon's heart remains to complete the set. Olden expects massive rewards once it is done. But back in the Silver Key, Zephyr notes the game has completely changed. This time, he knows exactly what traps are waiting, and he refuses to let things go according to their plan. He has also secured the healing potion to recover from wounds, a mana potion to restore energy, and Golden tears a legendary protective item to block harmful effects. Ready with his gear, Zephyr checks the status of his video transmission golem. While the large golem at base can transmit footage of his fight, he still needs eyes on the camp. Unfortunately, the Silver Key blocks the connection. Assuming the storm has passed by now, he decides to focus purely on the fight ahead. Back at the fight, they are locked in battle with the boss as it rips a tree from the ground. Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Let's watch as Kiara asks Dariel about their remaining black dragon arrows. Dariel reveals they only have 24 left, barely enough to handle the dragon, and leaving absolutely none for the surrounding monsters. These special arrows are crafted from hippogriff feathers, with gem seed branches boosting their raw, explosive power. Kiara and Dariel coordinate their attacks, using Blue Storm and Flame Dance together while Zephyr notes their incredible teamwork and perfect synergy. But he still recognizes the core problem: there are simply too many damn monsters flooding in. Watching them swarm, Dariel readies his bow, completely unfazed by whether he faces dozens or hundreds as he plans to wipe them out. Meanwhile, the monster boss mutters in his own tongue, casting a massive area of effect spell right from horseback. In a flash, he completely vanishes, leaving the knight totally stunned. Seconds later, he reappears from thin air, slamming a massive jaw down with crushing force as soldiers spot more beasts already breaching the camp's outskirts. The troops scramble to defend, but the monsters strike them first. But to the beast's shock, Oilia arrives just in time, blocking its massive stomp with her leg, while calmly noting it stands too upright to be one of them. Then, with zero hesitation, she kicks, sending the giant monster flying backward despite the raging chaos. Sitting on a wooden stool, Regulus Danakil reminds himself of his duty. He must protect the fragment of the Tree of Life branch hidden inside the hut. Now pay attention, because Princess Alter entrusted him with this small branch to power the core of their magic circle. Without it, the base's safety zone will collapse within 10 minutes, flooding the entire area with deadly poisonous mist. Even knowing how critical his mission is, Regulus hesitates as he hears his knights screaming outside, though Lord Grimes urges him to stay strong. Meanwhile, Regulus activates Impenetrable Fortress, a legendary skill passed down through generations of the Danakil bloodline. It creates a powerful force field that protects his designated building. But he cannot leave while the skill is active, and the smaller the space, the stronger the barrier, easily resisting even legendary weapons. Only allowed guests can enter, and Regulus assures himself he is the perfect man for the job. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, coughing and begging to be let inside with a voice mimicking Princess Alter. I know what you're thinking, but he hesitates, fearing that ignoring her might cost everyone their lives. Lord Grimes warns him it could be a trap, but Regulus insists on opening it, only to find Elder Heron standing outside. Regulus briefly doubts the elf's identity before realizing that Heron mimicked the princess's voice using a special magic item. It's an imp acorn, which allows the user to memorize and perfectly reproduce anyone's voice. As Heron removes the acorn from his mouth, he triggers a blinding flash that immobilizes Regulus, leaving him blind for 3 seconds. That's plenty of time for Heron, who is already boosted by an acceleration spell, to snatch the Tree of Life branch fragment as an emergency horn suddenly echoes in the far distance. Oilia recognizes it as a sign that the magic circle's core is compromised. Meanwhile, Heron confirms their successful infiltration and tells his imposter group to move fast, while Oilia warns the safety zone deactivates in 10 minutes. Elsewhere, a calm and composed Princess Alter contacts Zephyr, letting him know that her side is completely falling apart. She plans to use a space core to restore the circle, but urges him to defeat the dragon as fast as possible. Hearing this, Zephyr doubts he can finish the fight in under 10 minutes, wondering aloud if a reward might help motivate him. She offers him last night's unfinished business if he can take down the dragon within those 10 minutes. That's all the motivation he needs, ending the call and immediately shifting into action. He notices the blue dragon's breathing sacs recovering in the water, likely prepping for another deadly breath attack. As he seems momentarily distracted, the dragon suddenly bursts from the water, ready to strike him down. But he reacts instantly, summoning the Stake of Faith and slamming it down on the giant beast. He borrowed this weapon from Lucius, who agreed to lend it despite worrying about the heavy debt it carried. He activates the Watcher Golem and signals his squad to follow, determined to end this in 10 minutes since the beast is basically dead meat. Back in the forest, the imposters cheer over how easily they pulled it off. But the mage controlling the golems quickly silences them, struggling to maintain the copied magic circle while recalling Alter's instructions about her skill's mock board. Though she successfully copied the magic circle of purification earlier, she now finds it incredibly difficult to keep it completely stable. She warns them it's a one-time copy spell, and trust me, they'll need to move incredibly fast. Their target remains clear. Trust me, you'll want to watch as they hunt the final sealed box holding the seed of the Tree of Life to build their empire. Heron pauses to thank his squad, and they quickly reassure him they are honored to follow a leader of his caliber. But Heron secretly harbors hidden motives. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the elven warriors begin to crumble now that their elder has retreated. Up in the safety bunker, Philip and his son watch this scary situation unfold with worry. Feeling totally helpless, they know they did everything possible, like securing a steady food supply, sending Oilia to shred the enemy ranks, trusting their skilled healer, and banking everything on Zephyr, the warrior with a dragon's heart. Even the princess stood beside them, protecting the soldiers with her divine blessings. Yet morale keeps plunging as the heavy absence of their legendary elder crushes the elven army's spirit. Still, Philip's son finds it bizarre that Dariel stands firm, especially since the idol he once looked up to abandoned the entire fight. Philip explains that while Dariel seems fierce and unyielding right now, he isn't the real anchor of the elven kingdom. Pay close attention, because that supreme role belongs to the chief priestess, the tree's chosen partner. The sacred tree chose her directly, and only an elder blessed with its holy favor can ever become a leader. Using the Tree of Life, she can connect with all elves and guide their minds. She is Sylvestia, the broken moon. Though born blind, she became completely paralyzed after giving birth to Kiara. Yet she remains deeply wise and revered. Hearing this, Philip's son is confused. How did Sylvestia give birth to Dariel if she was paralyzed after Kiara? Philip replies that rumors of a secret affair once swirled. Kiara was likely born from it, making her only a half-elf, which is why she is denied high elf status. Dariel, however, is a proud, pure-blooded elf who was gifted with absolutely mind-blowing talent. But get this, he never wanted the crown, choosing instead to become the queen's ultimate protector rather than a king. At first, Dariel's stubborn stance was no big deal. But once things took a turn for the worse, they desperately sought a leader to guide them. Even then, Dariel flat-out refused to step up. With 0 options remaining, the desperate elves had to name Heron as their temporary leader. Meanwhile, over with Heron's squad, the mage is eaten alive by guilt for abandoning their people. I know what you're thinking, but she convinces herself they couldn't defeat the dragon anyway, trying to find comfort in doing what they could, especially since Dariel turned his back on them. They sent their elite black and silver moon units into human lands 4 years ago, triggering a brutal war. During the chaos, they lost a priceless relic and let a massive chunk of their forest fall directly into enemy hands. Soon, the fearsome blue dragon claimed complete dominion over the lake. Then, their strongest moon elf fled with the seed box, leaving her alone to handle a shattered empire. That fugitive stood 0 chance against the poison, and even Dariel completely ignored the disaster, refusing to step in. That is when Alter arrived in the forest with a dragon-like warrior pleading for an alliance. To the grieving mage, this all feels like a facade. She feels they are too weak to stand as equals with humans. And even if they slay the dragon, their kingdom is already dead. Overwhelmed by absolute despair, she starts to weep, realizing Dariel abandoned them all, leaving them with 0 hope. Everything they are doing right now, she tells herself, is solely to find a brand new home. Reaching the tall tower that houses the Tree of Life seed, Heron gazes forward with fierce determination. He intends to plant this seed far, far away, praying the new tree will select him and finally crown him king. But to their utter horror, a massive crimson beast is already clawing at the tower. Meanwhile, back at the bunker, Philip is deeply puzzled. The elite high elves, particularly those from the Black and Crimson Moon factions, fled the kingdom to forge a brand new empire. Yet absolutely no one has heard a single whisper from these new kingdoms. He wonders where they could have gone. As that thought plagues his mind, the massive crimson beast near the tower begins unleashing an absolutely terrifying energy. Taking command, Heron deploys 2 sparrow golems, one to bait the beast, and the other to grab the sealed box. The plan works like a charm. While one golem draws the monster's focus, the other blasts right through the tower and quickly flies back with the box. But here is what they don't know, that Demon has spent 3 whole years hunting for that exact box. The second it spots the treasure, it strikes, tearing open their throats and seizing the box. This is no ordinary beast. This is Crimson Moon, once known as Masha, a legendary queen candidate from 60 years ago. And as you and I just saw, demonification took her soul, leaving nothing but an endless, burning hatred for all elves. Let's dive in 3 years ago, when the cult master brought both Crimson and Black Moon to their knees. Furious that they dragged humans into war, he decided to punish them. Right then, he reveals 2 stones of revelation, relics designed to transform wielders into monstrous demons. He explains to the smiling woman nearby that although both stones contain the same parasitic worms, they grant entirely different powers. The ritual is never guaranteed. The master believes success depends on the heart's malice, hatred, and greed. The darker the soul, the more terrifying the transformation. Next, he fuels the siblings' hatred for the elves, the ones who stole their future and took everything from them. He hands over the stones, and in a flash, a massive wave of energy erupts as they mutate into horrifying, bloodthirsty beasts. Watching this mutation, the smiling woman questions his goals, but he claims he has none. Now pay attention here, he snaps his fingers, summoning 12 cult apostles to welcome these new demons. For the next 3 months, the demon siblings unleash absolute chaos, slaughtering both humans and monsters. They master their dark powers. Soon, Olden lends them demon troops for an epic new hunt, Slay the Blue Dragon. Arriving at the den, the black demon realizes their biggest threat isn't the dragon, but the elf shielded by the Tree of Life. But to drag their enemies straight to hell, they absolutely must claim the dragon's heart. They plunge right into the dragon's lair. Sensing them instantly, the giant beast unleashes furious, wild tornadoes. In a deep, booming voice, it growls that it has been ages since lesser trash dared disturb it. Meanwhile, over wine at the parish, an apostle questions why Olden sent weak elves against a legendary dragon. Olden just laughs, admitting he only sent the elves to serve as dragon food. But there is a method to his madness. These 2 corrupted elves were once top candidates to rule the entire elven kingdom. Born to the legendary Moon-High elf lineage, they were famed for mastering incredibly pure, radiant light magic. In their society, anyone bearing the prestigious Moon title naturally seeks the crown. Yet, the chosen queen was blind and crippled, a disgrace the siblings could never tolerate. But get this, she was chosen despite her broken body and loving a human. She became queen, even though she completely skipped the formal training required of all candidates. While the elves celebrated, the siblings watched in horror. Their dream of leading their people was officially dead. After their dark transformation, they lost all wisdom and sanity. An apostle suggests they started the war just to show off their strength. But according to Olden, they failed miserably. Exiled from elven society, they still managed to steal the sacred seed of the Tree of Life. In their final battle, they were crushed by a rookie elf who barely earned his Moon title. Barely escaping with their lives, Olden asks the apostle what he would do if his own people betrayed him. The answer is simple: wipe them out completely. And Olden happily boasts that is exactly what he did. Meanwhile, inside the den, the blue dragon swallows Black Moon whole. Watching from afar, Olden knows the siblings are driven solely by their blind, furious thirst for revenge. That is exactly what he exploits. Soon after swallowing its prey, the dragon feels a violent stirring within. With an agonizing roar, it vomits a torrent of fresh blood. It is Black Moon's deadly venom and petrification at work, exactly as Olden planned. He wanted Black Moon to poison the beast from inside, knowing that in the end, it becomes a race against time. Can the demon survive corrosive stomach acid, or will the dragon succumb first? Olden is absolutely sure that if things get worse, the dragon will flee to the Allen continent and plunge into the sacred lake of life. Right on cue, the dragon takes to the sky, flying toward the lake with Crimson Moon clinging desperately to its tail. Sensing absolutely no danger, the dragon ignores her. Meanwhile, Crimson Moon only holds on because the side effects of her mutation have completely shattered her mind. As we leave them, pure instinct drives her forward. Come along with me as this feral beast, guided by broken memories, leaps toward the seed tower but gets locked out. Instead, she ruthlessly slaughters anything that dares to draw near the ancient structure. With the dragon taking center stage, nobody notices her presence as she lurks in the shadows. Day after day, she claws at the stone. But after devouring Elder Heron, something deep inside her changes. Her shattered mind begins to heal, bringing back lost memories. And with that clarity, her thirst for vengeance explodes. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto a glowing trail of mana winding through the woods, leading right to its source. The sickly queen, Broken Moon. Crimson Moon can feel her presence now, pinpointing her exact location. This demon is infested with parasitic worms that feed and grow stronger alongside her. Once fully grown, they grant her the terrifying power of gluttony, allowing her to steal skills by devouring her prey. Having just eaten Heron, the monster activates his legendary acceleration skill. Now pay attention to her speed. This monster blasts toward the elven village, instantly storming straight into the queen's resting chamber. Locking eyes with her target, she instantly recognizes Broken Moon, the one she has wanted to slaughter for ages. Blinded by sheer rage, the demon lunges forward. But right before she strikes, lightning-fast slashes tear into her from every direction. It is Ned, whom Zephyr sent ahead to guard the queen against any potential demon attacks. Facing this demonic crimson moon, Ned finally realizes why Zephyr was so worried. Instantly, Ned charges up his lightning magic, unleashing a devastating thunderbolt spell that shakes the room. Meanwhile, back at the lake, Zephyr's epic duel continues. Only 8 minutes remain before the barrier purifying the camp completely collapses. Desperate, Altair begs Zephyr to put the beast down before their protection vanishes. But honestly, Zephyr wants this monster dead right now. He knows slaying the dragon is just the beginning, and every single second is vital to keep everyone alive. Once the dragon falls, Black Moon Ramiel is expected to awaken. And trust me, this is where everything went horribly wrong in his past life, just as the entire camp erupted in celebration. Back then, their vanguard Adarius landed the final blow. He stepped forward to harvest the dragon heart as planned, but froze in shock when a strange barrier blocked his path. Suddenly, a hidden demon ripped its way out of the beast's stomach, catching the party completely off guard. To make matters worse, the horrific monster was already clutching the dragon's heart in its claws. Grinning, the demon thanked them for the assist, then brutally shoved the glowing heart straight into its own chest. Adarius rushed forward to stop him, but a comrade dragged him back before it was too late. Instantly, a massive wave of lethal poison erupted from the demon, melting the surroundings and choking the entire elven forest. Seeing the devastation, Altair ordered an immediate retreat, and their chance at claiming the heart was lost forever. That legendary forest and the fertile Danakil plains were permanently ruined, turned into a toxic wasteland nobody could ever inhabit. Now, back in the present, Zephyr fights with those dark memories in mind. Their past failure was not because of a bad plan, weak teammates, or a lack of prep work. No, those were fine. They failed simply because they lacked vital information. Back then, they had 2 elite vanguards who easily navigated the fog, fully confident they could kill the blue dragon. Adarius had even spotted an old injury on the beast, a weakness he noticed during an earlier encounter when it limped. That was their trump card. But in this timeline, Zephyr is starting to panic. He cannot find any sign of that old wound on the beast. Then, he realizes the past raid happened a year later. By that point, the intense draconic poison must have eroded its body and created that weak spot. Right now, that scar does not exist. So, to forge his own opening, Zephyr rams poison scales directly into the dragon. The violent impact triggers a massive explosion, forcing the giant beast to roar out in absolute agony. Mid-scream, the beast suddenly commands the universe to halt. To Zephyr's absolute horror, time itself completely stops. Falling water droplets hover in midair, leaves freeze where they are, and even the howling wind goes silent. This godlike authority is far beyond any human magic. Even the mythical silver key refuses to answer his call. Zephyr knows he is frozen for 7 long seconds, plenty of time for the dragon to charge up a lethal breath attack. But stick with me in that split second. Dariel unleashes a massive barrage of arrows. You and I are jumping right into the action as time resumes. Dariel watches in disbelief, realizing Zephyr's insane plan actually worked. Taking advantage of the chaos, Dariel unleashes shot after relentless shot at the beast. His brutal barrage opens up the perfect window for Zephyr to deliver a massive blow. Together, they crush its breath sac, neutralizing its deadly fire. For now, Dariel has 17 black dragon arrows left. He quickly does the math. Each spell needs 3 arrows, giving him 5 more enhanced shots. To take this monster down, every single shot has to hit. Meanwhile, Zephyr barely dodges a savage counterattack. He remembers his past life. This was the exact moment they lost the dragon heart. The blue dragon seized total control of that corrupted body, dragging the battle out for an entire month. Back then, Zephyr memorized its attacks, barely surviving the fight through sheer grit and willpower. In those memories, the dragon fought at its absolute prime, faster, stronger, and incredibly ruthless. But as that thought flashes through his mind, the dragon suddenly punches Zephyr right in the face. Taking the hit, he is shocked to find it is not as devastating as before. He crashes, but recovers instantly. Using telekinesis, the beast launches the lodged dragon arrows straight at him. Zephyr swings his chains, parrying them all mid-air. But as the monster gears up for another strike, it freezes in pure shock. Zephyr completely vanishes from sight, leaving only the faint glimmer of the silver key. Watch this without warning. The massive stake of faith descends, crushing the beast with overwhelming force. Zephyr follows up immediately, slamming his lightning fist to drive the stake deeper into its throat. Simultaneously, Dariel's incredibly precise arrows sever the dragon's right arm, sending it splashing down into the lake below. Despite that devastating damage, the monster still breathes, locking its eyes onto Zephyr's sword. That look triggers a memory of Lord Chrysaorus. When demons possessed him, they had no choice but to fight. Ultimately, Georgios landed the killing blow with the legendary sword Graham, ending Chrysaorus' life. In his final moments, the blue dragon actually thanked Georgios for freeing his master. But crying bitter tears, he also warned that as Chrysaorus' loyal vassal, he could never forgive his master's killer. He swore that if they ever met again, he would execute Georgios himself. Now, in the present, the giant beast lies motionless, with the stake still embedded in its neck. Watching from afar, Kiara wonders if it is finally over, but Dariel senses something is terribly wrong. The tree of life begins to tremble. Suddenly, the dragon speaks, its voice a deep, ominous rumble. You and I both know what is coming. Calling Zephyr the Dragon Slayer, it solemnly refuses to break its ancient oath, choosing to honor its vow. With a sickening crunch, the dragon grips the giant stake and rips it from its neck. It grabs its own severed arm, using ancient magic to forge it into a massive blade. Gripping the sword, the beast declares its duty is not done. Even under this crushing, immense pressure, Zephyr can't help but grin with pure excitement. The beast just sacrificed its own life force to maximize its combat strength. And now, the real fight finally begins. Our boy has only 12 minutes of dragonification left, while the monster still holds one breath attack in reserve. But those numbers mean nothing now, because the dragon has already unleashed its deadly dancing blade of death. This weapon, forged from pure life force, carries absolute destructive power. Zephyr knows no strategy can save him now except pure, overwhelming force. To counter, he activates Berserk Dragon Mode, boosting his stats by 200%, while slashing his transformation limit to just 3 minutes. The dragon swings a massive energy-charged blow, and Zephyr counters with a power-loaded strike. Their insane clash is so violent it sends him skidding backward. The shockwave of that single strike slices the massive tree of life clean in half, shaking the watching elves to their very core. Mid-battle, Zephyr suddenly recalls Ned's teachings from his previous life. Those martial arts lessons focus not on brute strength, but on sensing and controlling its natural flow. Ned taught him that mastering this flow elevates his strength, letting him overcome far stronger enemies even with limited power. With those words in mind, he slips past the beast's attack and lunges forward. Mid-air, he channels energy into his blade, remembering how strength must flow just like a river. If one truly understands it, even a simple leaf can become a deadly weapon. Armed with that clarity, he flashes around the beast, striking from every direction. Landing, he spots something inside the cuts, and trust me, you won't believe what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see everything click as he finds an ancient object buried in the beast. Suddenly, a memory from his past life flashes back, showing a vanguard revealing the monster's hidden weakness. This is definitely it. Zephyr charges forward once more, but the massive dragon turns tail, desperately trying to escape deep into the dark water. He whips out his dragon chains to stop it, but the moment they latch on, the beast drags him under too. He swings his blade to slash the monster, but it strikes back with blinding speed, sending him flying backward. Back at the barrier, Kiara panics because they cannot track the creature through the murky lake depths. Meanwhile, nearby, Dariel calls on the spirits of his parents for guidance, aiming his final arrows directly at the massive tree of life. Philip watches in utter shock as Dariel fires, but the archer has a brilliant plan. With perfect accuracy, his arrows shatter the tree of life. Under the surface, just as the beast prepares to crush Zephyr, the heavy broken wood crashes right down on top of it. Seeing his chance, Zephyr kicks the beast away and jams his sword deep into its exposed bone, making the monster shriek in absolute agony. Years ago, when Georgios defeated Chrysaorus, the blue dragon told him to run, but the knight refused to listen. Drawing his sword, he apologized to the beast, explaining that he could never leave a looming threat to his queen's future unchecked. An intense, brutal clash followed. Georgios completely overwhelmed the blue dragon, slicing off its horn with one single devastating blow. He slammed a heavy sealing stake, called the White Queen's Finger, deep into the dragon, a sealing weapon the victim can never pull out on their own. Georgios ordered the beast to stay hidden until the red dragon calmed down, admitting that having a Chrysaorus heart made it impossible to ever truly be friends. He warned the dragon that they should never meet again. Back in the present, as the massive blue dragon sinks deep into the dark lake, that memory flashes back clearly. Now, you and I need to watch closely as the dragon realizes this is not Georgios, but his true successor. It is our main character Zephyr, the new dragon slayer. Meanwhile, inside the belly of the beast, Black Moon wakes up, sensing the dragon is dead. He knows this is his chance to steal the dragon's heart, but right as he gets excited, Zephyr hits him with a brutal strike, sending him crashing across the cavern. Without hesitating, the young hero swings again, smashing Black Moon straight into a nearby tree. Zephyr already sealed the beast's corpse inside his silver key, completely blocking Black Moon from reaching the heart, no matter how hard he tries. He remembers from his past life that Black Moon absorbed a dragon heart wrong, triggering an explosive wave of energy that wiped out his own cult. Zephyr knows that only legendary beings on the same level as dragons can absorb that power safely. Black Moon was not even close, and he died instantly when he tried it before. Right after, the smiling woman appeared, stealing the heart and Black Moon's magic stone. It was obvious that the villain was just a useless pawn for the Demon Lord worshippers. Back in the present, let's pause for a second, because it is hard to believe that Black Moon let his own people die and lost his homeland, only to be discarded like garbage. Meanwhile, Black Moon senses a strange, powerful mix of human aura and raw dragon energy flowing through him, but he finds it highly amusing. He expected to fight elves, so seeing a half-dragon completely catches him off guard. As the villain starts to introduce himself, Zephyr wraps the dragon chains around his throat and slams the stake of faith deep into him. Suddenly, the shadow vanishes. Black Moon is not even there. Moments later, mocking laughter echoes behind him. Black Moon taunts Zephyr, saying his reckless speed exposed a massive opening, making him easy to counter. The villain has already figured out that Zephyr relies on limited dragon energy, which only lasts for about 2 minutes total. Zephyr realizes the enemy is incredibly sharp. He only has 48 seconds left. Once the effects of his backup spell wear off, his body will completely collapse. He does not have the stamina for a long fight, so he decides to bait the villain into a trap instead. While Zephyr stands on the ground, Black Moon hovers in the air, offering to spare him for the dragon heart. He claims he has no grudge against humans, and only wants bloody revenge on the elves. While the villain yaps, Zephyr quietly casts Dragon Tongue to issue a direct command, ordering his enemy to freeze. Black Moon is completely shocked. His legs refuse to move. Taking advantage of this, Zephyr strikes again, driving the stake of faith directly into him. Shockingly, he blocks the blow with a shield, screaming at Zephyr for interrupting. "Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride. Stick with me." Zephyr, dazed from using Dragon Tongue, loads his silver key. He only needs to squeeze out enough stamina for one final strike. Hoping to end this, he tries summoning the Sword of Light, but the goddess refuses. Instead of a sword, it erupts into wild flames, leaving Zephyr staring in absolute shock. The goddess of light had easily granted him this power before, even back when he was way weaker. Furious and confused, he curses her name only to get blasted backward by sudden, roaring flames. From afar, Black Moon is completely baffled by the explosion, but relieved his barrier actually held. His legs are still completely paralyzed, but being pinned down won't stop him from striking. He conjures his ultimate skill, a venom spear sharp enough to pierce dragon scales. Lunging forward with a desperate leap, he drives the deadly weapon straight into Zephyr's chest. The devastating strike sends agonizing waves of pain ripping through Zephyr's body. Hearing those screams brings a sick smile to Black Moon's face, seeing someone so strong cry like that. Without losing momentum, he readies another spell to grant Zephyr a quick death, releasing a massive, suffocating wave of toxic poison. Now watch this. Before the spell hits, a strange sound echoes from the lake. Massive roots erupt, impaling Black Moon right through his chest. Black Moon stares down in sheer, horrified disbelief. Zephyr gasps out a revelation by gathering all that poison for his ultimate attack. Black Moon actually cleansed the entire lake and surrounding forest. Zephyr remembers from his previous life how the demon cult used the dragon heart and Black Moon's magic stone to forge terrifying poison weapons. Knowing this, he easily predicted that Black Moon would rely on those same toxic abilities in this life, so he lured him into using them, knowing it was the quickest way to purify the woods. This lake might be the only clean zone right now, but it is enough. The Tree of Life stretches its roots into the pure soil, starting the forest's recovery. Zephyr planned almost all of this, though the tree stepping in directly was a welcome shock. Meanwhile, Black Moon screams in agony as those massive roots violently twist and impale him. Desperate, he tries to release more toxic fog, but Zephyr steps forward with a cold glare. He mocks him, pointing out that the Tree of Life protected his people for ages, yet here he is, cowering and thrashing before it. Zephyr charges his claws with raw energy, bringing them inches from the traitor's face, calling him a fool. Since he can't understand his own stupidity, he'll just have to learn the truth in the afterlife. With a swift strike, Zephyr tears his claws right into Black Moon's chest, ripping out his magic stone. It's finally over. And before word of this victory even reaches the backup squad, they see the proof themselves. The legendary Tree of Life begins blooming back to life right before their eyes. Watching this, Alter uses her golem to broadcast to everyone that the blue dragon is dead and the heart is secured. Hearing this news and seeing the tree's beautiful revival, the inspired soldiers rally to quickly sweep up the remaining monsters. Honestly, you and I can't believe Zephyr actually pulled this off. While the camp celebrates, she tries reaching him again, but gets silence. Meanwhile, an unconscious Zephyr is free-falling toward the lake. The Tree of Life gently catches him in its roots, offering silent thanks for saving it. Now it's time to return the favor. Its glowing roots wrap around his battered body, channeling pure healing energy. Far off near the village, Ned watches the roots erupt from the ground and smiles. He knows the kid succeeded, but despite his relief, Ned is gravely wounded from his brutal clash with the Crimson Moon demon. He's stunned to have been injured by his own martial arts, realizing too late the demon can copy his moves. Having lost a massive amount of blood, he can't regenerate his battered body anymore. Just as he prepares for the end, glowing vines gently wrap around his arms. To his utter shock, it's the queen. She whispers that these vines are her hands and legs. She cannot move, but he kept her safe. Now, she wants to show her gratitude. Lifting herself gently from the bed with her vines, she introduces herself as the Elven Queen. She immediately notices Ned's critical condition and realizes he needs urgent medical care. Meanwhile, back at the lake, Zephyr is lost in a dream, reliving the painful childhood memory of his father abandoning him. In that vision, his mother embraces him, recognizing his human side and choosing to raise him with love, unlike his heartless father. She apologizes for failing to protect him, but leaves him with one final gift, the strength to survive. And that's where we leave it. You and I can't wait for what's next. Alright, let's jump right in as Zephyr wakes up from a deep sleep, his mother's final words still echoing in his mind. Looking around, he sees glowing vines wrapped tightly around him, resting inside a strange but surprisingly gentle cradle of giant roots. When a deep voice warns him not to move. The voice explains that he has been out cold for 72 hours and is still recovering. He learns he is resting inside the trunk of the Tree of Life itself, and the divine speaker introduces himself as Yggdrasil. This is Yggdrasil's reincarnated form, meant for speaking to mortals, leaving Zephyr completely shocked because he has never seen this shape before. In his past life, they failed to protect the Queen and the Tree of Life, robbing him of any chance to meet Yggdrasil. The ancient entity explains that besides his own beloved wife, absolutely no one in the forest has ever seen him like this, prompting Zephyr to ask if the god can read his mind. The being admits he can, but promises to stop if Zephyr feels uncomfortable, though the boy remains deeply uneasy. He cannot read the god's expression, and those bizarre eyes are highly unsettling, but the tree senses his panic and reassures him that he has no plans to harm him. Instead, he simply wants to thank him. To show his thanks, Yggdrasil summons a branch bearing fruit, urging Zephyr to eat so his battered body can heal at a much faster rate. He then explains how the blue dragon's tongue spell had kept him paralyzed and poisoned, leaving him completely trapped and unable to move. But through his children, he had been quietly watching Zephyr this whole time. Now, watch closely, because after seeing Zephyr protect his family, Yggdrasil offers him a legendary bilateral contract, presenting this sacred bond as a grand decree, even though our main character has absolutely no clue what this old tree is babbling about. Either way, Zephyr realizes the ancient entity is genuinely trying to thank him, feeling absolutely zero bloodlust or hostility coming from it. He remembers his past life when Dariel mentioned his father was actually a demigod, a legendary being caught between elves and gods. Recognizing that the odds are heavily in his favor, Zephyr decides it is time to negotiate and squeeze out every advantage he can. He speaks up, declaring that basic healing is not nearly enough to make things even between them. But Yggdrasil calmly points out that he did much more than heal him. He stabilized the dragon hearts inside his body. These hearts need a hard recalibration when output rises. And after destroying the demon army, Zephyr's output spiked to 23%, which is normally fatal. Throughout those 72 hours of sleep, Yggdrasil balanced his energy, strengthening Zephyr's flesh to endure the massive strain, while preparing it to host the blue dragon's heart as well. Now, you and I both know how insane this is, but before he can even process the shock, the tree offers the ultimate transplant. In exchange, Yggdrasil will ask for only one single request. Yggdrasil reveals that 10,000 years ago, when the very first seed of the Tree of Life broke through its shell, a mysterious voice told them to prepare. He understood those words instantly, realizing his sole divine purpose was preparing the entire world for a fated day of promise. In the first phase, the very air began to change as raw mana flooded across the atmosphere. The planet's raw waters slowly transformed into pure, life-giving healing streams. On distant continents, matching trees activated the same process, working for thousands of years to completely reshape the face of the world. Soon, elves were born specifically to serve the tree, allowing everything to run smoothly as Yggdrasil waited patiently for that promised day. But then, the unthinkable happened. Yggdrasil became a father. At that very moment, he chose to defy his divine mission, willing to pay any price just to protect his family. Finishing his tale, Yggdrasil offers the dragon heart transplant once again, but only if Zephyr promises to complete this mystery request. Zephyr hesitates. He knows the procedure will leave him utterly vulnerable, a lethal gamble he cannot afford to take with someone he barely knows. Sensing his fear, Yggdrasil suddenly asks him how he is going to die in the future, revealing he knows Zephyr already witnessed the end. To learn the truth, the god actually peered into Zephyr's dreams while the boy lay unconscious. The first thing he spotted in the boy's memories was a powerful connection to his mother, though he quickly realized it held no clues, before picking up a different signal, a vivid memory of the world's brutal end and a face he recognized instantly. He strongly suspects it is a prophecy, and an incredibly detailed one at that. Hearing this, Zephyr realizes the ancient entity has managed to decode those memories all on his own. Knowing he can't hide it, Zephyr drops a massive truth bomb, telling Yggdrasil that his own allies will destroy the forest, and that the Tree of Life will rot from an incurable poison. So, stick with me. Zephyr decides against telling Yggdrasil he is from the future, thinking a fake prophecy is a much safer lie. Yet the Ancient One stays on guard. He knows this kid is hiding something, and admits he already sees through to one undeniable truth. He is going to die. After all, if his future was safe until the end of days, Zephyr would have never jumped in to rescue him. Speaking of which, Yggdrasil pulls back his sleeve to reveal a strange brand. Zephyr knows this mark instantly. It is the exact same oath ring mark he got after taking down the cult leader, Olden, but staring at it makes Zephyr's eyes burn with intense pain. Yggdrasil warns him to look away, as his current mind is way too weak to handle that raw power. He adds that a sacred vow binds his tongue, keeping him from revealing the ultimate truth behind everything. Yggdrasil reveals that he and the 7 great dragons share a divine mandate from the Almighty, a duty they must carry until the day they die. Zephyr instantly connects the dots. This was the very reason he had to put down the blue dragon. The Tree of Life then drops a bomb in the end times. Any surviving dragons will lose their sanity and serve the Demon Lord. Now pay attention, this is a future Zephyr already witnessed, making him wonder if he will also turn into their enemy. Yggdrasil's answer is chillingly vague. He admits he never once questioned his duty, mostly because he never thought this world was actually worth saving. But everything shifted the moment he fell head over heels for the broken moon. Even knowing her time was short, she adored him and begged to bear his child. Weak and dying, she wanted to leave a legacy and build a dream with him. She even flatly rejected using the Chalice of Conception, a holy relic elf royals use to safely spark new life, choosing instead to conceive naturally, regardless of the immense danger. She wanted a real connection, and Yggdrasil, deeply touched by her devotion, took on a human shape for her. A single woman completely changed his entire outlook, breathing beautiful value into a meaningless world. He tells Zephyr that one day, he will find that kind of love too. Hearing this, Zephyr flashes back to Alter in his past life, remembering the quiet intimacy they once shared. As he settles down and shuts his eyes, Yggdrasil begins flowing the blue dragon heart's wild energy through his ancient magic. Look closely at this next part before the process begins. He makes a chilling request. Zephyr must end his life if he ever turns bad, protecting his family at all costs. With that final request, Zephyr's consciousness plunges deep into his mindscape to face the dragon's wrath. He realizes that though he initially planned to extort Yggdrasil for this dragon heart, he never had to go that far. The ancient tree could have broken his mind while he slept, but chose peace. That single act of honor tells Zephyr everything. He can trust him. Besides, Yggdrasil noted that while Alter is talented, she lacks the rare expertise to graft a dragon heart, and it would take her far too long. So, Zephyr trusts him with the surgery. Finding himself inside his own mind, he knows the terrifying truth: if he cannot crush the dragon's residual malice, his physical form will be ripped apart or permanently possessed by the beast. Back in his old timeline, beating this trial took a full month. He wonders if he can survive it faster this time. The second he assumes his dragon form, the manifestation of the blue dragon materializes, instantly reacting to his power. It respects his evolution. But Zephyr's jaw drops the moment he feels the energy of this entity. Unbelievably, it is a woman. She casually remarks that, since they have already traded blows in battle, he shouldn't act so shocked to see her true self. Instead of pulling his blade, she gracefully offers him to sit down and share a cup of tea. Even with her peaceful vibe, Zephyr is having a hard time accepting that this mighty beast is a lady. Meanwhile, out in the woods, Dariel tells the worried crew that Zephyr is safe with his father. Alter looks completely baffled after all. His father is literally a giant tree. The others whisper, wondering if the plant just ate him alive. Dariel quickly steps in, explaining that the Tree of Life is actually healing him. Philip remains skeptical. He is terrified Zephyr might get trapped by the ancient roots and turned into a bargaining chip. But right then, Dariel senses a massive surge of magic inside the bark, the throbbing blue dragon heart. This dark realization leaves them wondering, will Zephyr even survive this? No matter what, if he returns, he won't be human anymore. Back deep inside his subconscious, Zephyr accepts the lady's offer of tea, deeply respected that a proud dragon would show him her human form. He knows dragons prefer their raw forms, only shifting to show raw dominance or, as you and I suspect, profound respect. Trust me, you and I are about to see that this legendary dragon is just too prideful to ever use cheap tricks. Her human form is either a sign of respect or pure dominance. Reading his mind, she actually takes that as a huge compliment. She is genuinely impressed he beat her, even if she was heavily weakened by lethal poison. She admits his soul feels surprisingly comforting, probably because it is already filled with Kaiserus's ancient dragon energy. Since Zephyr now carries her own dragon heart, she has no intention of treating him like a stranger. Suddenly, the entire space pulses with massive energy, and she calmly points out that her liege seems pretty upset. Using telepathy, she starts linking directly with his dragon heart, leaving Zephyr completely baffled and incredibly annoyed. This is the blue dragon, Artalis. In his previous life, Zephyr had faced her inside his mind as well. Back then, even with his massive strength, it was a deadly clash. He only survived because of her completely wild, unpredictable nature. Watch closely, she literally let him rest mid-battle. She would beat him to a pulp, heal him back to life, and then restart the fight. This crazy cycle went on until he won. That endless torment actually served as his training. Still, Zephyr realizes that every single master he's had, from Ned to this dragon, is totally unhinged. As Zephyr gets more annoyed, Artalis notices and teases him, making him even angrier. Finally, she decides to get straight to business. She proclaims that death has freed her from her painful duty, and she will soon rejoin her beloved liege. First, she wants to see what he can do. As a proud warrior, she has zero regrets. Their final battle was truly legendary. She shares one last truth: a person's soul is always reflected in what they hold closest to their heart. Painters show it through their brushes, musicians through their melodies, and warriors like them through the cold edge of their blades. Decades of brutal training, pain, and absolute willpower ultimately reveal the true, raw shape of a fighter's soul. After analyzing Zephyr, Artalis decides she actually likes the guy, feeling completely at ease, giving him her legendary power. Beneath the surface, she feels a colossal reservoir of mana and a level of potential that is incredibly rare. She cannot wait to see him reach the divine peaks. She never could. With that, she prepares to merge, giving him full access to her power. You and I both know, though mastering this is completely up to him. Passing over her dragon heart, she warns that she will be watching, urging him not to throw his life away in vain. Zephyr is taken aback by her sudden cooperation, but it definitely plays in his favor, saving him some crucial time. He deeply relates to her words about passing away without ever experiencing a truly free and fulfilling life. Before she fades, he offers to whip up a delicious meal as a small thank you for her incredible sacrifice. She just smiles, saying he won't have to. He'll understand why soon. Right after, a colossal wave of energy explodes from inside him. Outside, everyone waiting near Yggdrasil feels the violent tremor. Moments later, Zephyr walks out, completely healed and looking better than ever. Relieved he is safe, Altair runs over and wraps him in a warm embrace. Meanwhile, in the sacred realm of the Silver Key, the angel Mercedes speaks directly to her ancient master. She reports that another primordial deity has chosen a new champion, a major event that will completely alter fate itself. Over at the Temple of Light's 4th parish, a messenger delivers a grim letter to the captain, reporting that Olden has been assassinated. The shocking news spreads like wildfire, and wild rumors point to Lucius as the one who pulled the trigger. Ruthless hunters grab their gear, believing that if they can take down the warrior who crushed a legendary twin knight, who ranked in the top 10, they can claim that coveted vacant seat for themselves. Back in the Silver Key realm, the angel kneels, remembering the dark prophecy of an apocalyptic war that will turn entire rivers into blood. With the absolute throne of God currently empty, every major faction in the world is preparing to clash. Still, amid this terrifying chaos, she holds on to hope that a savior will rise at the absolute end of the world to shatter this tragic doom, the destroyer of fate. Back in Lindell Castle, deep inside Altair's territory, a mysterious knight easily beats her guard and demands to speak with the princess. As Lord Zephyr recovers deep inside the Tree of Life, he contemplates the sheer scale of everything happening in the world. Once the toxic poison is fully purged from the forest, Yggdrasil triggers a spiritual command to the mana flowers, rare magical plants blooming near the rivers, to completely purify both the air and streams. Outside, the surviving warriors push through the woods, wiping out any remaining beasts to reach the holy tree. Princess Altair reveals this is actually Ellenheim, capital of the Elven Kingdom. A tearful elf cries seeing home again, thanking the group, and honestly, you and I are ready for more. Alright, we're starting off with Ned as the awakened elf queen finally arrives. Joy sweeps through the camp as Kiara and Dariel run to embrace her. But soon, the somber duty of burying and mourning their fallen comrades begins. Zephyr reflects on the grueling task of treating the wounded and clearing the battlefield, and searching for survivors, leaving everyone else to shoulder the heavy burden while Yggdrasil purifies the forest. Yet, the endless work helps survivors process their grief. Most have lost absolutely everything to this catastrophic disaster. The blue dragon threat is gone, but Zephyr realizes that peace carries its own heavy weight. It forces them to face the brutal cost of survival, the lives lost, and sacrifices made. With the last of the fallen laid to rest, the blue dragon raid is officially over. The queen formally thanks Princess Altair, the Temple of Light, Danakil, and especially Zephyr, the Dragon Slayer. She swears on the Tree of Life that elves will never forget this massive debt. Honoring their mutual alliance, she declares the great elven forest allied with Altair and the Earl of Danakil. A non-aggression pact is sealed, pledging to share all future victories and hardships together. Edwin, son of Philip, realizes this alliance completely solves the deep concerns he held before the raid. With massive tension between humans and elves, internal betrayal was always a major risk. Now pay attention here, Princess Alter was actually playing a much bigger game. To her, this crisis was a golden opportunity to unite the Elven Kingdom and Danakil as one. She refused to exploit the weakened elves, and Philip Pilgrim agrees that conquest was never the goal. He reminds them that Polaris, once celebrated as Danakil's greatest hero, proved his strength by driving out the Black and Red Moons during the war 4 years ago. But Princess Alter explains that when Danakil was poisoned, Polaris refused to help, claiming he had no time. He even dumped all his Danakil stocks and bonds, completely giving up on them. Because of his betrayal, Danakil was abandoned and left begging for desperate help. The elves were even worse off, cut off from humanity for centuries. With absolutely no one to rely on, this crisis became the perfect opening. By saving both Danakil and the elves, Alter plans to pull them into a private alliance, bypassing rival human kingdoms like Cayenne entirely. It strips away Polaris's power while preparing for the coming war, and Zephyr immediately sees the strategic benefits. Danakil's rich farmlands, the Tree of Life's healing power, and a fully unified elven force. Alter's scheme worked flawlessly. Turns out, Yggdrasil and the Elf Queen share the exact same goals. With the Queen awake, her bond with the Tree of Life guarantees absolute elven loyalty. And now, the victory celebration begins. As everyone gathers, the Elven Queen raises her glass to their hard-won victory. Nearby, Dariel spots Kiara sitting alone and walks over. Gum media. They share a rare light-hearted moment together despite her hiding her tears. I know, right? Kiara can barely believe it's only been 6 weeks since Zephyr's crew arrived, slaying the dragon and completely reclaiming Elfenheim from ruin. She is incredibly relieved that her mother and the Tree of Life are finally safe, letting her proudly step up as the Queen's chief archer. Dariel teases her emotional remarks, but she suddenly reveals her plan to leave the forest very soon. Late that night, while the camp sleeps, our boy Zephyr is still awake as Princess Alter winds down. She knows she needs to rest, but she has one final, crucial task left to finish. And right on cue, a soft knock suddenly echoes at her door. She knows people admire her for her beauty, royal blood, and talent. They praise her, offer gifts, and pledge their lives, but none of them understand her real desires or who she truly fears. Even as a child, she knew she would walk this lonely path alone. Though she values her companions, romance has never crossed her mind. She long ago accepted she might always remain alone, and she is perfectly fine with that reality. Princess Alter knows she does not need a lover. What she truly needs is a reliable, deadly weapon. She remembers when her hopes for a normal life shattered as Polaris, corrupted and dangerous, reached for her, forcing her to flee. Since then, emotions have been a luxury she cannot afford. To her, love is just a weakness. She once thought choosing a political partner for power was the logical path. But looking at Zephyr, she begins to seriously question everything she believed. Oilia points out how close they've gotten, and trust me, we need to watch these two. Stick with me as Zephyr keeps watch while she visits the Elder. She recalls asking who would protect the princess, and though Alter claimed the Tree of Life would do it, she knew it was actually Zephyr. Feeling completely left out and emotional, Oilia admits she feels abandoned, as if their sisterly bond is gone and she is no longer needed. Frustrated and downcast, she sits drinking with Ned. Ned watches her, figuring she either knows nothing about romance or simply dislikes Zephyr. Still, he tells her to rest up, recover, and help his disciple once she feels like herself again. While she drinks, Ned wonders what his disciple is up to, but figures since it is his second life, he will manage just fine. Meanwhile, Zephyr approaches Alter's place feeling surprisingly nervous, her words echoing in his mind. If he could slay the blue dragon in under 10 minutes, they could pick up right where they left off. He did exactly that, and things were heating up that night before they were suddenly interrupted. Pay attention here, standing outside her door. He wonders what surprises Alter has ready, remembering how her kiss of darkness forced him to reveal his past life. After that, he kissed her passionately and went with the flow, but she totally shut him down. He knows she likes him too, but to her, he is just a guy she met a little over a month ago. Since she has no memories of their past lives, it makes sense her feelings are not as intense as his. Still, he is fine letting her take the lead for now, though he fully expects her to make it up to him later. After all, they have bigger things to discuss, like their next moves or examining the dragon heart. So he steps inside, and the moment he looks at her, he realizes he can finally let his guard down. For once, Alter shyly looks away before meeting his gaze, thinking of how much she wanted to say, but nervousness makes her forget it all. Without saying a word, he kisses her right at the door, and as they lie together that night, she notes how sweet he tastes. Before meeting him, she believed she would live completely alone and that love was pointless, but he changed everything. He showered her with more love than she ever thought possible, and she returned it freely. Alter once believed she walked a lonely, thorny path, but he was always there beside her. She thinks back to the night he laid bare his tragic past and how deeply it shook her. She had tried to avoid the truth to hide her own loneliness, but now she cannot even comprehend the sheer pain he went through. Losing everyone, forced to go on alone, her heart aches for him. You and I can see why she stayed awake that night, unable to rest, desperately wanting to do anything for him. That is when she finally realizes she is completely in love with him. Meanwhile, on day 44 of the lockdown in the third parish, Fade holds a dagger to a priestess. She is caught off guard, believing the parish's sacred barrier should have made entry absolutely impossible. Yet here he stands, insisting he came for a different reason entirely, and never expected to stumble upon this. He demands to know who supplied her with those deadly poisons. While elsewhere, Dariel practices with his bow. He recalls being 15 when his mother briefly regained consciousness. Back then, she gave birth to Kiara and warned that this little girl was born with a unique fate and must eventually leave the forest. Now that she is grown and ready to depart, Kiara chooses to travel with Zephyr, hoping for some fun and maybe even crossing paths with Fade. But Dariel questions Kiara's sadness at the banquet. Was it really just about leaving? Or is it something deeper, perhaps the lingering, cruel whispers echoing among the elves? Her striking eyes and vibrant hair make others suspect she is half-human. Some even say that is why the queen was punished, and the forest's life force is weakening, leading him to conclude she really does not belong here. He is startled when his mother suddenly appears to watch him, offering a warm smile and praising his skills. Dariel realizes he never even sensed her approach, but she gently tells him she simply came to hear his sound. After listening, she calls it the most beautiful sound in the world. With his mother awake and his father physically incarnated for the first time in decades, Dariel feels immense gratitude, silently thanking Zephyr. His mother carefully observes his stance and gently points out that his mana flow is currently uneven. Even though his aim is flawless, she advises him to shoot with his heart and trust his allies. As part of his training to earn the moon title, she gives him a new task to leave the forest, and she wants Kiara to go with him. But trust me, things are about to get wild because Philip Pilgrim arrives with an urgent letter, and seeing the seal, Zephyr takes the message very seriously. An urgent meeting is quickly called. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action where Princess Altier officially welcomes Kiara and Dariel to the team. They both show their gratitude, but Dariel teasingly reminds Kiara how she wanted to leave solo. Embarrassed, she had no clue her mother was hiding such a massive plan. Earlier that morning, Kiara's mother handed her the absolute last seed of the Tree of Life. She reminded Kiara of her ancient destiny, urging her to leave the forest and grow a new tree. As the final forest queen, she tasks Kiara with guiding the new generation and building a kingdom capable of surviving the brutal times ahead. This heavy mission might be the only way for their kind to survive what is coming next. Her mother explains that Kiara alone can pull this off, all thanks to her highly unique nature. She reveals her bond with Lord Yggdrasil is weak because she was born as an empty vessel to channel a new tree. Handing Kiara the seed box, she explains her weak connection to her father was intentional, designed to make her look small and completely insignificant to outsiders. It was all done on purpose, proving Kiara is the miracle child they had desperately prayed for. Thinking back, Kiara gets incredibly emotional, feeling immense joy when her mother finally woke up, but also holding a deep, lingering sense of dread. Deep down, she feared her mother would confirm the painful truths she wanted to avoid. That intense fear almost made her run away without saying a single word. Now, realizing her parents' profound love and how well they understood her inner struggles, she walks away with deep gratitude, finally letting go of all those heavy doubts. Back in the present, Princess Altier praises Dariel's heroics during the dragon raid, assuring him his incredible efforts did not go unnoticed. She tells him that he and his ally are now ranked among the 10 great warriors, making them key leaders for future missions. This means attending meetings, receiving assignments, and getting full access to supplies, intelligence, and resources whenever they make a request. With the meeting underway, she presents 2 urgent letters, but Philip Pilgrim steps in with some crucial information first. The first letter comes from a scout in his caravan stationed right near the third parish. He explains that after conquering the Dungeon Princess, one of the world's most difficult quests, the Holy Lord Lucius, completely locked down the entire region and vanished from the face of the earth. Watch closely here, everyone thinks he's hiding the legendary dragon heart, and since Zephyr is secretly a time traveler, he already knows exactly what they are all going to assume. They might assume Lucius is currently recovering after absorbing the power of the dragon heart, secretly selling it off to cover his tracks, or maybe faking everything, meaning the heart never existed. Either way, this mystery has triggered absolute chaos among wealthy investors. The auction value of a real dragon heart would shatter records, so this sudden disappearance looks incredibly suspicious. Philip warns that if Lucius absorbed or destroyed that heart before anyone could verify its existence, or if he completely faked the prize, he will face endless legal battles. Meanwhile, the Temple of Light used that heart to lure massive funding, leaving them on the hook for the financial ruin. To protect their gold, angry investors are already unleashing teams of lawyers. The temple's financial board is ready to throw Lucius straight under the bus to save their own skins. Philip adds that Lucius is massively behind on rent for the stake of faith, a legendary holy relic. So, the Vatican sent their elite relic recovery squad to demand repayment, while another angry group has arrived searching for the completely missing Lord Olden. They accuse Lucius of harming Olden. Now, you and I can see why this third parish is suddenly swarming with dangerous newcomers. These include the 4th Parish Knight Commander, plus a wave of eager adventurers hoping to claim a spot among the 10 great warriors after hearing of Olden and the Twin Knights' deaths. With all these factions converging, the 3rd Parish is teetering on the edge of a total siege. Agitated soldiers are demanding entry, ready to confront Lucius and get their massive investments back. Ned knows that the weakened 3rd Parish wouldn't last long without reinforcements if a full-scale siege actually kicks off. Ned opens the second letter, wondering what could possibly be more urgent. Philip explains that this letter is from a butler at Lindell Fortress, detailing the defeat of Lord Oilia's champion in the ongoing marriage selection tournament. The shocking part is, the weapon used a legendary blade with direct ties to Zephyr's past. Zephyr instantly recognizes the blade, as Requiem stick with me to see what happens next. Let's dive into this wild story at Lindell Fortress. An old man tells Zephyr that the guest of the strongest warrior is already waiting inside. Zephyr remembers that the legendary sword, Requiem, was his final weapon in his past life, though neither he nor the Sword Saint has it now. As he steps inside, he sees a warrior living it up, surrounded by girls, and immediately recognizes him as Adarius, the Sword Saint's last disciple. Adarius spots him and casually asks who he is, totally unaware that Zephyr knows his identity already. The moment this guy showed up, he became the continent's strongest warrior, which seriously annoys Zephyr. That legendary title originally started with just a single night. 5 years ago at Cayenne Palace, Lord Aaron Lucas is showered with praise for crushing mercenary King Gladys through brilliant strategy and raw, personal combat. But despite all the praise, Aaron humbly admits that he is only the 6th strongest warrior alive. This shocker stuns the crowd, even catching King Leo's interest. Intrigued, the king asks him to name those who rank above him. Topping the list is Sword Saint John Howell, followed by Grand Sorcerer Henrik, and Roland, the Blessed Knight of the Sky Temple. 7th is Dariel, followed by Dominique of the Temple of Light, in 8th place. 9th is Mercenary King Gladys, with the Twin Knights sitting at 10th. In the present, before Zephyr leaves for Lindell, Philip Pilgrim recalls how Aaron Lucas's fame made this list spread like wildfire. Now, pay attention here. Countless self-proclaimed warriors challenge those ranked legends, only to get absolutely crushed. Over time, everyone accepted this as the official ranking of the 10 strongest warriors. After the Mercenary King was executed for treason, Ophelia claimed 9th place by defeating the Twin Knights. Since then, the ranks have been locked for 2 years. Dariel thinks back to a clash 7 years ago, when he fought an incredibly powerful human knight near the forest border. Clueless about his fame back then, he now realizes that Knight is one of the 10 great warriors. This makes him seriously doubt the list. Zephyr is clearly way stronger, and even Ned is somehow completely left out of the rankings. Zephyr points out that the list is 5 years old, created back when both of them were still developing their skills. Besides, staying off the radar was intentional. Getting too much spotlight would only make their secret missions way harder to pull off. Ned notes that regardless of the list's history, to get officially ranked today, you and I both know the rule. You have to defeat a ranked warrior and take their emblem as proof. Zephyr remembers his past life, when Adarius's arrival triggered a massive wave of pure chaos. Adarius had claimed his dying master personally gifted him the legendary sword, Requiem. This claim drew a horde of challengers hungry for his spot. To make things worse, Ned became a wanted man for stealing the Black Dragon's heart, throwing the region into absolute turmoil. Princess Altair points out that this mysterious newcomer wielding Requiem, which is Sword Saint John Howell's legendary weapon, claims to be the Master's last disciple. If this is true, it is an incredibly urgent matter. She explains that John Howell is a major threat to the demon worshippers' leader, being one of the rare people who can actually ruin their plans. Also known as the Sorceress Elva or the White Queen, John Howell's true form is allegedly the legendary White Dragon, a being of absolute secrecy and unmatched power. She's the one who passed down ancient Median magic, an art thought to be lost forever. Elise is shocked to hear about a dragon's disciple and deeply wonders how this ancient magic could have resurfaced. She points out that Princess Altair attracts incredible luck, while Dariel gets confused by the male name John. But Kiara explains that names are just labels, and John could be a code name for the sword technique or a fake identity. Still, the wildest part is the claim that she's a dragon's disciple. Edwin brings up the legend that the Black Dragon killed the White Dragon 1,000 years ago. Altair corrects him immediately, pointing out that the White Dragon wasn't actually killed, but merely sealed away. sending a physical form into the world every 100 years to train a disciple. Princess Altair explains that her master's physical form vanished 6 years ago when its time on Earth ran out, which raises the ultimate question. How could this new kid have been trained by her since then? Kiara suspects that the guy is just lying, but Princess Altair secretly knows that Adarius is the real deal, a fact she learned through Zephyr. But exposing the truth would trigger too many questions, especially since only she and Ned actually know about the future. She decides it is safest to steer the conversation naturally, without giving anything away. And we leave it there as the focus shifts to that legendary sword. Let's dive in. If Requiem were fake, things wouldn't be this serious. But that blade is genuinely real, pulsing with power. It cannot fall to the demon worshippers. Why on earth would Adarius even enter this marriage tournament? Since that public duel is impossible to sweep under the rug, he wonders if the weapon is just a replica. But Zephyr senses a trap in the timing, prompting Princess Altair to ask for details. Zephyr explains that from the demon worshippers' point of view, their dark plans have completely derailed. They missed the dragon heart, losing both Olden and their elite twin knights. Still, they managed to turn Matthias, a key ally of the Holy One, gaining direct access to the Third Parish. To stir the pot, Zephyr mentions they left fake evidence to make the demon worshippers turn on each other. The crime scene showed signs of Olden's demonic transformation and lightning scorch marks, both pointing directly to Dragon King martial arts. He also planted traces of Jinryang's disciple at the location, along with an extremely rare poison that never should have been there. All of these clues are designed to breed internal suspicion. Zephyr concludes that Jinryang, the Holy One, and the undercover agent known as the Tarantula, who infiltrated the demon worshippers 3 years ago, teamed up to take down Olden. Now watch closely. Why would the demon worshippers make such a reckless move with their entire order at risk? Anyone accused of treason will have to look outside their ranks just to prove their innocence. But once they look, they will realize Ned Stryer is not acting alone. Lucius will quickly become their prime suspect, but the smarter ones will start looking for a hidden mastermind, a shadow figure pulling the strings, directing both Ned Stryer and the Holy One like puppets. Princess Altair realizes the terrifying truth eventually. They will blame her. Philip immediately asks for clarification, asking if Zephyr is suggesting that, regardless of whether the Sword Saint's weapon is real, this entire situation is a setup to destroy her. Zephyr nods grimly, noting how suspiciously Adarius showed up, and how dangerous it is for Princess Altair to travel to Lindell. To check if the blade is real, Princess Altair mentions that Requiem, the Sword Saint's weapon, reacts to dragon hearts. If Zephyr touches it, he should feel a reaction, so he agrees to leave for Lindell immediately. If the sword is genuine, he'll take it. If it's a trap, he will crush it himself. True to his word, he reaches Lindell before sunset. You and I both know Adarius is waiting, but why is he asking about Zephyr? Zephyr believes the demon cult's leader has already heard rumors about Adarius, though he won't make a move just yet. Despite keeping a close eye on the Sword Saint, he doesn't expect any major trouble for the next 2 years. Zephyr didn't travel here just because of Adarius's reputation, but for a completely different reason. Seeing him, one of the girls aggressively defends Adarius's victory and demands that Zephyr speak up. Before a fight breaks out, Adarius steps in, joking that his master promised he'd find strong warriors here. He's amused to find someone worth fighting so fast. When Adarius suggests taking the duel elsewhere, Zephyr agrees but tells him to listen carefully. Zephyr instantly senses his sheer arrogance, as if Adarius expects everyone to follow him like a loyal dog. So, he activates his unique dragon ability called Dragon Tongue. Immediately, Adarius's body moves completely against his own will, forcing him to collapse in pure confusion as Zephyr calmly walks away. His female companions watch the scene unfold in absolute panic, wondering what they should do next. She realizes Adarius has been completely incapacitated by a bizarre, incredibly powerful skill used by Zephyr. Concerned by the terrifying look in Zephyr's eyes, Nina suggests they must go help Adarius immediately. But a nun sent from the temple to the Baron family steps in, telling them to hold back. She knows Adarius can handle this alone and warns them to stay out of it, recalling his very first day at the fortress. Back then, Adarius was sitting quietly on the roof when Nina walked up to join him, regretting that a whole month has passed. She apologized for keeping him here, urging him to find Princess Altair like his master wanted. But Adarius calmly promised he would do that later, explaining he cannot leave while monsters still roam. Nina remembers how Adarius single-handedly saved the entire fortress during the last monster wave. And that's where we leave it. She might be falling for him. Let's dive in as stronger monsters begin appearing. Adarius fights with insane intensity, skipping rest, food, and sleep. Eventually, he charges alone into the boss den, toying with the monster for a week before putting it down. He fights like one possessed, completely wild and unrelenting. Over the next 6 months, Adarius clears 3 whole territories, deeply impressing Baron Risha. The Baron thanks him for protecting their lands, shocked that an 18-year-old could be this strong. Even knowing Erderius wants to marry Princess Altair, the Baron offers his own daughter instead, promising massive rewards. Erderius politely declines, stating he must reach the princess, but the Baron insists his daughter join him. His sister agrees, calling Erderius a reckless battle maniac who needs watching. She warns that he gets extremely dangerous if anyone interrupts his fights. When the party asks for guidance, she suggests following Erderius from a distance to watch him secretly. Meanwhile, Zephyr calmly sips tea outside while Erderius lies tied up. But the wild kid soon breaks his restraints, shouting in triumph that he is free. Watch closely as Zephyr reacts with surprise. Normal knights need 30 minutes to break a basic dragon tongue binding. Yet, Erderius shatters it in 12, revealing he carries a highly powerful artifact. Erderius never expected a human to wield advanced dragon magic, and the unique feeling instantly reminds him of his master. Right then, he wonders about Zephyr's identity, speculating if he is a dragon servant or possesses a dragon heart. He activates Cradle of the Earth, a rare white dragon skill that lets him store weapons in an underground subspace. Erderius shrugs it off, remembering his master's warning never to hold back against monsters like Zephyr. Introducing himself as the disciple of Blade Master John Howell, Zephyr instantly sees why this kid stands above other warriors. Mind-blowing talent, peak training, and a legendary artifact. He wears the Silver Lion mithril armor, forged directly from white dragon bones. This legendary armor negates extreme heat, cold, poison, curses, and even reduces the impact of dragon techniques by half. It explains how Erderius survived deadly battles against dragons without even owning a dragon heart. Zephyr watches him closely, analyzing his gear and measuring his combat potential. Then, Zephyr summons his own blade using a silver key. His legendary sword, Graham, is an ancient dragon-slaying blade. Zephyr reveals it is freshly soaked in dragon blood, confirming a dragon heart beats in his own chest. Now pay attention here, Zephyr pours water for a crazy challenge. If even one drop spills during their clash, Erderius wins, taking both the sword Graham and his dragon heart. Erderius asks if Zephyr wants his sword, Requiem, but Zephyr says he can keep it even if he somehow wins. But if Zephyr wins, he gets the right to choose his new nickname. He suggests insults like Mutt or Whitey. As they square off, Zephyr mocks him for crawling behind him for 12 minutes while tied up, teasing that Mutt is a highly generous name for someone with his low intelligence. Instantly, they clash. Zephyr strikes first, but the wild kid blocks, grinning at his sheer confidence. Erderius raises the stakes, promising to become Zephyr's loyal lapdog if he loses. Both warriors unleash their full power. Erderius quickly notes Zephyr's insane skill, shocked that he swings a massive sword with just one hand. Eager to test himself, Erderius activates Lion's Roar, the unique defensive skill of his armor. With maxed out defenses, he launches a brutal strike, but Zephyr counters instantly, hitting with enough kinetic force to blast him straight into the ground. Onlookers watching the fight from afar note that Erderius has grown significantly stronger since they last saw him. Suddenly, Erderius leaps high, charging down with his sword crackling with raw energy. But Zephyr effortlessly blocks, which only hypes the wild warrior up even more. He loves a real challenge, but to his absolute shock, Zephyr casts a dark hand spell, grabbing him midair and smashing him down hard. Breathless, Erderius wonders where this terrifying weight is coming from. He can't even move, pinned to the floor by an invisible, crushing force. Look at Zephyr, still calmly holding his water. It hits Erderius instantly. Zephyr just used Dragon's Way, a deadly style fueled by a real dragon heart. This technique manifests the phantom of the slain dragon, granting the user all of its terrifying power and attributes. Let's dive into this epic clash, as Zephyr uses telekinesis to slam him down. In his past life, Erderius was already the absolute strongest of the 10 great warriors, making him his top recruit. Honestly, Zephyr always planned to test him exactly like this. Looking at his current level, Zephyr knows Erderius has a long way to go, meaning his legendary power spike must have happened much later. He knows the exact secret behind that massive growth, feeling relieved that if he had abandoned Lindell Fortress out of boredom, they might never have met. In his past life, Zephyr never had the power to restrain him, but in this timeline, the outcome is going to be different. Right now, he's the first genuinely strong opponent Zephyr has fought since leaving his master's training. Seeing his limitless potential, Zephyr plans to grow even stronger, but not alone this time. He'll have Erderius as his ultimate sword. With the fight over, Zephyr claims his victory, demanding the warrior accept him as master while naming him Mutt. Then, we flash back 6 years. A gray-haired woman, Princess Altair's revered mentor, grabs her arm and whispers that her time is finally running out. Calling Altair her most beloved disciple, she admits she has taught her everything she possibly can. Even if her training is unfinished, she knows Altair will complete the magic herself, emphasizing that she must defeat the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers. After spending 25 years in this physical form, now watch closely as she remembers her brutal journey. Many promising students quit halfway, while others were completely lost to dark corruption. But Altair stood firm. Her master is incredibly proud of her final disciple, fully confident she will keep fighting to bring hope to this world. She quietly wishes she could have healed her students' deep emotional scars, praying someone will stand by her when she finally reunites with her true self. As her physical body dissolves into light, she suddenly senses something is terribly wrong. Instead of returning peacefully, her soul is violently yanked away, trapped by some bizarre force. Gasping for air despite being a spirit, she opens her eyes in a dusty, unfamiliar ruin. In this heavily weakened state, she gets stuffed inside a tiny lizard, only to be grabbed by a young orphan named Adarius. He casually debates whether to grill or boil her, totally clueless. The majestic dragon spirit is speechless, screaming internally at the utter absurdity of being eaten by a kid. Flash forward to today, and Adarius explains his training under the legendary Blade Master. She drilled him relentlessly in swordsmanship until her physical avatar vanished about 6 months ago. Before disappearing, she gave him mythical armor and a sword, commanding him to protect Princess Altair. I know what you're thinking, is he actually loyal? Well, honoring their bet, Adarius fully pledges himself to Zephyr's cause, making our main character highly satisfied. Once a wild, untamed beast, Adarius now shows real discipline, proving this beating has finally tempered his pride. Zephyr knew this transformation was bound to happen, understanding how painful it was for a battle-obsessed warrior to train in absolute isolation. Meanwhile, nursing his fresh bruises, Adarius reflects on how utterly boring combat has felt since his mentor left. Bandits, knights, dungeon bosses, none of them could even challenge him. Completely disillusioned, he began to wonder if fighting was always this dull, searching everywhere for that elusive thrill of battle. But clashing with Zephyr changed everything. He knows this monstrous powerhouse hasn't revealed his true strength yet, making him desperate to uncover his deepest secrets. He absolutely wants to fight him again, hoping to win next time, but he knows raising a rabid warrior is like training a dog you can't expect them to bite on command. Zephyr jokingly asks if he wants some treats while playfully messing with him. Adarius eagerly nods, promising he will have plenty of energy to handle any task. Hearing his response, Zephyr motions him closer, then brutally flicks his forehead with terrifying power. The shockwave is so devastating that Adarius is launched backward, crashing violently into the stone wall. Following that shock, Zephyr calmly tells him to keep his distance, warning him to remember that the White Dragon won't return to this realm anytime soon. Her final decree was simple: protect the princess. And Zephyr openly questions if constantly seeking death in foolish duels is the right way to honor her legacy. While Zephyr finds his chaotic attitude incredibly annoying, he can't ignore that winning the tournament gives him a legitimate voice in their plans. He has zero intention of casting him aside, but keeping him under close watch is definitely necessary. Adarius accepts his role and offers thanks, while Zephyr quietly charges his hand with mana, muttering that they need a small insurance policy. 2 days later, Ned spies a chilling scene. Trust me, you and I are about to see everything crumble. Alright, you and I are diving into some serious Temple Knight drama here. But using a potion of true sight to spot Demon Lord worshipper marks, he sees the dark truth: many are already compromised. Oilia explains that these Demon Lord worshippers have likely infiltrated and taken total control of these units. Right now, they are only demonstrating their power. Since they still operate under the Temple's banner, they will not launch a full siege without a clear excuse, like proof of Cardinal Olden's murder or the stolen dragon's heart. So they wait to strike at the perfect moment. That is why Zephyr warned them that everything comes down to timing. Thankfully, the enemy hasn't found their excuse yet, which is a small relief. Ned and Oilia are here to scout things out and contact Lucius, who remains under strict lockdown. They were chosen for this mission because of their incredible speed and stealth, but an unexpected complication arises. Because of the magic bands they wear, they are forced to hold hands, making things incredibly awkward. Right before they left the Great Elf Forest, the Elf Queen handed them these special bracelets. She explained that holding hands activates a combined stealth effect, and now, they have no other choice but to use it. They both hate the idea of holding hands, but Altair reminds them that they already agreed to the plan. She notes that their mission includes stopping exceptionally strong enemies from interfering specifically, someone like that mysterious smiling woman. Oilia is the only one who can recognize her, making her presence absolutely essential. Meanwhile, the Third Parish is prepping for an invasion, using magical items to build traps and turn the place into a makeshift dungeon. And since Ned was the one who helped Lucia set these traps, he knows exactly where every single item is located. Altair saw the massive value of them working together, urging them to hold hands to maintain their shared stealth. Now, pay attention here. Their awkward faces tell you exactly what a crazy mess they just stepped into. Flashback to right after the epic dragon raid finally ended. Altair ordered the mages from Danakil and the magic tower to remain in the forest for the time being. She had healers help with recovery, while the young mage Milia felt incredibly anxious about this sudden assignment. She was hoping Altair would recommend her for her thesis, so this unexpected delay was completely throwing her off. Daisy tries to comfort her, noting that being close to the elven princess could skyrocket her entire academic career. Milia quickly sees the potential, remembering that Altair wanted them to create a special weapon for the upcoming Ice Dragon raid. Seeing this as her shot at real fame, Daisy eagerly shows off all her weapon blueprints and designs. She desperately wants to prove her absolute loyalty to Her Highness. But to make it happen, she needs Milia's help, so she begins working to win her over. With the others sent to the third parish, let's cut back to camp, where Zephyr is forcing Adarius to chop onions by activating the training mode on his silver helmet. This silver helmet was a gift from the White Dragon, and it has a secret feature triggered by Dragon Tongue. Adarius is furious at the dragon for leaving that function active. Now, he is stuck slicing onions completely against his will. Meanwhile, Zephyr casually controls the training mode, using the lion emblem on Adarius' helmet. Activating it remotely lets him keep Adarius busy while giving himself a much-needed chance to rest. But Zephyr knows this guy isn't here just to fight. He feels that this kid is destined for greatness, and will soon awaken a talent that completely reshapes his path. We know how people rely on him. But in his past life, they failed. Even though Adarius gave everything, he could not protect them. Zephyr knows that if this kid loses his way, it will be disastrous. He is even prepared to end his life if necessary. Meanwhile, Zephyr prepares a meal for his upcoming guests, knowing they should be reaching the third parish right about now. But he must solve a massive mystery before heading there, one explaining why he could not use the Sword of Light against Black Moon. He knows that if his low stats were the actual reason, he should not have been able to use his power against the cult leader, nor bypass that bizarre secrecy pact. Staring at the silver key in his hand, he knows he must uncover the truth before stepping inside the Temple of Light. A bit later, Zephyr manages to forge two incredible weapons, catching Adarius completely off guard. Adarius is visibly hyped, prompting Zephyr to ask if he can use anything else. Trust me, we'll find out next time. Get ready, because you and I are about to watch this kid eagerly take a heavy hammer and axe, only to get slammed face first into the dirt. Seeing the axe suits him better, Zephyr hands it over and orders him to chop down a tree and carve a cute little squirrel out of the wood. The boy is visibly ticked off, but Zephyr keeps pushing, casually teasing that the others did it effortlessly, hinting that he might just be terrible at controlling his own mana. Zephyr completely shattered his pride. Fueled by pure ego, Adarius snaps back, yelling that he can absolutely get it done. With no hesitation, Zephyr lays down a strict deadline. The sculpture must be done within hours, and Adarius cannot leave the castle. To lock him down, he triggers a command through the silver helmet, trapping Adarius within a strict boundary. Stunned by this sudden restriction, Adarius still obeys the order and rushes off to start the job. Back at his workshop, Zephyr turns his attention to the silver key, prepared to face whatever secrets it unlocks. Meanwhile, deep in the sewers of the third parish, Ned and Ophelia slip silently through the darkness. This parish is absolutely massive, built like an actual fortress with towering walls and stockpiled food that could feed them through a total siege. They even blocked the messenger pigeons to stop the smiling woman and the demon cultists from getting any outside intelligence. But watch closely, the sewers are wide open. You cannot fully block them off, and Ned knows that is where the invaders will strike. Opening a rusted gate, he activates a magical tool called the Labyrinth Maker, which warps space so only those choosing the correct path can pass. The gateway is completely cloaked in magic, so he reminds Ophelia of the secret method they discussed earlier. To trigger the portal, the two begin to dance a bizarre but absolute requirement to gain entry. Blushing from embarrassment, they step through the choreography as Ophelia mutters about the insane mind that designed this ritual. Every routine they perform unlocks a deeper layer of the magical barrier. But once they start the ballroom waltz, Ophelia accidentally stomps hard on Ned's foot. And instantly, the magical lock fails, blasting them completely out of the passage and forcing them to restart. Meanwhile, in the main chapel, St. Lucius quietly gazes out a window. But hold on, someone sneaks up and holds a blade to his throat. Even with cold steel against his skin, Lucius stays calm, shocked that anyone could breach their elite security. Smiling softly, he tilts his head back, genuinely curious to find out what this mysterious intruder actually wants. The figure claims it is a robbery, but Lucius simply laughs, saying he has absolutely nothing left of value. With a lightning-fast spin, he grabs the attacker, only to find his beautiful wife laughing and playfully teasing him. All the tension melts into warm laughter as the married couple starts flirting and sharing some quiet affection. After enjoying some intimate time together, they sit down for dinner. The saint feels deeply relieved to experience a peaceful family meal after everything. To Lucius, this feels like an absolute miracle, a rare, quiet sanctuary of peace. Since he wiped out the demon cultists from the parish, nearly half of the senior priesthood has been executed. The bloody raid also decimated their temple knights, leaving a massive shortage of strong leaders for crucial roles. Under this immense, crushing pressure, These quiet family dinners are a true blessing. He knows brutal wars are on the horizon, leaving zero time for peaceful moments like these. He suddenly tenses up, remembering the high priest's promise that if he conquered the abominable princess's dungeon and showed them the proof, they would consider releasing the strange woman he rescued from the Twilight Mansion. Until that day, she is kept under house arrest here. The priest claimed this was a merciful compromise, since temple law demanded she be thrown into the deep dungeons. The whole thing troubles him. A woman surviving a century inside a dungeon while wielding bizarre magic could very well be a monster. Yet, her ultimate fate lies solely in the hands of the Grand Inquisitor and the ruling council's vote. That is why he must raid the princess's tomb. It is his only bargaining chip, but he knows better than to trust the priesthood blindly. The temple will never let his beloved wife go so easily. He also suspects that the temple's top leaders are actually demon worshippers who will vote to destroy her. If they fail, she faces a fate worse than death, making her survival Lucius's absolute #1 priority. As she gets ready to return to her chambers, she suddenly collapses. Smelling the sweet air, Lucius instantly recognizes sleeping gas. An intruder strike, but stick with me, because he just activated his dimensional magic to shield himself. Stick with me while his barrier blocks the gas. He still needs to hunt down the intruder. But surprise! The intruder casually reveals himself. It's Fade, sitting right next to him and smoking without a care. Lucius didn't even hear him slip in. And despite sitting relaxed, Fade leaves absolutely zero openings. Then, Lucius spots a tattoo on the guy's arm. It's the mark of the legendary Assassin Guild, sending chills down his spine. If this man really is from that deadly guild, he's definitely a master of combat and lethal poisons. Sure, those toxins won't do much to Lucius, but they're already taking a toll on his wife and son. What puzzles him, though, is the sleeping gas. A true assassin would logically use deadly poison to hold them hostage and bargain with an antidote. His timing, confidence, and casual behavior just don't add up. Lucius begins to suspect this whole thing is actually a test, a riddle, with a much deeper meaning. Could his own father have sent this guy? Fade nods, smugly noting that Lucius's brain is still working exactly how it should. See, his father is Duke Caesar, the powerful leader of the KN Kingdom's Eastern Alliance. His lands harbor plenty of high-profile fugitives, with rumors claiming he shelters royals from ruined kingdoms and elite killers. And Fade confirms the Duke sent him here just to check on his son. He broke into the temple a week ago, sized up the situation, and even pumped a priest with truth serum to force cooperation. Most importantly, he made sure Lucius hadn't been infected by the nasty parasite worm. This shocker catches Lucius off guard, but he quickly pivots to make a direct demand. He wants Fade to tell his father he'll repay the lost dragon heart by backing the princess instead. Fade agrees, adding his family will wake in 6 hours anyway, so save the purification magic. But watch closely because now we get to his real mission. His expression turns dead serious as he asks about Zephyr. Lucius starts demanding how he knows that name, but Fade cuts him off, snapping that he's not the one who asks questions here. Instead, he needs to worry about the brutal consequences of giving the wrong answer. Fade then drops a bomb. He's poisoned the top 50 priests with a slow-acting toxin, spreading traces of it all over the place. They'll be forced to flee through the culvert, and this deeply terrifies Lucius. That culvert is a filthy sewer. If even one priest escapes, their testimony will give his enemies the perfect excuse to act. Anyone waiting for a green light to launch a full-scale siege against him will finally get exactly what they need. Fade pops open a small vial with the antidote, offering to trade it but only if Lucius spills everything on Zephyr. The third parish culvert is no normal tunnel. It's wrapped in a space-bending force field that requires special magic to enter. However, anything inside can exit without any restrictions. They still have heavy security in place, including stationed guards. But the ultimate defense lies in hidden runestones and an invisible magic circle connecting them, completely unseen by the naked eye. Their job is to sound alarms for unauthorized exits. And right on cue, Lucius hears them blaring in sequence. You and I knew this was coming. Fade presses harder, warning that only 5 minutes remain, and demands the answers right now. But even under pressure, Lucius stands firm. He boasts that his elite knights are already guarding the chamber next to the culvert, and will easily crush the priests. But suddenly, a massive realization hits him. Fade offered the antidote, yet claims the priests have already made it inside the culvert. This means the poison can actually be cured from afar, completely bypassing the antidote. Channeling intense holy light into his relic, Lucius confidently smiles. If he crushes Fade right now, he can forcefully detoxify those poisoned priests himself. Feeling the tide turning back in his favor, the Holy One boldly demands to know Fade's real identity. But Fade is 10 steps ahead. He casually pulls out the holy rosaries of Lucius's guards, calmly revealing they are all fast asleep. Meanwhile, over in the knight's waiting room, every single guard is totally knocked out, trapped deep in dreamland. Back in the chamber, Fade draws his blade, pointing it straight at Lucius, declaring that Lucius is the only one in deep trouble here, whether they fight or stall. But before he can finish, bam! A thunderous slap strikes him hard from behind. It's Ned. Fade stumbles back in total shock. Even with his guard up, this random guy still landed a clean hit. Is this some cheap trick by Lucius? But seeing Lucius's shocked face, he realizes it isn't. His head spins as a strange scent fills the room, and trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Let's dive in as we watch a completely unexpected threat slip right past his hyper-focused senses. Little does he know, it is Ned's missed bracelet, a broken artifact with insane stealth powers, even with only one bracelet worn. Naturally, Fade is starting to get seriously uneasy. Eyeing Ned's stance, he realizes his opponent is purposely hiding his weapon to keep every single move completely unpredictable. Meanwhile, Ned plays it safe with hit-and-run tactics, knowing a close-range brawl with a poison master like Fade is suicide. Suddenly, Fade unleashes his venom-coated whip sword, whipping it wildly across the chamber to cover every corner. One wrong move, and it is game over. Yet, Ned somehow evades every deadly strike with absolute precision. Mid-dodge, he remembers Zephyr's advice about Fade specifically, that he must recruit this deadly toxic specialist to their side if the opportunity ever comes. Ned has some major doubts, but Zephyr insists he is the only man for the job. See, Fade only respects true power. If Ned can actually beat him down, he might just agree to join their crew. Zephyr also warned him that Fade uses a unique toxin to temporarily boost his physical strength to crazy levels. The boost depends on the dosage, but even at its absolute peak, it still won't match Ned's raw natural power. Now, watch closely here, because Ned knows Zephyr's ridiculous plan actually makes perfect, twisted sense. Zephyr trusts him completely, not just for his combat skills, but because Ned can naturally break through stealth magic. Plus, carrying the legendary Elf Queen's blessing makes him uniquely suited to handle a monster like Fade. Back in the real world, Lucius breathes easy seeing Ned, which confirms their dragon raid was a total success. Knowing this, Lucius immediately gears up for his next move while Fade stands frozen before Ned, trying to process what just went down. He is totally baffled, not just by how his stealth got shattered, but also by that bizarre pressure Ned unleashed. Honestly, it feels incredibly familiar to him. Meanwhile, down in the sewers, Ophelia clears out poisoned priests, feeling glad she stayed back, especially after stepping on Ned's foot 12 times during their dance. Still, an entire hour has passed since Ned went inside, and she knows she cannot wait anymore. Gearing up, she uses a mystical seed from the elves. Pouring water over it, the seed rapidly grows into a massive, root-covered tree monster. Once the beast forms, she orders it to secure the entryway before rushing inside. But let's pause and pivot while she worries about Ned's safety. Mercedes suddenly hears massive, deafening crashes echoing directly from the main hall. She storms in, only to find Zephyr standing right there. Shocked, she demands to know why he is here, but Zephyr just shrugs it off, claiming he is just doing some light home renovations. Without letting her speak, he begins smashing furniture and fancy relics with his axe, leaving her completely stunned. She screams at him to stop, desperate to protect these priceless ancient treasures. But an annoyed Zephyr promises he will buy her much better replacements once he is done smashing. Right as he lifts his axe again, the room's ancient, turtle-shaped clock chimes loudly. Zephyr pauses and mutters that time is up. Suddenly, he presents Mercedes with a massive, marinated rack of blue dragon ribs, cooked using his granddad's secret recipe. The meat is coated in a special poison, since ordinary blades cannot even leave a single scratch on it. He explains that he used a toxin called Venom Spear, which he purified with black moonstone to strip away its lethal effects. Once the lethal threat was neutralized, he sealed the purified liquid venom safely inside a jar. To slow cook the dragon ribs, he uses a gentle flame made from dragon breath, roasting the legendary meat until it becomes incredibly tender. The end result is absolute perfection. Even Mercedes gets captivated by the mouth-watering aroma for a second, but she quickly snaps out of it, suspecting a trap. She plays along, telling Zephyr he can trash, cook, or destroy this room as he pleases, but warns him that creating absolute chaos won't help his cause at all. She calls his behavior totally pointless, but Zephyr calmly slices the meat, offering her a bite. Despite her deep annoyance, she simply cannot resist the incredible flavor. As she eats, Zephyr casually asks about the taste, but his tone suddenly turns ice cold as he grabs her face, demanding the truth about their lies. He is furious. He believed the legendary Sword of Light belonged to him, but right when he went to wield it, he was denied. Mercedes claims total ignorance, but Zephyr is absolutely not buying her lies. Angered, he throws her violently to the ground, and makes it clear that since they chose to play dirty, he is going to do whatever he damn well pleases. Stick with me here, he takes the throne, declaring his days as their puppet are over. From now on, he will just kick back, eat, and let them watch. If the gods want his help, they will have to pay up. With that, he orders the angel to get out, Mercedes is absolutely furious at his sheer arrogance. How dare a mere human talk down to them with such shameless attitude? But before she can strike back, two glowing envelopes fall from heaven, crashing right before them. The gods actually answered his little temper tantrum. She looks at Zephyr, offering a cold congrats for getting exactly what he demanded. Zephyr is a bit puzzled, but listens as she explains. These are sealed divine packages filled with holy rewards. But there is a catch, he can only open one. The other will vanish instantly. They are from the god of light and the god of the sky. Now Zephyr has to make his choice. Meanwhile, back at the third parish, Ned and Fade are locked in a deadly, precise sword fight. But get this, Fade already broke Nun Rose. Under some pretty brutal torture, she admitted Zephyr fought with a bizarre, completely unfamiliar style. She also spilled that he used to inject himself with poison using needles, and was last seen following behind the Saints' raid team. That was everything she knew. Now, in the heat of battle, Fade is positive his current opponent is Ned, meaning the silver-haired guy is Zephyr. Even so, Ned's bizarre movements are seriously throwing him off. The way he swings his blade hints at a much deeper, darker, secret identity. Clashing swords, Fade demands to know how he got so strong so fast, and where he was hiding 4 years ago. He guesses Ned trained in Eastern martial arts and worked as a shadow assassin. Seizing the moment, Ned strikes, but Fade parries, instantly firing a lethal volley of poison needles right back at him. Ned deflects them easily, but the assassin immediately covers the area in a thick cloud of toxic gas. Ned is one step ahead, blowing the smoke away with a thunderous clap that catches his opponent completely by surprise. That is when Fade notices something. Lucius has already slipped right through the back door. It is clear now. Ned put himself on the line just to buy time for the Holy One. Still, he thinks it is incredibly stupid of Lucius to run instead of helping. Meanwhile, Ned is feeling pretty confident. Sure, Lucius is not built for direct combat, but his insane speed and healing are perfect for keeping his family safe. Besides, taking down this assassin requires a trump card, but the activation triggers are way too hard to pull off alone. For now, all he can do is stall until backup finally arrives. Now pay attention, because Ned actually tries to talk some sense into him, asking if his revenge is aimed at the dragon user or their old master. He then reveals that 4 years ago, he was also locked away undergoing some intense training. Now betrayed by his former allies, he has joined the Saints to fight the worshipper's master. He tries to convince Fade, pointing out that they want the same thing and should team up. But the guy is not buying it. He refuses to trust Ned, insisting that Ned is the one who has been brainwashed, especially by Zephyr. According to Fade, Zephyr values absolutely nothing and discards people the moment they are no longer useful. He remembers how 4 years ago, Zephyr joined their group of Eastern martial artists only to betray them, wiping out their entire guild. Since that day, Fade has chased every rumor trying to hunt Zephyr down, but always came up empty-handed. Until now. He sees this moment as his first real lead, and he is not letting it slip through his fingers. Knowing Ned is just trying to stall for backup, he vows to capture and torture him to squeeze out the truth. With that, Fade conjures a massive, dragon-shaped sword right in his hand, declaring that executing traitors is his final duty as an assassin. The weird blade and its creepy aura shock Ned. Don't blink as the enemy lunges. Ned completely freezes, his mind flashing back to a terrible memory. He remembers sensing this exact same twisted energy before. It came from a corrupted monster that poisoned minds, a living weapon made by the Demon Lord cult. That same dread hits him now, but right before Fade can strike, a savage kick sends him crashing into the dirt. The assassin is stunned, especially when he realizes the attack came from the mysterious woman beside him. Even more shocking, she snuck up without him sensing a single thing. A second later, she shrieks, making him freeze instantly. At first, he wonders if the scream itself paralyzed him, but then the truth hits. She is just like him. Right on cue, Lucius arrives with his priests, immediately chaining Fade to the floor. Now, the final task belongs to Ned. As he steps forward, "Trust me, we are about to find out the secret spell the Elf Queen gave him. Alright, you and I are about to witness a powerful gift that humans have craved for centuries, though she refused them. To cast this spell, he must lock eyes and keep touching his target for a full 30 seconds. She made him swear never to abuse this force, explaining that its only purpose was to recruit an ally vital to saving all of humanity. Keeping those warnings in mind, Ned places his hand firmly on Fade's shoulder and starts channeling the spell. Around a month ago, as Zephyr was gearing up for the dragon raid, Olden's infected subordinates used a tiny hut to pass critical intel among themselves. Even though Olden was much weaker in battle than the other apostles, he absolutely ruled the information game with spy networks spread all over the nation. His master-level political scheming also pushed him incredibly high up the ranks of the demon cult, but that is all ancient history now. Now, inside that very same hut, dead cultists litter the floor as a smiling woman walks in and casually steps over them. She is looking for Olden, but the messy state of the room tells her everything she needs to know. Watch closely here, the cult has descended into absolute chaos, meaning she doesn't even need to check the other outposts. She begins to suspect that the sick, self-isolated nobles are hiding some deep, dark secret from the world. Suddenly, her master's warnings echo back. Before sending her off, he warned her to never trust anyone outside their sect, especially the cult, since outsiders only live to deceive. He ordered her to investigate every detail herself and personally execute any traitor she found. Back then, he also handed her his signature hairpin to prove her ultimate authority. Taking the token, she silently vowed she would never bring shame to the glorious Dragon King style. Now, as his true successor, her path is clear. She must rescue her beloved master from his unjust imprisonment. But the master himself knew that escaping would only make him look guilty to the rest of the world. Instead, he ordered her to hunt down the real traitors first. Just as she was leaving, he mentioned that some of the other disciples sent to search for his lost brother might be on their way back right now, meaning she could expect some incredibly good news very soon. Later, staring at his antique pocket watch, she realizes her amnesia left her with only two memories, her name, and this precious gift from her brother. Feeling deeply grateful that her master kept his promise to her, she steels herself and prepares to set out on her mission. This sudden shift introduces a dangerous wildcard into her plans. Her priorities instantly change. She has to find this variable and either tame it or destroy it to win. Let's think about this. The outcome here decides if her master even survives. She is ready to do absolutely anything to protect him. Meanwhile, outside the Third Parish Cathedral, Ned tells Fade that the Master of the East trained two official successor disciples, but also raised hidden shadow disciples in secret. One of them is supposedly just like Zephyr or Ned, mastering deadly poisons and face-shifting arts. This is the crucial info Ned shares with Fade, knowing Fade still hasn't fully pieced the puzzle together. He adds that all the Master's shadow disciples were trained in lethal poisons. But what really bugs Ned is that the poison Fade and Zephyr use looks identical to one he saw 8 years ago on his own brother, who got punished by their master for a month. Since their master only respects pure martial arts, Ned was never taught the exact details of this mysterious poison back then. Hearing this, Fade starts to suspect this mysterious figure might be the very same person who guided him 8 years ago. Deep down, Ned is still baffled. His master only taught him Eastern arts like needles and acupoint sealing. So why is Fade, a deadly assassin, using them? The skill is terrifying, making Fade look more dangerous by the second. At least there's hope. Fade is cooperating, sharing vital intel, and seems ready to back them up in the siege. Suddenly, Ned spots something that completely throws him off. The creepy red scar on Fade's face has grown way larger since they last met. Over the next few days, a tense stalemate grips the castle. The forces outside aren't moving at all. Ophelia keeps watch all day long, but there are absolutely no signs of an attack. It looks like the enemy is just sitting back, focusing entirely on training their troops. Meanwhile, Lucius, knowing the Blue Dragon raid took all the spotlight, quietly starts preparing for an upcoming Ice Dragon raid. Yet something feels off on both sides. It is like everyone is just waiting, holding their breath as they reach their absolute limits. And trust me, that is exactly when the balance shatters as a strange figure arrives outside the gates. Every single soldier and commander freezes, staring right at him. Even Lucius completely loses his cool the moment he sees who it is. Watch closely, he cannot believe his eyes. It is none other than Matthias Grimmer, the old inquisitor of the Third Parish and former raid captain. The mages outside recognize his face immediately, too. To them, he is just Lucius's former subordinate. He was kicked out of the saint candidacy years ago and mocked as a dog begging for Lucius's scraps. While the crowd whispers about Matthias, Lucius remains completely frozen in sheer shock. He remembers it vividly, watching Matthias transform into a terrifying demon with his own eyes. He killed him himself, watching the corpse turn to ash. But Ophelia instantly sees right through the deception. She knows it is a cheap trick, an illusion designed by someone who knows their past and that Matthias's body was never found. This has the clear signature of Jinriang, the legendary master of the East, who personally forged this human weapon, turning her into an absolute master of disguise. She is the smiling woman. Ophelia gets how the illusion works, but finds it weird they used Matthias. Still, trust me, their goal is dead obvious. Distract everyone, confuse the target, and shift the blame. Meanwhile, the fake Matthias starts spinning a massive lie. He claims that his original raid party was cruelly abandoned the moment they uncovered Lucius's secret, evil plot. He insists that Lucius planned to betray his investors, steal the dragon's heart, and keep all the gold. To make matters worse, he accuses Lucius of teaming up with Ned, a demon worshipper. Then, he pushes even further. He formally charges Lucius with blasphemy, using official temple laws to paint a massive target on his back. Ned is utterly baffled because this Matthias looks exactly like his own sister. He struggles to understand why she would publicly accuse him of worshipping a demon lord. He remembers Zephyr warning him that she lost her childhood memories in an accident and does not even know his name. Meanwhile, another high-ranking figure nearby shows a sudden, deep interest in this dramatic accusation. He finds the whole scene highly amusing, but admits that as a senior inquisitor, he has zero power to arrest the Holy One, who outranks him. He can only file charges, which require the official approval of at least 3 high-ranking priests to take effect. Benjamin removes his mask, revealing 3 qualified priests are right here. But if this claim is false, he faces instant death for insulting the Holy One. He activates an ancient holy relic called Theus's Judgment, a terrifying trial tool from the Old Kingdom. It automatically shoots an arrow at anyone telling a lie, and can only be used 3 times a day. Presenting the holy relic, he orders them to speak their truth under the watchful gaze of the angels. Aiming the relic at Matthias, he demands to know if the Holy One truly allied with dark cultists. The smiling woman recalls that this relic belonged to the ancient inquisitor Theus, who blinded herself to remain impartial and judged lies by sound. The magic item works by analyzing tiny details, heartbeats, shallow breathing, and vocal tremors that give away a liar. But get this, the smiling woman is an expert at mimicking emotions. You and I know she is confident even a holy relic cannot catch her lying. Disguised as Matthias, she repeats the heavy charge. When the weapon stays silent, it means the lie detector believes her. Cornwall, a top-tier inspector from the temple's financial council, accepts the result and formally signs off on the accusation. Benjamin, a high-ranking officer of the Holy Relic team, quickly steps up and gives his approval next. The smiling woman silently laughs at how ridiculous this whole situation is. If accusing him is blasphemy, then cornering and threatening him must be blasphemy too. She sees this crowd as a group that traded sacred faith for easy profits. They are shameless cowards, just waiting for someone else to break open the temple gates. She wonders if she is just glad to watch this chaos, imagining the name Matthias burning away under the Holy One's fallen status. Her thoughts grow darker, wondering if it would be easier to just burn everything down. Meanwhile, the fake Matthias demands Gertrude's decision. Secretly, Gertrude does not care about the money or the Holy One's fall. Her only concern is if Olden is still breathing. Just as she prepares to reply, a lightning bolt crashes down and Ophelia steps in. She laughs at the absurd claims they are entertaining. Gertrude instantly recognizes her as Ophelia, one of the 10 legendary warriors and the princess's bodyguard. Cornwall also notices the man standing beside her, and finds his face strangely familiar. Ophelia turns to Benjamin, questioning how reliable this truth-telling relic really is. He proudly claims it is flawless, but she instantly challenges him, asking if the relic can detect lies told under deep hypnosis. Let's see what happens next. Trust me. You and I are about to watch how easily conviction can be completely manipulated. Pointing right at Ned, she reveals Princess Alter sent him directly to assist the Holy One, calling him a mere servant who slept alongside horses in her stables for 12 long years. To her, his loyalty is absolutely flawless, meaning the fake Matthias is just spinning lies to manipulate everyone. Right then, the disguise starts breaking apart. Scorched robes and a disrupted mana flow shatter the illusion, exposing the truth. The shocked crowd realizes this is not Lord Matthias. It is a disguised woman. Cornered, the imposter openly admits that Oilia has ruined her plans for the second time. Turning to Ned, she brands him a traitor and swears he will not survive the day. Suddenly, she and her 2 henchmen pull out the Hypnos Ocarina and start playing. A colossal, corrupted beast erupts from the earth. Ned knows it is a Shoggoth, but he instantly senses something is deeply wrong. The melody required to command it is incredibly long, proving the beast has evolved. They are not facing a normal Shoggoth, it is a Basilikos. Now, check this out. The imposter fully reveals her female form, asking if they are ready for what comes next. She declares the start of a song of swords and screams, her echoing voice sending a shiver of fear straight through Cornwall. The Basilikos' horrific roar sweeps across the battlefield, blinding unprotected soldiers with intense dizziness. A nearby soldier quickly reassures him, promising the mercenaries will carve out an escape route. Cornwall realizes everyone was hit by the beast's skill, and as they prepare to fight back, a wave of other monsters appears. Seeing the overwhelming danger, Cornwall realizes this is a coordinated monster invasion led by the Basilikos as their general. He remembers that Basilikos literally translates to Little King, and this beast absolutely lives up to the name. Terrified troops retreat, screaming for help as Benjamin warns that breaking formation is suicide. He remembers that anyone catching the creature's glowing gaze is instantly petrified. Seeing men turn to stone, he summons the Staff of Benevolence, slamming it down to create a glowing, purifying magic circle. Multiple staffs resonate together, spreading the barrier's protection across the entire battlefield. With defensive barriers secured, Benjamin commands every squad to focus entirely on slaying the beasts. He begs Cornwall to buy him time, promising he has a strategy to put this monster down. Cornwall gives the green light, and Father Benjamin leaves it to them. Meanwhile, Cornwall unleashes the Spear Servant of the Goddess, a weapon they reserve to crush the castle gate of Sage. Once activated, It summons a massive stone statue that instantly lunges forward with its spear, blasting a huge hole in the monster's flesh before unleashing a brutal barrage of strikes. You and I both know how deadly evolved Shoggoths are, especially with their brutal mental attacks. They weaponize intense mental corruption, forcing their victims into terrifying hallucinations. Once corruption hits 100%, victims go berserk and attack allies. Physical strikes do absolutely nothing. Only magic or elements deal damage, but fortunately, a priest's purification magic can neutralize most of its deadly skills. Though its light attacks are manageable, Benjamin heavily worries about a hidden threat from past encounters, a second mouth located on its tail. This mouth can cast a devastating spell after charging for 5 minutes to an hour. If that spell goes off, 80% of the raid will instantly perish. Because every single Basilicos has a different tail skill, predicting its moves is nearly impossible. Stopping that attack is now priority number 1. As the battlefield turns chaotic, Benjamin demands a status report. A priest yells that ground forces will arrive in 10 minutes, with flying beasts following just 2 minutes later. Benjamin nods grimly, commanding his forces to shield him at all costs for the next 3 minutes. It is finally time to activate his legendary relic, the Golden Mirror of the Holy Family. Meanwhile, deep inside the Holy Relic Management Headquarters, mages stationed at the mirror portal receive a signal that Father Benjamin has activated the relic. They declare it is finally their turn to back him up. To do this, they invoke the Dagger of the Holy Sanctuary skill, draining massive mana from their own bodies. They channel all of that gathered magic through the Golden Mirror directly to Benjamin, and as he absorbs the massive power, you and I can see him buckling under a force far too heavy to control. Stick with me, we are back in action as he remembers bringing the Golden Mirror. If only he had rented it, he could use it freely. But this relic was strictly meant for the siege, and using it now means facing brutal punishment. Still, he decides his life is worth more than following the rules. But right as he aims at the beast, Gertrude suddenly grabs him from behind. She snaps at him about the protocol, warning that the mirror is only for the fortress gates. For Olden's sake, she forces his hand, aiming the weapon at the gate. As the blast connects, a watching worshipper apostle smiles, pleased that everything is going according to plan. He is entirely confident that Gertrude's absolute obsession with Olden will keep her right on their leash. Meanwhile, another apostle wants blood immediately, preferring to face the threat directly. Now, watch this. The first one stops him, insisting that total war is an absolute last resort. He explains that before launching any massive attack, they first need solid justifications, endless negotiations, and direct orders from the higher-ups. Only by doing this can they make their actions look completely righteous. This keeps their allies happy and respects the rules of engagement. Best of all, they won't have to fear a brutal counterattack from the kingdom's guardian, the Golden Dragon. The apostle named Athel is clearly just trying to bleed the Holy One dry of resources while keeping himself safely in the spotlight. Another member nearby, Wilhelmina, admits that this is just how high society plays the game. Even powerful apostles have rules to follow. They have climbed way too high in the Temple of Light to risk losing their massive influence. With that settled, she demands they pool their strength and get ready for a devastating second strike. Back on the battlefield, Cornwall screams at Benjamin and Gertrude, demanding to know what they are doing. Ignoring him, they charge up and fire a third shot from the Golden Mirror. Deep in the forest, near the third parish, you and I see a golem guiding Alter's team. It warns that the barrier is weak and they have 30 minutes. Elle immediately suspects the Golden Mirror is behind this. She explains that the weapon uses concentrated mana to create a brief, terrifying vortex of pure destruction. Princess Alter worries that even the protective force field from their dungeon princess relic is about to give out. Dariel steps up, offering to provide cover fire with his bow while asking Kiara to calculate the coordinates. She asks for 15 seconds, but as she starts calculating, Dariel spots something shocking. With zero hesitation, he screams at everyone to jump on the count of 3. They scramble to dodge an incoming energy slash, but soldiers still get hit. As Princess Alter watches in horror, the dust settles, and a mocking voice rings out. Stepping from the shadows is Jin Gang, the son of Jin Riang and the top disciple of the legendary Dragon King style. Unsheathing his weapons, he coldly promises to send every last one of them straight to hell. Back at the third parish, sheer chaos erupts as Ned and Oilia team up to fight the creepy, smiling woman. During the intense clash, Ned tries to get through to her, begging her to remember he is her brother. She completely rejects it, refusing to believe this boy could possibly be her flesh and blood. She swings wildly, but Ned easily sidesteps her attack. She mocks him for being brainwashed, spitting that if he wants to play these mind games, he needs a better script. Suddenly, a loud crack echoes as the defensive barrier completely shatters, and the massive fortress gate collapses. Oilia looks around, quickly confirming that their outer defenses have fallen. Seeing her chance, the smiling woman activates her lightning-fast acceleration, dashing right toward the temple while Ned and Oilia sprint after her. The Demon Lord worshippers start blowing into a strange flute, knowing they have to support her mission no matter what. The eerie flute melody activates the beast's bizarre mouth ability, perfectly designed to stall the chasing priests. The monster opens its massive jaw and roars a dark spell into the sky, forming a corrupted magic circle that rains down pure blood. The priests freeze in confusion, but the liquid quickly warps their minds. The cursed blood rain acts instantly, throwing anyone it touches into a violent, bloodthirsty frenzy. Even the holy priests struggle to hold their purification shields. And then, things get so much worse. Feral beasts flood the area, tearing through everyone in their path with absolute, mindless brutality. As Ned darts through the madness, the horrific screams of his allies echo, driving home just how hopeless this has become. Protected by the flute, the cultists are immune. Trust me, our heroes are in deep trouble. With Oilia protected too, you and I are about to watch Ned face a brutal crossroads. He has to choose hunt down his sister or defend his struggling team. Suddenly, Zephyr's words echo in his mind. Killing enemies is vital, but keeping your allies alive to fight on is what really matters. Trust your gut in the moment. Holding on to that advice, Ned yells for Oilia to chase the smiling woman. She can spot her instantly, while he turns his blade toward the advancing monster horde. Sure, using the Queen's elf blessing to hunt his sister was the smarter move, but the chaos right now demands immediate action. Oilia charges toward Matthias, ready to deliver a fatal strike. Here's the part we need to watch. A beast suddenly traps her mid-strike, and that smiling woman teleports right behind her, charging a massive falling thunder spell. But right before she hits, a poison whip cracks through the air, interrupting her attack as Fade makes a clutch entrance at the perfect moment. Seeing his ally, Ned knows he is not fighting alone anymore. He floods his blade with mana, ready to clear Zephyr's path. With pure determination, he swings his sword, shredding through monsters with the devastating power of his innate lightning ability. Mid-battle, he remembers Zephyr's ultimate dream to become the absolute king of Altar. And Ned knows that helping him claim that throne is the only way to end this war. Driven by that belief, Ned leaps straight into a giant monster's mouth with his sword drawn, while Lucius uses a megaphone to address the parish. It is the first time they have heard him speak in 50 days, and the sudden broadcast shocks everyone. The Holy One continues, explaining that during his long isolation, he prayed endlessly to the goddess Arya to crush their foes, and now he carries her sacred message. He claims the goddess demands absolute faith, warning them to treat her chosen champions with the same respect as a deity. All true believers will receive her blessing, he proclaims, raising his voice to call for a divine miracle. An epic beam of light pierces the sky, impaling the monster, while Zephyr appears above in his dragon form, wielding a lightning blade. He hurled it down in a brilliant flash, completely illuminating the chaotic battlefield. You and I are about to see how he opened the goddess's letter, starting an unbelievable miracle. The other commanders stare in absolute shock as the boy unleashes the legendary Sword of Light. They cannot believe someone this young wields a high-tier holy artifact that can effortlessly shatter dark magic. This fabled weapon only appears once every few centuries for a true chosen one, but their shock grows as they look closer. The boy is growing actual dragon features, radiating an overwhelming aura that feels exactly like the legendary gold dragon. Zephyr thinks back to his past life, remembering how he was a nobody while Adius soaked up all the glory. But back then, being invisible let him strike from the shadows, hunt down enemies, and steal precious chances to grow stronger. He could easily hide behind puppets like Lucius or Dariel again, but this time, there is absolutely no need to hide. He knows it is finally time to step forward and reveal himself to the entire world. Just days ago, inside the Silver Key space, Mercedes revealed a truth he could not shake. The voice blocking him from using the sword was not Arya's, since humans cannot hear a god directly. He had only ever heard her voice filtered through Mercedes, realizing he had never actually heard the goddess firsthand. He realizes he still has no idea what Arya actually sounds like. Even wilder, Mercedes revealed that although the goddess granted full permission to use the Sword of Light, the weapon itself actively rejected him. He recalls her explaining the goddess's sole condition for the blade. He must protect the Holy One at all costs. That is when everything finally clicks for Zephyr. He can use the sword freely for 10 months, but fulfilling her command makes the blade yield to him. By protecting the Holy One, the weapon must obey. And 10 months is plenty of time to take everything he needs. Back in reality, Zephyr casts his Dragon Tongue spell, forcing all humans to kneel while freezing the monsters mid-step. The spell works instantly, paralyzing the entire battlefield. Even powerful allies like Ned and Oilia cannot move a muscle. With one swift swing, Zephyr obliterates the frozen monster army, leaving the smiling woman completely speechless. You and I can see her panic as she realizes this is no human saint, it is a terrifying dragonoid. Alright, stick with me, because this girl realized her only choice now is to run. Luckily, the chaos Zephyr is causing buys her just enough time to disguise herself. But just as she tries to escape, A sudden blow from behind leaves her completely dazed. Fate has arrived right on time. He was tracking her every move, seeing right through her stolen cloak and altered energy signature. She couldn't slip away from him. He knows exactly who she is, thanks to a unique, scented poison he planted earlier. That lingering trace makes tracking her down incredibly easy, even by smell alone. She quietly respects his terrifying talent. While nearby, Zephyr takes a moment to realize just how strong he has actually become. Armed with the Sword of Light and those 2 dragon hearts from Yggdrasil, his output hits 24.5%. With massive power surging through him, he no longer needs to hide in the shadows. He just has to wait for the perfect moment to reveal his true self and take the final piece. In his past life, strength did not matter. People looked down on him, writing him off as nothing more than a slave. Pay attention here, because that exact prejudice is what ultimately tore him and Alter apart. It is hilarious to him now. He was the only one who could save them, yet those arrogant leaders refused to recognize him. Their massive egos kept him from taking charge, even when working together was the only way they would survive. But despite their sheer stupidity, he still chose to help. He needed raw numbers to fight the coming threat, meaning strong allies were essential, bad attitudes and all. Now back in the present, he knows a few elites cannot win this war alone. They need a legendary figure to rally behind. A role reserved solely for the one chosen to wield the legendary Sword of Light. That person is Zephyr, holding ultimate proof of his destiny. Even the great Lucius kneels before him, saying he has waited for this exact moment. Zephyr confirms his success, and reaching right into his magical silver key, he prepares to show them the proof. He drags out the massive, severed head of the blue dragon, exposing a far darker reality. The rot deep inside Danakil. Watching this beast's head hit the floor, the leaders completely lose their minds. Now get this, that same day, Lucius's public prayer spreads across the land. News of this legendary savior reaches every single region, backed by letters urging noble lords to respect the goddess's divine choice. The letters also mention the dragon heart, proving his absolute right to lead. Reading this, the royal court begins to panic. This feels dangerously close to a massive power grab. But with the goddess backing him, challenging his claim is practically impossible. With too many eyewitnesses present, absolutely nobody is going to question where that dragon heart went. With everything falling into place, Lucius and Zephyr pull off a massive victory, establishing Zephyr as the central figure of this entire world's fate. In response, the entire population begins praying to the goddess Arya, begging for her light and protection. We transition to Jin Gang as he remembers his golden days, standing tall as the ultimate prodigy of the Dragon King martial style. Blessed with a monstrous body, mastering the peak principles of martial arts was easy for him. Even after taking the dark worm from the demon cult, his monstrous power kept growing. His name means strong dragon, a title he fully owns. He truly believes he is walking the right path. Though he holds an intense hatred for his father constantly rants about reclaiming his eastern throne. Plus, Jin Gang thinks Ned is insanely stubborn and foolish for refusing the power of the worm. He believes that with the entire world on the brink of total collapse, clinging to pride or loyalty is pointless. Rejecting that power is just empty ego to him. Jin Gang is convinced that when the world ends, those fragile values will not matter at all. In the end, only one thing matters: who holds the raw power of the demon. Power that can break past the fragile limits of humanity. He believes this power is exactly why his father exiled him and why Ned turned on him. He has zero respect for Ned, fully believing that he alone is destined to become the one true dragon. But as you and I see, things failed. Right now, Jin Gang is totally trapped, bound by magical roots and seals cast by Alter's squad, including Dariel. He has no clue why he is captured. Alter, however, recognizes him instantly as Ned's own older brother and admits that Jin Gang is far stronger than his siblings, having single-handedly crushed dozens of Dragon King-style disciples. Stick with me, we are kicking things off with Jin Gang getting trapped by dark hands and ghost spells. Alter casually remarks that he should have brought healers with him. Meanwhile, Kiara backs them up with a root spell and pollen rush combo, wiping out the remaining Demon Lord cultists who tagged along with Jin Gang. Elise handles the healing to keep everyone alive, while Dariel's enchanted bow gets incredibly boosted by her powerful buffs. His insane speed lets him slow down and wreck the enemy group. Finally, the chaotic battle begins to wrap up. Alter looks down at Jin Gang and tells him his biggest mistake was dropping his guard, giving them time to cast their buffs. She basically tells him that his own carelessness caused this total defeat. Hearing this, Jin Gang completely loses it and starts screaming curses, but before he can finish, boom, one of Dariel's arrows literally blows his head apart. Alter watches as Jin Gang collapses. She knew he was useless as a hostage, and letting him team up with that smiling woman would be way too dangerous. Ending him right now was easily the safest choice. Pay attention here, because with Jin Gang defeated, Alter starts to suspect the smiling woman is heading for Lucius. Plus, that mysterious flash of light she saw earlier probably came from Zephyr. Just thinking about seeing him again makes her blush. But first, the team needs to scout the area and make sure they are safe. Once everything is secure, they start recovering and patching themselves up, getting ready to head toward the third parish. The group rolls into the third parish just as night falls, and yes, they finally reunite with Zephyr. Meanwhile, the locals are losing their minds over Dariel. I mean, it has been centuries since anyone last saw a real elf. Watching from a distance, Cornwall gets super suspicious when he notices Princess Alter standing so incredibly close to Zephyr. He wonders if they have a history. Meanwhile, Fade is there, seeing Zephyr for the very first time. Seeing Fade deep in thought, Ned offers to introduce him to Zephyr, but Fade instantly shuts it down, saying he just does not like him. But his cold attitude completely vanishes the second Kiara calls out his name. As she runs over, he vanishes into thin air. Outside, the 10 strongest challengers start pulling back. They know they stand absolutely zero chance against the Saint right now. If the Saint really crushed the Twin Knights, he is on a whole different level, making a fight completely pointless. Elsewhere in the temple, a lone knight walks in only to find Gertrude hopelessly trapped in a magic trap. She screams like a maniac for Olden, while at the 13th parish, Prince Polaris reads a letter about the chaos. I know what you are thinking, and yes, he laughs, suddenly wanting to meet Zephyr himself. The kid has been so entertaining that Polaris feels he actually deserves some kind of reward. Hyped for another clash, he asks the Golden Dragon if it is time to set up the next big event. By the next day, all enemy forces surrounding the third parish completely retreat, and officials retrieve the stake of faith. Meanwhile, the Finance Council is practically drooling over a brand new investment opportunity tied directly to Zephyr. Watching all of this unfold, the parish defenders prepare to send major updates back to their clients. The biggest news? A potential shakeup in the Ice Dragon raid, all thanks to the arrival of a legendary dragon slayer. As for Gertrude and her sneaky knights, they get busted and thrown straight into a cell pending a full investigation. The High Priestess, who was stressed about explaining Olden's demon worship ties, is totally shocked by how easily everything got resolved. Oddly enough, everyone involved seems to have lost their memories, completely wiping out any potential drama. A nearby priest points out that things would have gotten incredibly ugly if news of Olden's death had leaked. He still suspects the fourth parish is up to no good, warning that their sudden retreat is just temporary. Even though the crisis seems over, the High Priestess cannot shake the feeling that something is still missing. While being escorted, Lucius overhears their chat and shocks them by boldly calling this an absolute win. And honestly, he is totally right. They dealt with that creepy smiling woman, and an actual angel showed up to hand-deliver a message from the Goddess of Light. Before leaving, she just told him to keep praying. When the Holy Leader opened the letter, it revealed that a divine messenger from heaven would soon arrive bearing a legendary artifact. Overwhelmed with honor by this personal message from the goddess, Lucius immediately assumes that this legendary messenger is Zephyr. He is ready to do whatever she asks. Stick with me. Alright, you and I are starting with a crazy secret. Lucius had no clue Zephyr actually forged that letter after bribing an angel at the Dragon Barbecue. Zephyr knew Lucius would never uncover the truth, so he secretly planned to reward him later for his absolute, unwavering faith. Meanwhile, something far more urgent happens. Fade receives a letter from Lucius's father, announcing his sudden arrival at the third parish of Light. The Holy One is stunned by the news, but when Fade reveals his father ordered him to help, the priest gets incredibly excited. He knows having Fade on their side will be a massive asset for the upcoming Ice Dragon raid. Fade agrees to help, but makes it clear his support is purely out of goodwill, as he feels no personal obligation to interfere. Nearby, Zephyr approaches and asks Fade if they managed to squeeze any useful info out of the smiling woman. He points out that if Fade actually knew anything about the tarantula, he wouldn't have slipped away in the dead of night. Now, pay attention here. Fade is about to speak but stops, while Ned realizes his dark suspicions are right on the money. The biggest issue with the smiling woman is that the Elven Queen's blessing completely failed to work on her. They're forced to use a truth serum, but even that gets them absolutely nothing about the tarantula. Ned suspects that the only thing Fade actually uncovered was the secret location of the Dragon King's style. That still leaves a ton of questions, especially since the tarantula are notoriously impossible to track down. Now that the Jin Gang is dead, the only ones left with answers are the Master and Zephyr. Right then, Zephyr offers to help Fade get his revenge, but only if he spills everything. And he strongly warns him not to decline. In a flash, Zephyr blurs right in front of Fade's face. Totally cornered and caught off guard, Fade quickly agrees to talk. Later, the whole team gathers for a meeting, where their newest member, Adarius, steps forward. He introduces himself as the wielder of the legendary Requiem sword and a direct disciple of the White Dragon. He explains his master ordered him to assist Altair, which is why he is here. The group welcomes him, and Altair suggests he train under Zephyr for now. Adarius accepts without a second thought. He knows the princess just wants him to observe and get a feel for their current situation first. but he's secretly bummed he couldn't make a flashier entrance by arriving earlier, ideally right during the Blue Dragon raid. Adarius is incredibly confident in his skills, truly believing he could have to that dragon himself with one single pierce to the heart. Deep down, he remembers the White Dragon's warning. When the Demon Lord descends, all dragons will follow him and destroy the world. So, his mission is crystal clear. He has to kill every dragon before the apocalypse arrives. This is what his master told him in lizard form, meaning, and think about how crazy this is, he'll eventually have to slay his own master's true dragon form. But Adarius knows he can't do that. So his goal shifts. Instead of hunting dragons, he'll stop the Demon Lord from ever waking up. He also knows that dragons could make incredibly powerful allies if handled the right way, making the future war much easier. Still, he's totally baffled as to why Altair hasn't even considered that option. Then it hits him. Maybe it's fear. A deep, paralyzing terror gripping everyone at this table, completely clouding their judgment and ability to think straight. Adarius hates this gloomy vibe, so he decides to stay quiet, observe from the sidelines, and follow the party until he completely grasps the situation. While he's lost in thought, Zephyr glares over, spotting a cocky attitude in the newcomer that he absolutely despises. Once the meeting wraps up, Elsie casts her spell, Angel's Embrace, a bizarre magical physical exam that makes all the new members extremely uncomfortable. While Elsie clearly loves seeing them squirm, giddily teasing them about how rare it is to dissect specimens like a dragon, a battle-hardened warrior, and an elf. This instantly pisses Fade off, but to his utter shock, Elsie quickly realizes she can't scan his body at all. Just then, Altair steps in and asks if she has uncovered anything about the smiling woman yet. Elsie explains that even though they met every single condition for the Queen's blessing, the spell flat-out failed on her. Kiara guesses the woman might be carrying some prior blessing or curse that's blocking it, but that theory is quickly debunked. According to Elsie's deep scan, the results point to a completely different, darker problem. The woman's brain is literally damaged, a shocking revelation that completely stuns Altair. She explains that while high-tier magic heals fresh wounds, it can't fix ancient brain damage, leaving you and me wondering how they'll solve this. Let's dive into the mystery of this smiling woman who lost her memory in a shipwreck. Her brain was probably damaged, meaning she sees the entire world in a completely different way now. Elsie points out she did not even realize she was looking directly into Ned's eyes. That means the conditions for the Queen's blessing were never actually met. It is highly likely this smiling woman does not even see humans as humans anymore. Later, Zephyr heads down to the cells to see for himself. When he approaches, she stares straight at him without flinching. 13 years ago, after that tragic boat incident, the waves swept her away, and she washed up on a lonely island. When she finally woke up, she was met with total darkness and silence, save for a deafening, constant ringing in her ears. Terrified and with no memory of her past, she screamed in panic. One day, while drowned in agony and ready to end it all, she smelled incense, and the noise suddenly stopped. Right then, a booming, heavy voice echoed through the dark, commanding her to open her eyes. She looked up, and a mysterious master healed her injuries, slowly bringing back a tiny fraction of her lost sight. That was her fateful introduction to her mentor. She spent her days learning Eastern languages and meditating under his watchful eye. Slowly, a deep sense of peace began to take root. While meditating, her vision slowly returned, but the sight terrified her. Every single person around her looked like a hideous monster. The only human she could actually recognize was her own reflection. Desperate to escape this nightmare, she longed to find her little brother. The catch was, she had absolutely no idea what he looked like. Even so, she clung to hope, believing they would look enough alike for her to recognize him when the time came. Now watch closely, because despite doing everything her master taught her, her vision got even stranger. Strange symbols and arrows started floating right over everyone, leaving her completely freaked out. Back in the present, after hearing this tale, Fate explains that her bizarre experience sounds a lot like intensive, long-term trauma therapy. It is an extreme technique that breaks the brain down to let mana flow completely naturally. This brutal training uses lethal poisons, and 9 out of 10 subjects die. The rare survivors gain completely warped senses. These extreme senses can alter sight, smell, or taste, entirely reshaping how a person perceives the world around them. As the smiling woman slowly got used to the bizarre figures floating around her, she realized those arrows were actually guides. By physically shifting her face to match their patterns, she discovered she could morph into an entirely different person. She remembered how deeply her master cared for her, showing her her true worth and teaching her martial arts. He even tried everything to find her lost brother. To repay him, she once tried to steal a dragon's heart but failed. Now, her main goal is still saving her master. You and I both know Zephyr is a genius, extracting this entire backstory just by watching her closely. She catches him staring and thinks he is acting weird. She admits she is dead if released, begging for a warm bath before she dies, offering up any secrets she knows in return. She begs that if he cannot untie her, he should wash her himself. Zephyr steps inside the cell, commands her to keep still, and gently lifts her chin. In that exact moment, staring deep into his eyes, she is convinced she has trapped him with her ultimate charm. She thinks Zephyr is completely under her spell. She is sure he views her as a prize of war and will inevitably yield. She is desperate enough to do absolutely anything to escape, knowing even legendary figures like a dragon, Heartbearer, or the wielder of the Sword of Light cannot fight their basic instincts. But to her absolute shock, Zephyr leans in close and coldly orders her to throw up the worm inside her. Instantly, something wriggles up her throat, and she starts hacking up blood. Zephyr just watches from the side, wearing a smug smirk. He remembers her from his past life, how she tried to play him, acting friendly just to use him and throw him away. But now, in the present, he crushes the writhing worm she just vomited on the floor while she gasps for air. Zephyr tells her he could end her life right now, but he is sparing her for her brother's sake. Her survival is entirely up to her. With that threat, he forces her eyelids open, dragging her back to harsh reality. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupts from the cellar, and Zephyr walks out. Altier, waiting outside, wonders if the interrogation is over. Zephyr calmly explains she will heal, and you and I are going to watch her senses and memories return over time. Altier, worried, asks if this process will take a long time. Zephyr replies that slowly easing the side effects of removing the worm is the safest approach. Alright, you and I are starting this episode with a shocker. Zephyr is stunned that Altair actually wants to save this smiling woman. Altair confesses she originally wanted her dead, but she can't ignore the massive value of someone with such incredibly rare talent. Deep down, she knows the truth: this woman is Ned's sister, and Altair feels a deep responsibility to save her. Meanwhile, deep in her cell, the smiling woman lies completely unconscious. Zephyr already placed a protective safety seal there just in case. With that issue temporarily handled, he turns his focus to the next problem. In reality, Zephyr never planned on meeting her. He originally intended to just put her down. But because she is Ned's sibling, his hands were tied. Even so, seeing her in person stirred up intense emotions that he struggled to hold back. But what truly haunted him was one burning question he still couldn't answer. Why did so many people willingly serve the demon god cult after learning the truth? Why stay loyal to a monster who only brings destruction? But he knows he cannot afford to dwell on those questions. His entire fight to change the future depends on the memories he carries. But as he stands lost in thought, a sandal suddenly flies right past his head. Now watch closely. He looks up to see Altair standing there, smirking after tossing it on purpose. The atmosphere is completely surreal. The dark stairwell, the cold air, and Altair's skin glowing softly in the dim light. Everything else fades away as they share a quiet, incredibly intimate moment on those freezing steps. Zephyr remembers how badly he was wounded in his past life, betrayed constantly. He had built a wall of darkness where trust never existed. But then Altair stepped in. She gave him honesty when everyone else lied, becoming the sole reason that no matter how many regressions he faces, she is the one he wants to stand beside. The next morning, with the lockdown finally lifted, the council announces a massive celebration to mark the end of their successful raid. At the banquet, Altair takes center stage to reveal her bold plans for the upcoming Ice Dragon raid. They display all the epic loot from the princess's dungeon raid, while elite warriors fill the hall, making the entire operation look incredibly prestigious. It is the perfect setup to lure in wealthy investors, and Zephyr feels highly satisfied seeing how smoothly his plans are unfolding. But his mood completely sours when Polaris struts into the grand hall flanked by heavily armed knights. Clapping and shouting praises, Polaris openly commends Altair before locking eyes with Zephyr, and honestly, we can all feel Zephyr's utter shock when Polaris reveals he came all this way just to meet him. He never expected this monster to show up here. As the first prince of the Cayenne Kingdom and the youngest cardinal, Polaris is famous across the entire continent. Unlike his frail second brother, Polaris is adored for both his brilliant mind and striking looks, earning him the title of Alan's brightest star. Zephyr feels completely on edge, seeing this royal icon here, knowing the terrifying truth that Polaris is actually the secret leader of the demon god cult. Before Zephyr can move, Lucius steps in to greet him. Though he acts polite and calm, Lucius is screaming on the inside. He knows Polaris has absolutely no reason to be here, and secretly swears he won't let Zephyr become his next prey. Sensing the thick tension, Polaris tries to play it cool, casually reminding the room that he is just a simple priest. Then, wearing a toxic, sweet smile, he says if they find his presence annoying, he brought a special treat to win them over. With a snap of his fingers, a crowd of happy kids rushes in, surrounding Zephyr. On cue, they start singing a beautiful melody. Zephyr stands there completely dumbfounded, having no clue what this maniac is planning. Polaris proudly explains that these kids are war refugees and orphans he rescued himself. He claims that while he has no real strength to change things, Zephyr is the true hero who crushed the recent disaster at its roots. With that, he drops to one knee in thanks. The crowd erupts, but Altair watches in total suspicion. She knows her brother way too well to buy this act. He definitely did not travel here just to play nice. With absolute grace, Polaris pivots the conversation, talking about the devastating dungeon bubble collapse and its economic impact across the lands. He explains that new guild laws have officially gone into effect. Specifically, one law states that all dungeon loot must be strictly evaluated by certified appraisers and fully reported to investors. And get this, another clause demands that item values are strictly assessed using active market trends and current conditions. To absolute shock, he reveals that the current legal price of a black dragon heart is marked as exactly 0 gold. And trust me, this is where we're left hanging. Let's dive in here. Did you know dungeon loot isn't legally yours until officially reported? If you use anything before that, like healing potions or rare boss drops, but since this dragon heart was valued at 0 gold, Polaris argues it shouldn't cost a thing. Of course, he subtly hints that those official records are a complete lie. This gets Lucius furious, but Polaris calmly claims these rumors aren't his words, but the public's opinion. Turning around, he speaks directly to the entire crowd, arguing that a dragon heart is simply too sacred for human money. Since it served the goddess's divine will, its price must remain 0. Then he points right back to Zephyr, praising his incredibly selfless heart. He claims our hero never cared about gold, acting purely for the goddess. His words sound sweet, but both Lucius and Altair sense a dangerous snake hiding beneath that smile. Meanwhile, Polaris keeps hyping up how Zephyr saved everyone from utter chaos without taking any gold, making the dragon heart truly priceless. Zephyr is visibly annoyed by this fake performance. Polaris then boasts that the moment he heard the news, he begged his father to cancel Zephyr's arrest. Then he pulls out a scroll, explaining how he personally visited the bishops of every single parish to collect their signatures. They all agreed that Zephyr's victory was a divine miracle, completely beyond the reach of mortal laws. Patting the young hero's shoulder, he claims they deeply respect his ultimate sacrifice. To top it off, he announces that all those bishops have pledged their complete support, promising endless troops, vital resources, and a charity foundation to help the poor. Pay attention here. Lucius realizes this whole performance is actually a trap he never saw coming. The exact same holy laws they used to dodge legal trouble are now being turned right against them. Now they are basically forced to give massive aid completely for free. Refuse, and everyone questions the dragon heart. If they comply, they stand to lose every single ounce of potential profit. Zephyr glances at Altair, silently hoping she can step in and stop this. But he quickly remembers her brother is the mastermind here, once known as the Golden Dragon's left hand. He gave up his royal throne just to join the priesthood, eventually climbing the ranks to become the highest bishop in the dragon's territory, gaining absolute political power. Opposing him is exactly like picking a direct fight with the Golden Dragon itself, making it suicide for anyone to stand against him. Watching this play out, the wealthy investors lose all hope. Seeing Polaris greedily steal all the glory and cash, they pack up and leave, knowing there is 0 money left for them. Suddenly, Polaris steps right up to Zephyr, whispering that he didn't come to start a war, but to crush him. Look closely, Zephyr is actually holding back a massive laugh right now, fully realizing this guy is completely delusional. This is just the classic, corrupt trick that high nobles and temple guilds use to ruthlessly suppress smaller guilds and solo players. It always starts with cheap excuses designed to cut off all their funding. They might keep their word once or twice initially, but soon, they start delaying payouts, claiming the paperwork is stuck or needs approval from some higher branch. In the end, that promised gold never arrives, leaving raid teams completely gearless and doomed to fail. To stop their elite fighters from getting stolen by rival guilds, they are forced to overpay them. Worse yet, high-tier dungeon gear and enchanted armor cost an absolute fortune. Then there are massive daily costs for healing potions, rations, and camping gear for raid parties ranging up to several hundred members. Even buying dungeon entry rights is expensive, so when elites steal the profits, it is an instant death sentence. This is the exact trap Polaris is laying. Back in the present, he laughs at Zephyr's silence, claiming that now that Zephyr is famous, he must play by their rules, no matter how strong he thinks he is. He even mocks Altair, saying she will go broke without church funding. And since she has a royal reputation to protect, Zephyr will have to carry her weight. Every single word is carefully designed to trigger Zephyr and push him past his limit, knowing that one angry slip-up would completely ruin our heroes. Instead of getting violent, he quotes an ancient prophecy of bloody red smoke rising from the south to swallow the world, and trust me, we are not ready for this. All right, you and I are diving right into a prophecy about the 4 horsemen rising to bring death across the world. Lucas recognizes the words instantly. Meanwhile, Zephyr uses his silver key to summon the glowing sword of light, revealing that an angel told him this very blade would stop the world from falling into complete ruin. Infusing the weapon with mana, he boldly declares that since the goddess granted him both the dragon heart and the sword, he cannot hand them over to anyone. Instead, Princess Alter will decide where that dragon heart truly belongs. After laying down the law, he calmly shakes Polaris's hand and offers his thanks. With that, the bishop heads out, lost in deep thought as he walks away. For a lowly peasant, Zephyr handled himself surprisingly well. The bishop wonders if he plans to gift the heart to Alter to strengthen her alliance against him. That thought darkens Polaris's face. He believes Zephyr has chosen a path that will only lead to his ruin. The bishop is certain all 7 pieces of the dragon's heart must be brought together. Otherwise, they are completely useless. As he heads back, his mind is still fixed on Zephyr. He is convinced the kid has no idea how the world actually works. Allying with Alter, the mysterious prophecy, and that calm attitude all raise massive red flags. This boy is definitely not acting out of pure kindness. He wonders if he should have forced a mana ritual to test him, but too many people were watching. Still, he has a bigger goal, summoning the Demon Lord. And watch closely, because he has prepared a sinister gift that he crafted himself. That gift is Adrius, whom Polaris already met. He lied to the boy, promising a way to reunite with his master. Believing the lies, Adrius willingly accepted a mysterious necklace from the bishop. Meanwhile, Alter and Zephyr talk about their dangerous meeting with Polaris. Alter is relieved they kept the dragon heart, but she is shocked to see Zephyr smiling. He explains that he actually expected things to go much worse. This confrontation also sheds light on the cult leader's actions in his past life. Back then, his sudden arrival was baffling. But hearing Alter's thoughts on the white dragon sparks a new theory. Maybe the cult leader showed up to check if the white dragon caused Olden's disappearance. But one major question still remains. In the past timeline, Polaris ignored Adrius for 2 whole years despite his ties to the white dragon. Luckily, the answer comes from Adrius himself. Before this, Zephyr met Adrius, who showed off his ice dragon god. That conversation revealed Polaris never actually gathered the dragon hearts, explaining why he seemed so relieved just now. He probably figured they would never get strong enough to fight back. Knowing this, Zephyr plays dumb about using the dragon heart, and the trick works beautifully. So Polaris leaves, choosing to fight using money and politics. Classic human move, right? Zephyr gets it, but the mention of humans makes Alter remember her brother's terrifying demon form. Zephyr knows that if the bishop had unleashed his true power, they would be dead. Or they would have been forced into an absolute nightmare struggle to survive. Yet, Polaris left them alone and hid his alliance with the Demon Lord's cult. Our main character suspects there are strict rules and boundaries the bishop cannot cross yet. He realizes Polaris can only brand him a kingdom threat, using the gold dragon's influence to take him out, probably by starting a temple civil war. Zephyr finds it hilarious. The arrogant bishop genuinely thinks he won, but Zephyr knows better. He knows that soon, the cult leader will deeply regret letting this golden opportunity slip away. Polaris stepped back, but Zephyr is ready to push forward, especially with Alter by his side. At their next meeting, Zephyr cooks up a feast of dragon meat paired with water from the Lake of Life. He explains this meal boosts their stats, which they desperately need for the upcoming frozen blue dragon raid. He urges them to eat, and everyone is blown away by the incredible flavor. The Elven Lake water also boosts their healing and literally extends their lifespan. And trust me, we are all wondering when our boy learned to cook. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as he claims he learned this from his restaurant owner grandpa, but Altair immediately senses something is off. Adrius is the only one missing, and Zephyr just shrugs it off, claiming dragon meat simply doesn't agree with his stomach. Even so, she still worries that Adrius might hold a bitter grudge. But Zephyr is totally chill. Even if the guy is pissed, he won't dare move, not with Dariel watching. Meanwhile, Adarius quietly decides it's time to take Zephyr out. But despite the cult leader stepping in earlier, the dragon raid is still moving forward on schedule. At their next meeting, Lucius reveals a list of epic loot set to hit the upcoming Lauren auction. We are talking about the biggest auction on the continent, where millions of gold coins and legendary items change hands. But according to the priest, getting your hands on this listing is a massive pain. It takes months just to submit an item, and even longer to get it appraised. Only after clearing all that red tape does it make the official catalog, which is strictly classified for staff eyes only. In short, you are looking at a solid 6 months just to get your item on the block. But Zephyr spots something weird. One specific item is somehow scheduled to hit the bidding block in just 2 months. Now pay attention here, because Zephyr remembers a crucial rule: once dates are locked, listings can't be cancelled unless the item fails evaluation. That's their golden loophole. If they bring the auction house a vastly superior item instead, they can force them to swap the listings. With a plan in mind, Zephyr starts scanning the catalog, trying to figure out which weapon will crush the raid. There's just one catch: he can't rely on his future knowledge this time, since these events haven't even happened yet. Then, a memory flashes back. When Adarius originally arrived to meet Altair, he didn't come alone, he brought a massive army. Back then, Altair and her crew had rushed out of the castle to hunt down Ned, who was escaping with the dragon heart. Since the fortress was completely abandoned, Adarius decided to track down the dragon himself, claiming he only wanted to have a chat. But when he finally reached the dragon's frozen ice castle, planning to make contact before the princess ever could, he ran into a total shock. This ice dragon was nothing like he expected. She looked like a stunning girl with horns and an overwhelming aura. The moment Adarius stepped inside, she lunged forward, instantly catching her sister's scent on him. Honestly, she had been suspicious of her sister's meddling for a long time. Assuming Adarius came to either test his own strength or unleash the Dragonheart's power, she unsheathes her blade and introduces herself as Marenia, the ice dragon. Her terms? If he wants anything from her, he has to beat her first. You and I know Adarius is shocked, but he's also incredibly hyped right now. It turns out they are actually alike, both fueled by sheer passion and a burning desire to defend their masters and kin. With that silent respect, the two clash. She is quickly blown away by how easily Adarius handles her absolutely savage moves. But hey, he is her sister's disciple, so she expected nothing less. She summons hundreds of lethal ice swords and hurls them right at him, but with one epic swing, Adarius shatters them all. Instantly, the ice dragon blitzes forward to continue the onslaught. Seriously, their fighting styles mirror each other so perfectly, it is like watching two reflections battle it out in real time. Every single strike is met with an equal block. Every move answered with insane precision. At the same time, her aura surges, and with every breath, she starts freezing everything around the castle. Once the duel spills outside, she finally takes control and slams Adarius straight into the snow. But right then, she senses he has no killing intent. Now, genuinely curious, she decides to see what he is about. As the two lock eyes in this tense silence, totally clueless about the future, a beautiful, magical winter unfolds around them. Even though he got wrecked, Adarius pushes himself up and lunges again, but the ice dragon effortlessly evades, sweeping him right back down to the floor. She casually jokes that he needs at least another 100 years of training before he can actually test her limits. To keep their sparring match going, she summons 7 magical blades, urging him to pick them up, specifically pointing out the legendary sword, Requiem. He grabs the blade, and they clash for hours on end, until his body is running on pure, absolute exhaustion. Later on, he pulls out a flint to spark a small fire. A bizarre sight the ice dragon has literally never seen. Fascinated, she watches him roast some meat over the flames, before the two of them sit down to share the meal. After eating, they go right back to fighting until he finally crashes from fatigue. As he sleeps, she finds herself totally baffled by humans. We both know normal humans instantly lose their will to fight facing a dragon's pure pressure. Yet this guy is just incredibly eager. She thinks back to her sister's other disciples, realizing they were all absolute weirdos. Let's dive into this story. The Dungeon Princess and her terrifyingly strong armored guard still linger heavily in our minds. She used to look at him as just a kid, but his rapid growth now deeply unsettles her. Now, Adarius is showing massive potential as well, boasting incredible physique, adaptable mana control, and perfect spatial awareness. But what really sets him apart is his fearless mindset. Whenever he gets knocked down, he instantly analyzes his mistakes to figure out how to improve. While he is no match for her yet, he trains purely for the thrill of the fight. Every single clash becomes an opportunity to evolve, and he absolutely thrives in that struggle. Adarius has improved so rapidly that the ice dragon, Marenia, now spars with him in her true form. After 3 months of grueling training, he can finally land clean hits on Marenia, even in her massive dragon form. But his excitement instantly turns to panic, remembering he must return to Lindell Castle in just 2 months to meet the princess. To get by, he has carved out a cozy little living space directly inside the ice. One evening, Marenia invites him outside to see the northern lights, leaving him mesmerized by the shifting colors. He remembers a story his master once shared. She wished to see these lights with Marenia again. Watch closely, because this exact memory makes the dragon reflect on her past. Eons ago, the great dragon heart shattered, and over 100 years, those scattered pieces eventually birthed the modern dragons. Her fragment was a beautiful blend of blue and white. After waking from the ice, she finally met her sister. Unlike the others, they shared a deep, unbreakable bond. Her sister was incredibly passionate, and though they both looked pure white, Marenia could never claim the title of the White Dragon, as it already belonged to their elder sister. Following the death of Kaiseress, her sister fell into a deep slumber, while the remaining dragons began preparing for a mysterious mission. Since then, Marenia hasn't opened up like this to anyone, let alone someone who holds precious memories of her beloved sister. Hearing this, Adarius struggles to hide his heavy emotions, which the ice dragon notices instantly as he wrestles with his thoughts. His absolute mission is to eliminate all dragons, which means he would eventually have to kill both Marenia and her sister. To show her how he truly feels, he uses Earth's cradle to summon the perfectly preserved body of the white dragon lizard, proving that his master had lived inside this very vessel while they traveled the continent together. The ice dragon instantly senses her sister's lingering aura, spotting the beloved flowers that stir up her deepest emotions. Idarius then excuses himself, explaining that he must locate his master's other disciple, Princess Altair. Based on what he knows, the princess is fully prepared to slaughter every last dragon. You and I both know he must support her, yet he secretly hopes to avoid killing any dragons. He believes there is a way to stop the apocalypse without bloodshed, but he desperately needs Marenia's help. When the end times arrive, everything, from the mighty dragons to the sacred tree of life, will fall into corruption, aligning with the demon lord. That is the absolute rule of the apocalypse, and only death offers escape. Even so, the white dragon managed to find a loophole by taking over the body of a tiny lizard. As her vessel failed and her body reached its limit, she revealed she had cast a post-mortem spell to pass her final will onto Idarius. Forbidden from speaking the truth while alive, this magic was her only way of communicating after passing away. She urged Idarius to join Princess Altair in stopping the apocalypse, since the princess was fully prepared to slay every dragon to save the world. Even as she revealed this, the white dragon knew Idarius would struggle to execute the mission, especially if it meant executing her or her beloved sister. At the end, she begged him to save the world, but also to live for himself. After she died, Idarius left to fulfill her wish, deeply torn. The devastating weight of wiping out her entire kind crushed his spirit. Unable to choose a path, he just kept moving forward, desperately telling himself he was doing the right thing. One day, deep inside a dungeon, he discovered the exact thing his master warned him about: a summoning altar for the demon lord. He destroyed it immediately, believing that by crushing these threats at the source, he could stop the looming apocalypse without having to kill any dragons. But the Ice Princess quickly crushes his hope, pointing out that thousands of these altars are hidden, making his plan virtually impossible. And honestly, you and I can see his delusion. If he wants her help, he and the princess must first prove their absolute worth. You and I are jumping into the wildest dragon raid plan, as Princess Altair plots to slay Artalis. If Erdirius proved his worth in this fight, she was willing to make him an official ally. So, Erdirius traveled to Lindel Fortress, where Princess Altair welcomed him as her master's fellow disciple. For a whole year, he ground through dungeons and hoarded rare loot to prep for the massive raid. But he avoided the blue dragon entirely, knowing her volatile temper made any early encounter way too risky. Instead, he played along with Altair's raid plan, acting like a loyal soldier to keep everyone safe. He hoped this would eventually win over both the blue dragon and the princess to his side. Later, Altair announced a massive surge of new volunteers, thanks to extra backing secured for the raid. Though he claimed he was just clearing random dungeons, she insisted he deserved all the credit. Then, a mercenary named Ralph joined them, forced to serve under Erdirius as punishment for losing a duel. Soon after, the Poison King Fade arrived from Duke Giornetti, demanding his cold, hard cash up front. To him, everything was going incredibly smoothly. Now, pay attention here, O Yoon. Rada the vanguard straight toward the Lake of Life. As the blue dragon fell, the team cheered wildly. Erdirius masked his grief, faking a smile to keep up appearances. He announced he would consume the dragon heart as promised, and Princess Altair gave her blessing. Erdirius quietly stepped forward, determined to build his influence until he eventually surpassed the princess and hijacked the party. But Fade stubbornly insisted on fighting alone. Though Erdirius also preferred solo battle, he knew he couldn't monitor Fade in the chaos. Instead, he focused entirely on getting close enough to heal Artalis, unleashing the demonic sword of sacrifice to do it. But the moment he faced the dragon, he realized reality was far more complicated than he thought. Thankfully, his healing items paid off. As he struck, the dragon briefly woke up and remembered the legendary sword, Requiem. The beast remembered that Requiem's true power only awakens for someone who already holds a dragon's heart. To Artalis, that legendary blade was nothing but a tombstone and a final funeral march. Thinking of the white dragon, Artalis knew she no longer had to obey her master's ancient commands. Yet, she refused to hand her power to the unworthy, immediately attacking Erdirius, who barely dodged the blow. Unable to reason with the beast and with no room to escape, Erdirius was forced to fight. As Dariel charged, Erdirius had no choice but to plunge his sword into the horns, whispering desperate apologies. Now, I know what you're thinking: is this brutal clash actually awakening some hidden genius inside him? He bitterly reflected on his limits and his past failures to protect the people he cherished most. To get stronger and protect Marenia from being slaughtered next, he knew he had to seize absolute control of this raiding party. For now, he kept his true goals hidden, relieved that claiming the Blue Dragon's corpse was guaranteed in his contract. He simply couldn't stand the thought of anyone else snatching her. But before deciding his next move, he desperately needed to meet Marenia first. But his hopes were brutally shattered when the Black Moon suddenly burst from the dragon's stomach, detonating her heart and turning this raid into his absolute worst nightmare. He lost both the dragon and its heart. Furious, he lashed out at Fade for dragging him away to safety. He was convinced he could have saved her, but Fade bluntly shut him down. Fade argued that even if Erdirius secured the heart, the highly concentrated poison would have instantly killed him. Retreating was the only option, especially since Erdirius only survived the initial blast because of his legendary armor. Anyone else nearby would have melted from the toxic fumes. Fed up, Fade declared his contract officially over and walked away. He warned them never to recruit him again, especially if they kept a reckless fool like Erdirius around. He also urged the princess never to trust Erdirius with power, leaving her suspicious and watching his every move. Yet soon enough, an unbelievable event forced her to cast all those doubts aside. The legendary Ice Dragon herself arrived to back Erdirius, acknowledging that he had proved his worth. To help him, she froze the entire Elven Forest and Danakil farmlands, destroying their resources but successfully stopping the deadly poison from spreading across the continent. With that, we finally see the Ice Dragon join Altair's party. Alright, you and I are about to see Erdirius, the newly crowned Dragon Knight, dominate the battlefield. But unfortunately, this was exactly where everything started going downhill for the entire party. Erdirius insisted that destroying the summoning altars was their absolute top priority, forcing everyone to focus solely on that. During the brutal Black Dragon fight, they lost their merchant leader Phillips, and Fade quit shortly after, sick of clashing with Erdirius. Worse still, serious tensions sparked between Dariel and Kiara once the Ice Dragon was dragged into the group. They both knew the beast ultimately had to die, but Erdirius refused to listen, fracturing the party even further. Naturally, most members rallied around Erdirius, who was always playing the selfless hero and helping everyone out. Meanwhile, poor Dariel just lacked that charismatic charm and completely struggled to gain any real backing. Erdirius claimed he only wanted to build trust, but this toxic power shift drove the elves to abandon them entirely. The remaining party members basically became a cult of personality, bound by devotion to Erdirius rather than actual missions. Altair was growing seriously anxious, suspecting her master had a very dark, hidden motive for wanting that dragon dead. Now here's where it gets interesting, as Zephyr exploits this internal drama to slip right into the party. The moment Zephyr arrives, Fade recognizes him from the Third Parish and aggressively pins him to the ground. He is totally shocked to see the kid can fight. Left wondering who the hell actually trained him, we flash back to an earlier time when Zephyr actually possessed the dragon heart and formed a deep bond with Fade. Seeing all of this unfold and watching Zephyr's power grow, Altair finds herself completely drawn to him. She fully realized that recruiting powerful allies like Zephyr was absolutely essential if she ever hoped to challenge Erdirius, prove his leadership was totally wrong, and move forward with her own secret plans. So Altair successfully convinces Zephyr to join forces. But our boy stands on business, demanding they lock down the terms first since their last ally literally stole a kill. He demands all the loot, making it clear that the demon worshipper's corpse and gear belong exclusively to him. Their early synergy is pretty rough, especially with Fade and Zephyr feeling the massive strain of fighting as a duo. But despite the rocky start, they still agree to work together for their shared goals. But Erdirius is absolutely furious to see Dariel and Fade back, let alone the guy who stole the dragon heart. Back then, Erdirius cried to the Ice Dragon about this, and she immediately flew into a total rage. She froze Zephyr solid and interrogated him, which actually relieved the watching knights, thinking the dragon was on their side. Meanwhile, Erdirius used Zephyr's presence to manipulate the public and make himself look like a hero. Back in the present, Zephyr watches Erdirius train and realizes that while the kid is incredibly naive, he is instinctively cunning and completely driven by a desperate thirst for fame. You and I can clearly see he's pushing himself to the limit, desperate for any chance of freedom in the upcoming raid. Meanwhile, Erdirius preps for battle, completely fuming over Zephyr utilizing the Silver Lion armor to control him. Still, he knows Zephyr has to lift the training restrictions during the dragon raid to unleash his full power. In his mind, Erdirius firmly believes that he alone should decide the ultimate fate of his beloved master, the White Dragon. During the official pre-raid briefing, Altair efficiently divides everyone into their respective squads. The auction team will buy up equipment, while the farming squad, including Erdirius and the priests, is tasked with harvesting monster drops. Hearing this, Ned knows he must keep a very close eye on Erdirius. Finally, the scout team features Fade, Dariel, and his sister Ophelia, hunting down even more potential recruits. Seeing these classic team divisions brings Zephyr some major nostalgia, but Ophelia quietly warns Lucius about leaving the parish completely unguarded, especially since his formidable father is coming. Lucius notes his father might be delayed, so intercepting him directly is faster, but then he casually mentions his elder siblings, completely shocking Ned. Meanwhile, Altair is totally focused on a critical mission waiting for them in the capital. She remembers the Elf Queen asking her to personally deliver some warm greetings to a scholar named Vital. This scholar visited the Elven Forest 61 years ago. Altair was absolutely stunned to discover he is not only alive, but actually serves as the current dean of the academy where she studied. The Elf Queen trusted her with an important letter to deliver directly to him. She noted his massive influence among the nobles, hoping he might actually help them with the upcoming raid. Still, Altair hesitates, but you and I are going to find out if her terrible school attendance ruined her chances. Let's see what happens as Altair brings Lucius along to make an impression. He has top grades to help smooth things over, while Fade and Kiara figure out exactly what supplies they will need for their upcoming scouting run. But Fade thinks simply running there is their fastest option. Meanwhile, Zephyr is racing against the clock with an urgent new quest. He must protect a mysterious, unknown target for 10 whole months. The rewards are massive, but the penalty? Devastating. And to make matters worse, the target's identity is still completely unknown. Luckily, according to the prophecy, his holy sword of light will guide him. Just as he is getting back to work, his sword suddenly begins to glow. A massive beam of light shoots straight into the sky. Zephyr instantly realizes it is pointing at his target, who is heading his way fast. Suddenly, 2 massive dragons descend from the clouds. Riding them are Lucius's father, the Duke, and Vitel, the esteemed dean of the academy. As the dragons touch down, we see that Phillips, the merchant leader, is traveling with them. Zephyr recognizes him instantly, remembering how he left him safe inside the elf forest. Altair is relieved seeing Phillips, and he is just as happy to see her. He heard they captured the smiling woman, the exact reason he was hiding, and quickly explains what is going on. Knowing the crew was in rough shape, Phillips brought along Lucius's father and Professor Vitel. Seeing the Duke for the first time triggers bad memories for Ned. He remembers how this man helped ruin the world. Now pay attention here, because this greedy Duke profited immensely from the world's massive economic collapse. His ruthless and aggressive investing made the whole crisis even worse. Ned blames that exact financial disaster for his own family's tragic downfall, giving him every reason to absolutely hate the man. Honestly, the Duke is just trash. He is selfish, narrow-minded, and only cares about lining his own family's pockets. That is why Ned cannot believe a greedy monster like him would ever join the human resistance. Altair, however, is absolutely thrilled to see him arrive. She wanted to ask him for help, and now he is right here. In Zephyr's past life, the Duke did eventually support them, but there was a catch. It only happened after Olden brainwashed Lucius and held his grandchild hostage. In that dark original timeline, the foolish Duke had completely underestimated how dangerous Olden really was. He let Matthias stay close to Lucius, and even promoted Olden, completely blind to their evil plans. Once his plan succeeded, Olden got a god-tier item straight from the cult leader. He even recruited the Master of the East, building an unstoppable army that the Duke could not hope to stop. But now, you and I both know Zephyr ruined Olden's plan, but Altair sees the major catch here. Since the Duke never saw Olden's betrayal firsthand, he has absolutely no reason to feel grateful to them. The moment they meet, the Duke mocks Phillips, complaining that the supposedly legendary Zephyr looks like an incredibly basic guy. Phillips quickly steps in to defend Zephyr, declaring his insane battle experience on the front lines of the Dragon Raid. He proudly adds that Zephyr and Ned defeated the powerful Dungeon Princess completely on their own. This shocks the greedy Duke, who demands to know if they really pulled that off alone. Phillips confirms it, adding that they saw everything that went down inside that dungeon. The Duke is intrigued but shuts his mouth, knowing that asking too many questions might reveal his true motives. Instead, he pivots, making it crystal clear that he will not be funding their little group. In fact, he demands they pay him for his valuable connections. Lucius is absolutely horrified and begs his father to stop being so incredibly disrespectful. He reminds the Duke that Zephyr saved his life and is the only hope for the Dragon Raid. But the Duke instantly shuts him down, making Lucius even more furious. He mocks his son, telling him to pay off his own debts first, then boasts that the powerful guild union is already standing by for the Ice Dragon Raid, meaning he does not even need Zephyr. Just as the Duke prepares to demand even more, Zephyr steps forward and boldly cuts him off. He declares that no matter what deal the Duke has in mind, he can offer something much better. With a flash, he summons his glowing light sword and swears a holy oath as the goddess's chosen champion. She ordered him to protect the Duke. We absolutely cannot miss this. Let's dive right in as Zephyr binds the Duke with light chains, telling him to drop the act and stay put. With that, the Duke quietly joins forces with Big Cap, and the teams head out to start their missions. The farming team heads out to the desert lands, meeting Harvey from the Galliano Guild, who is ordered to join the princess's raid. Phillips leads the auction team toward the capital, while the scouts depart on their own separate mission. Kiara gets anxious because Zephyr is not with them, but Dariel steps in to reassure her everything will be fine. Still, she feels uneasy, especially knowing that Vital, the man rumored to be her biological father, is marching with them. Part of her wants to talk to him, but seeing him so old now, she realizes there is no point in bringing it up. Pay close attention here. The scouts finally reach the blazing forest, while Zephyr and the Duke head up Mount Sila, right at the continent's center. As they hike, the Duke's curiosity grows, wondering why they have traveled to such a remote, isolated location. According to Zephyr, they absolutely must reach this destination, no matter the cost. But deep down, Zephyr has personal reasons. He wants to understand the Duke, and that's much easier to do when they are completely alone. Back in his past life, when they used the Dungeon Princess's tomb for shelter, let's pause here, because this is huge. Zephyr was right there, listening to the Duke excitedly confess that he spent millions of gold over the years. He wasted countless years and even lost his own son, all just to see the inside of a boss room. He did not care about the dragon's heart, he wanted something far more important. Back then, Zephyr figured there was no point in asking him any more questions. Even with all his power and Zephyr's past knowledge, the Duke stayed secretive about his true goals. But now, in this new life, Zephyr remembers how the Duke reacted when they mentioned the princess's tomb. It is clear he has not given up on his ultimate desire for it. Zephyr wants to help him fulfill that wish, but if the Duke makes a reckless move, he'll stop him. Trust me,